There we go. That was like the fifth time I tried to go live and it wouldn't update the chat. What's going on, guys? William Barry here, coming at you with yet another video or another live stream. Today we're going to try and do what we can to talk about some serious issues. America right now is in a pretty rough state. Now, I'm not there currently. I've been a week, 2 days in Canada. And a part of me thinks I left at the right time. But we have some issues that we need to discuss. I have 4 videos that I want to cover, and then we'll probably play a little video games. Right now, the channel's kind of in a rough spot because of 2 copyright things going on. So I'm going to try to avoid music until this weekend, where I'll just do actual videos instead of live streaming. Who would have thought live streaming was a little more on the nose with what you can do? I guess it kind of makes sense. Anyway, let's turn the amount of viewers off. We're not going to pay attention to that. We're just going to have a conversation, man. We're going to get right into it. So there's a few things that are going on that I want to cover, that I want to talk about. But while we're doing all of that, I need to load into my Sony Vegas and start the process of getting this thing rendering that video, so that when I get off, I can just straight up upload. What's going on? What's going on, Pixie? Good morning, good morning. Well, first things first, I have to upload the last video I rendered. Sorry about the copyright stuff, but it's just one of the few downsides to doing content with music. And it makes sense. A lot of artists want to make sure that they get compensated for the work that they put out. 100%. You know, and I mean, I stand by any artist getting paid. So they have to have some form of content ID, because there was a huge amount of time where a lot of content creators, and there's still a lot of them doing TV and movies and stuff right now, that, you know, like people will just live stream like Bridesmaid or live stream like Master Chef or something on Twitch. Copyright is a serious crime. The only issue is that a majority of the time, the stricter the copyrights get, the harder it gets on those that are following the rules. And then for everyone else, they just continue to break it. They can continue to mask the video. I'm not trying to hide what I'm doing. If the content that I'm watching doesn't want itself to be seen on someone else's channel, then by all means, I'll take it down. This isn't like, I do not have the right to stream someone else's content without their permission. So if I'm watching someone's thing and they just don't want me to talk about those things or use their content in any way, it's not really up to me. You know what I mean? Like, we should respect people's copyright. And if some people want to make sure that they get every cent and every dollar and every view funnels through them, I'm okay with that. That's why usually on smaller channels, I will always leave a comment if I react to something. Like, hey, if you don't want this to be seen, I'll happily remove the video. Or I'll private it, or I'll, you know, take it down. Now, I do everything I can to, like, push people to the original content creators. That's why when I show, like, something like Compassion Fatigue's videos, a guy who I really like, who I think is a pretty funny guy, you know, I'll show his channel. Like, I'll link it in the description, and I'll talk up the things that he does. And then for good reason. People that put in time and effort into their videos, like, it's so much easier to just turn a camera on and talk about shit. But these guys are like, you know, Compassion Fatigue is like literally editing his face on other characters. He's putting himself in multiple shots. He's having to get green screens. He's having to crop. He's having to spend hours in the editing room. Not to mention writing the songs, singing the songs, voice acting the characters. Like, these people are the genuine creators. As much as I hate to say it, and as much as I am one, they really need to fix the copyright claim system. I agree. But I understand why it's there, and I defend its existence. You know, that doesn't mean we can't fine-tune things, you know, obviously. Like, at least I shouldn't have an entire day's worth of content stuck in limbo. But, you know, that's the drawback of being someone who does reactions. It's just the way it works, and I don't have a problem with that. I understand it. You know, I want to make sure people get compensated for what they're doing. And if they feel that I'm stealing from them, then by all means, I'll take it all down. You know, I'm not I'm not that guy, man. We're just all out here trying to do our own thing. I'm just talking about things I love and things I enjoy and giving my opinions on things. Sometimes, you know, I do it for free. I mean, I do the same thing when me and my homies are gaming. You know what I mean? As much as they hate it, you know? You know what I'm saying? I'll be in their ear going, can you believe they said this? And I'll just be talking for like an hour while they just go, uh-huh. That's crazy. Like on the 15, that's crazy. You think I'd learn? We only have about 4 Red Bulls left, and then after that, we'll see which direction we're going. I had to dim down the camera because I have an Elgato light, but as much as I love Elgato key lights and all of their equipment, I have it, like my microphone is Elgato, all that stuff. I don't know why they cheaped out and they put the 2.5 gigahertz fucking Wi-Fi adapter inside the light itself. So now I can't even connect to it. One, to change the lights. 2, to reduce the brightness. So I had to go in and manually change the brightness of my actual camera. So it's a lot brighter now, but yeah, it just makes me look a little ridiculous. Anyway, there's a few things I wanted to talk about today on the channel. You know, have some fun, do what we're doing, have a few conversations about a few things. Oh, I got a cute message from the girlfriend while she's at work. Seeing if someone sent something. I'll probably do a little League of Legends, or if some of the homies are around, you know, jump into a game with them. But for now, I think that even though I'm a small content creator and I am no one on anyone's radar, I am somewhat that is left-leaning. I am more of a Democrat than I am a Republican. I do have a handful of right views, you know. Like, I do think that the family matter, the family unit being intact is a good thing. I think that sometimes it's pretty good to conserve a few things that we have in our society, and that maybe we should move slower on a handful of issues, and we should see what the effects are, you know, on the society at large before we jump in full send. But I'm also, you know, a liberal, and I believe that, you know, if someone wants to be whatever if you want to be a Christian and have whatever crazy views you want to have, you have the right to do that. I'm an American. I do believe that freedom of speech is a very important factor. I've defended people that were Nazis before. I don't think it's okay to punch Nazis. I don't think it's okay to punch people for their ideas. Not to say that any of the people we're going to talk about today are Nazis. Not to say that Charlie Kirk is a Nazi or any of these things. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, when the radical left was going after people that they deemed Nazis, I was standing against them, talking about how they were wrong. And for good reason. Some people have their own opinions of things. If you want to defeat somebody, you have to do it in the marketplace of ideas. If you can't articulate your opinion, and if you can't defend your position, then maybe you should step away and let someone else step up to the plate. It's not that you shouldn't be able to voice your opinion, it's that you should probably let the voices that are going to be the most impactful for your movement to speak. So right now, those of us that are center left, towards the left, left-leaning, or just on the left, or Democrats, or even radicals, need to start stepping up and talking about how some of the people that are pushing political violence is a bad thing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. If we're ready for war, well, then we need to change the rhetoric. But at that point, the American idea has ended. Okay? America is supposed to be a place where everyone can come together. It's supposed to be a place where we can all agree on a handful of things, such as freedom, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and that applies to all people under the law, yet granted by any God in which you choose to believe in. When we give up on that dream, America changes, and it might just become another place where people live. But right now, we are teetering on something that's dangerous. And it takes more and more people to discuss these things with clear minds and talk concisely about what they think. We need to de-escalate this situation. And if Donald Trump and his ilk aren't going to do that, then it's up to the Democrats and it's up to the people that are in the periphery. We don't have the choice to, you know, sit this one out. We need to call out the violence now. And if we're the only ones doing it, then we just keep doing it until it's no longer an option. Right now, there's a lot of people on the right that are calling for blood, and I understand why. They're angry, they're upset. One of their icons has been taken from this world. Now, we don't know all of the surrounding circumstances around the situation. We don't know the shooter's true identity. We don't know his true motives yet. We just know that someone's in custody. We're not even sure if it's really him. But right now, The last thing we need to do is start pointing the fingers, because right now America, it's not United States of Republicans. It's not the United States of Democrats. It's the United States of America. What that means is they need to find abilities to cohabitate. Even if they don't like each other, they need to find a way to work together to make America the melting pot that it's supposed to be. And if that means sometimes you got to put up with opinions you don't like, it means you need to toughen the fuck up and put up with opinions you don't like. Again, if you can't combat someone on the marketplace of ideas, get the fuck out of the way and let the rest of us try. Now, all the stuff I'm gonna watch today, I have no idea what's in them. There's like 2 Destiny videos or 3. There's a good chance I'll be railing against Destiny today, and it's not something I want to do because that's my boy. But we cannot let division continue to be fueled. Okay, just the way it goes. There's no way that we can continue on that path. It leads to one area: destruction. So we're gonna go over a few things, and then probably try to decompress by doing a little bit of video games. But anyway, before we start all that, is this one rendering yet? All right, let's get this one rendering because this is the compassion fatigue that I want to get out. I really like my dude. All right. And just whoa, wait, oops, nope. I forgot. We had to upload the other video. That's why I went there. Hello, Yuki Berry. A gambling website is no thank you. No thank you, buddy. I guess I just have to block you. We're not doing all that. Yes. Dude, who the fuck is this? Thank you. Alright, so I need to go to documents. Yeah, we'll just do all this here and we'll just reuse all of these. No, cancel. We'll just reuse all of this except this for now. I'll come in and fix this later. Next, turn it off. I'll do this at the end of the stream. Just want to get it uploaded, private, save, and then I'll come in and fix it all up when I'm done. Okay. So I have an XQC and Destiny debate. I typically like you. XQC is a pretty smart guy. Listen to him talks a little rough. And then Destiny's gonna talk. I don't know what this one is. It sounded interesting. Matt Walt, I love my boy Thinking Monk, and I believe he's the one who runs the Dalaman Clips. And I want to support Destiny, but Destiny's already a multi-millionaire. So I'm gonna probably support my boy Thinking Monk because it goes to the same place. You know what I'm saying? And Destiny's really rich. He can afford to share some of his wealth with some of his orbiters there. So I'm gonna watch his content on it. I know Asmongold said something pretty off the wall, so I'm gonna have to watch that. And there was one song I wanted to listen to today that I don't think is gonna get copyright strike. So we're just gonna get into it, man. So the first one up the bat, let's just take a watch of Asmongold. I'm pretty sure this is something because I've seen some of his tweets. I don't think this is going to go well. And Asmongold has a pretty big audience, so I'm probably sure I'm going to piss off a lot of people. Or he might say some completely reasonable things. However, that doesn't seem to be in vogue right now with those on the right. And considering his tweets have been pretty hostile, maybe we'll get to hear. I can't believe he's at 4 million subscribers. Holy fuck. Alright, man. Asmongold, look. You've never been my top guy, but you usually give pretty good nuance. How am I supposed to say this? You usually give more thoughtful opinions than someone like Hassan. So
Hey guys.
let's see what we're working with.
It's me again, and it's been a little while. Just before I get into the main topic of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos. My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during.
No matter what you think of Asmongold, this is a huge flex for him. Like, anyone should be really happy that he's taking time to take care of his family. And that's just like what a man does. And you know how hard it was for him to walk away from all that? Like, he's literally one of the fastest growing channels. He's the biggest political content creator. He's raking in millions of dollars by being on stream, and to take a break from that to take care of your family. Like, holy fuck. No matter what you think of the man, you got to give him his flowers for that. That's respectful. Like, clearly he's not in this for the money. He's like, or else he would just keep streaming and not give a shit, and then like phone in what he's doing for his father. So, much respect, much love, and I wish his dad the best. And hopefully, Asmongold is okay with what's going on. Good on you, man.
This situation, and because of that I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be back as soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Alright, man, let's get into it. Come on, brother. Don't give me some bullshit. Come on, give me something good to work with. Give me some unity. Give me some, de-escalation. Give me something. Like, you have a massive audience. So many people watch you and care about what you have to say. Like, you have a massive platform that can actually move things in the correct direction. Please, for the love of God, don't be an unhinged piece of shit.
This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on LiveLeak, videos I've ever seen. The first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated. The guy gets shot in the neck, and blood is spurting out.
I mean, I watched it too. It wasn't the most gruesome thing ever. Just because you like the guy, you don't have to lie about it. What happened was terrible. But I watched a man get beat to death with a fucking hammer while choking on his own guts in Russia. Like, what do you mean? That wasn't the most gruesome. And I know you existed in those same circles, motherfucker. What are you doing? We could just say what happened to Charlie Kirk was disgusting. And how dare it happen in front of his family. There you go. You don't have to, amp up how disgusting it was when we've seen way worse. Like, we're millennials. Like, we lived through some of the worst shit around. Like, we lived through COVID. We lived through fucking, what was it? 9/11. We lived through numerous school shootings. We lived through. What are we doing right now? We lived through the LA riots. We lived through BLM, which tore people down. I watched an old cop that was a black man during the BLM riots get fucking tackled to the ground and beat to death. We saw Kyle Rittenhouse do some crazy shit. Now, this one might have been the clearest picture thing that we've seen without cell phone footage, but I wouldn't say it was the most gruesome thing. He got popped once. Why are we being disingenuous about this? What happened was disgusting, and we should call it the fuck out, regardless of what side you are on the political aisle, regardless of what terrible, disgusting things Charlie Kirk has said. Words are words. They're not an incitement to violence. Now, things change when policies start getting enacted, but as of right now, most of the policies that are being enacted, yes, some people are losing rights and stuff, and I understand why those people would be very mad, but we have to have these conversations in the political sphere, in the public sphere. We can't just go grab a rifle and shoot someone we don't like, because I guarantee you, if you were to look in the mirror, 90% of what you are is what other people don't like. Change your perspective if you can. If you were raised in a strong Christian home, okay, you have two parents, a stable home, and you are pursuing the American dream. And then you see people on the far left that scream and screech about how America bad. You have people like Hassan Piker who push America deserved 9/11. You have people like Hassan Piker who push it's okay to assassinate senators. It's okay to like do terrible things. It's okay to like destroy anyone who's ever had any kind feelings towards Israel. Because that's a literal quote that he put out on the internet. If you don't want, trust me, you can go fucking find it. Also in Ethan Klein's content nuke. It's out there. You don't have to look very hard to see Hassan saying unhinged shit. So if you see all of these things constantly, and then you see someone that's coming out saying that they want to rip apart what your definition of gender is, and you know they're advocating for like stripping away the things that you care about, it's easy to see why sometimes their rhetoric can come off a little extreme. Now, if you were able to place yourself in these people's positions, you're probably doing better than them, because they typically could never place themselves in yours. I used to hate the phrase, when they go low, we go high. It's not really about trying to be some moral, upstanding character. I don't give a fuck about that. That's some dumb shit. I'm not doing what I do or say what I say so people think I'm a good person. I don't think I'm a good person. I think I'm a shitty person. I think I'm a person riddled with my own greed, insecurities, and my own personal traumas. I'm a person that's been damaged by the society around me, and I hold grudges, and, you know, I have some animosity to a handful of people. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to wish for their deaths. I don't think there's a single person on this planet that I wish for their death. My number one enemy is Hassan Piker. He doesn't even know I exist. I think Hassan Piker is one of the most deadly people on the planet, and as long as his audience continues to reign supreme, I think we're going to see escalations of violence continually. With that being said, I don't think Hassan should be deported from my country. I don't think Hassan should be harmed in any way. I think that Hassan should have to debate his opinions and fall flat on his face every time. And then eventually, over time, people will realize that he's a fucking moron, and maybe they shouldn't listen to him. And then since he has no actual training or understanding, or is not even willing to look into the situations that he's speaking about, then maybe, you know, he shouldn't call himself a fucking reporter. Sorry, that was a long tangent. I apologize.
I didn't even know it could do that. And it was absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy,
Yes.
controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years. And as you
Well, let's give flowers where flowers due. The person I believe who started it was Steven Crowder. But Steven Crowder is also a shock-jock asshole on the Republican side on his own, off time. I will say that Charlie Kirk, despite his divisive rhetoric, was a little bit more palatable by a majority of people. And it's why Charlie Kirk was far more accepted than someone like, what's his name? Steven Crowder. Charlie Kirk, for whatever you have to say bad about him, did an amazing ground game. Charlie Kirk managed to set up chapters in almost every major college and brought on young voters. One of the primary things, there's 5 to 10 reasons why Donald Trump got elected, and I talk about him a lot. But then one of the things that really got Donald Trump elected, besides Joe Rogan, people being tired of the trans issue, Israel-Palestine, stupid shit people thinking that they're impoverished when, they're making a lot more money than they have any reason to. People that have a 4-bedroom house and 3 cars are complaining about how hard it is to fucking pay for things. It's bro, stop putting shit that you can't afford in your fucking cart, dipshit. Sometimes you need to be more think about your parents. Did your parents have 4 fucking cars? Did your parents have a 3-story house with every fucking amenity that's been created? No. Your parents probably didn't even have fucking AC while you were growing up, dipshit. Holy fuck, the more that we add to life, you know what I mean? And the more that people think that they deserve all of every aspect of that life, things come at a cost, you know what I mean? Back in the day when you were a kid, your parents used to have to save up for an Xbox, the original fucking Super Nintendo because it was like $400 fucking dollars, which if you were to add for inflation at the time is like fucking $800 and $900 back then. Like, holy fuck, dude, the amount of people, the money that people were spending on these consoles for their kids, for their Super Nintendo and their Genesis, nearly almost was like a fucking car payment. Back then, you could buy a brand new car for like $4,000. Like, people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about when they start talking about finances. Like, the people that will complain about how hard it is in the economy that they're in are the same people that go out and get a Starbucks every day while they have a fucking $2,000 phone in their pocket. Like, bro, no. I remember I was watching a debate once on Jubilee, and they asked, well, what did Biden do to help parents? And it's like, you mean gave them a child tax credit that gave them like $4,000 back? And it's like, $4,000? What is that? It's like, a lot of money. What do you mean? $4,000? Like, well, I need to buy groceries. If I gave you $4,000 and you couldn't stretch that out for like at least 6 months in groceries, then you have a fucking problem, and you need to reassess what you're fucking spending your money on. Like, I've had $1,000 in my bank account for like 3 weeks. I think I spent $40 yesterday taking the family out to get food. That was it. I haven't spent $1 in 3 weeks. Sorry. Like, what are we talking about? $4,000 or $6,000 is nothing to you? Like, the middle class is literally, like, all this shit about we need to save the middle class. I'm sick of hearing from the middle class who have everything they could ever want complain about how they don't have anything. It's fucking annoying. When we actually have people starving on fucking food stamps that can't actually get fucking food. They're stuck eating like ramen and disgusting meals that are overly processed, that are dangerous to their bodies, and then makes them sicker and sicker until they then infect our medical system. And then now we have even more expenses coming out because these people are so fucking poor they can't afford anything. Those are the people that I want to talk about when it comes to like where we are and like based off of inflation in the economy. But a majority of people that voted for Trump aren't those people. The majority of those people are the middle class, which is bullshit. It's all lies. Because as soon as Trump got into office, did the tariffs, and prices kept rising, they no longer gave a fuck. Sorry. Went on a tangent. I apologize.
Featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person.
I mean, he did have some pretty radical views, such as like one time he said that if his 10-year-old daughter got I think he said if his 10-year-old daughter was a victim of SA and was impregnated, that he would force her to carry her child. That's a thing Charlie Kirk said. Charlie Kirk also said that, for not verbatim, okay, I'm just going off of memory here, so I could totally be wrong, but he also advocated for the fact that people that were in the shackles of slavery were happier, better off, and you know, I don't even think I should have to continue that. No, Charlie Kirk had some fucking extreme views. He had decent rhetoric. Okay, rhetoric is how people convince other people to do things. Charlie Kirk's rhetoric was much tamer than that of his contemporaries, like people that exist within his sphere. He was no Nick Fuentes or Sam Hyde. He was no Candace Owens or, right now Matt Walsh. But he said some fucked up, disgusting shit. He just said it in a palatable way that was easy on the ears that a lot of people could, I kind of get what he's coming from. Now, that doesn't mean he deserves to die. But we don't need to lie about the man either. I can understand why some people would be very mad at Charlie Kirk, especially for the goals and aims that he's working towards, including mass deportations, creating the country as an ethno-state that believes in, religious command theory, and how he backtracked on his stances on how important the Constitution was. And watching him get dog walked at Cambridge was fucking hilarious. That being said, Charlie Kirk is a human, an American. regardless of my political leanings and his political leanings, we are of the same creed. We are humans. We bleed the same blood. And I will defend his right to say any rancid bullshit that he wants to until I'm blue in the face. And if that means I get ostracized by the left, then fuck it. I've already been there before. I'll do it again. I've been fighting with radical leftists my entire life. I don't give a fuck to fight with them again. Matter of fact, it's more fun fighting with them because then it's friendly fire, and I get to get a little unhinged because I know they are too. I get to just let it out a little bit. You know what I mean? The aggression, the anger. Who needs to play video games to get their anger out when all you have to do is deal with a hardcore, super third wave feminists that think that all men are part of the patriarchy and that all men are single-handedly repressing every woman on the planet and everything is sexist, despite the fact that we have raw data coming out showing that more and more men are being left behind, both in the social settings and also in the economic settings. More and more men are becoming poorer and poorer every day. Less of them are going to college. All of these things are true. All of these things are negatively impacting men. It's also negatively impacting relationships. Like, again, 64% of women under the age of 30 are probably more likely to be married, while it's like around the lower 30% for men. Also, like, it's like a thing in like the 60% as well for women owning a house under the age of 30, while it's like super low for men. So I don't want to hear the bullshit that like now that like men are the sole perpetuators of the system that we're in, because right now men are the one falling behind. We can have an honest conversation about toxic masculinity, the way that we have failed men in homes, and the way that men have poorly maintained themselves in society. I got you. I will be there every day for that conversation. But when you start painting people with a broad brush, I'm out. I don't like gender politics. Fuck your gender politics. How about that? You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if you're a men's rights activist. I don't give a fuck if you're a feminist. I don't want to be on either side about that bullshit. I'm a humanist. That's all about the human condition and saving humans. Now, we can deal with individual issues, such as the fact that the majority of men are the ones that are causing terrible crimes against women. We need to do more and more to teach women how to defend themselves. We need to do more and more to teach men not to be pieces of shit. And just because we're physically stronger in so many areas, that doesn't mean that we have the right to push people around because they're smaller than us. No man pushes a woman around. That's what a fucking child does, okay? If you're a man that puts hands on your woman, you're a piece of shit. Full stop. Don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you're a men's rights guy or not. I don't give a fuck if you're a bodybuilder. Even if you're like Joe Rogan built, you're a piece of shit. And you deserve to get hands put back on you. Because as soon as you put hands on someone, it's no longer about words. It's no longer about political ideology. You're literally a piece of shit. Just because someone's smaller than you doesn't mean they're your toy. But that doesn't mean that all men are part of the problem. It doesn't mean that there's some terrible patriarchy. It doesn't mean every man wants to use a woman as a product. It doesn't mean that the male gaze is something that should be completely destroyed upon, because seeing a beautiful woman doing something beautiful is fun and interesting. And it's something worth cherishing. So, fuck all this shit, man. We need to get back to human. We need to stop dividing people down fucking lines and stop finding reasons to point the finger across that divide. It just needs to fucking stop. I've been saying this for fucking 12 goddamn years. If you want, you can go back to my Facebook and you can scroll all the way back. There have been numerous times where I've asked for de-escalation from the radical left and the radical right. It needs to fucking stop. There is no way forward until we do that. Or we just have to accept the fact that the America that we were born and raised in is gone. And then that whole social experiment is over. And everyone needs to start going back to their own little circles. And the only way that's going to happen is through a bloody fucking war. But I don't want that to happen. You shouldn't want it either. And if you do, you're part of the fucking problem.
But I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion. At least,
I wouldn't say he's more of a moderate. He just had better rhetoric and optics.
Especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum. And they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations,
Okay, are you gonna accept any responsibility for the shit that you've done in that process? I'm sorry, Asmongold, but you've said some horrendous shit on the internet, especially on Twitter, where Elon Musk lets it happen. This shit wasn't happening when Elon Musk didn't own Twitter. Elon Musk brought Twitter. He allowed people to start saying the N-word again on Twitter. He started letting political violence happen in real time on Twitter. He started letting people dox people on Twitter. He started breaking so many rules and basic fucking humanitarian things. And here you are, just a white dude. I remember watching you laugh as the boat got overturned and a bunch of people died. I remember that. I remember you laughing with glee when all of the people that worked at USAID or USIAD or whatever the fuck it's called were fired and they lost their ability to afford things for their family. I remember you saying, good, you deserve it. Meanwhile, all of those funds and things were appropriated by Congress. They were all done through legal channels. People voted on those things in the American way that it's supposed to be done. I remember you fucking sitting there with glee as these people were suffering. I also remember seeing you post something on Twitter within the last 48 hours saying that if the world would be a better place, we took 5 to 10% of those that have the mentally challenged and put them in coal mines instead of putting them in schools. Bro, you were part of the problem, dude. Your political divisiveness is why you have 4 million subscribers. So if you're going to call out the political divisiveness, okay, cool. I'm on your side. Why don't we start talking about the shit that you've done that have perpetuated that violence? You are not exempt from this, just like neither is Hassan. Hassan has done some crazy unhinged shit. Now, you may not be as crazy as Hassan, but the things you advocate for and push for are part of the problem. Such as the statements where you said that you think that it's okay that we need to only start accepting white immigrants from Europe. I don't know if you know this, but that is a neo-Nazi talking point that people like Sam Hyde and fucking Nick Fuentes would parrot. You don't think that's divisive? You don't think it's divisive for anyone in our country of color that hear a white man who is very successful with 4 million subscribers talking about a bunch of bullshit like that? Come on, man. Let's be real here. Why don't we take stock of all the things, the terrible things we've said? I guarantee you I've said shit that's unhinged, that has probably pushed the rhetoric in a dangerous direction. And I have to wear that egg on my face. I have to own up to that. Anytime I say something, I bear some form of responsibility. We participate in the environment and we create the market to make these things viable. People wouldn't do these things if they weren't pushed in these directions. We need to pull down the fucking rhetoric and we need to simmer the fuck down. And right now we don't have a president that's going to talk about those things. Any other president in the last fucking 40 years would have been like, it's time to cool down the political violence. We are Americans. Not Trump. He calls Democrats evil. And I guarantee you think that it's true.
All social conversations and all discourse on the internet in general to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you...
Are you going to call it the doxing for all the people that made jokes about Charlie Kirk's death? Are you going to call it the doxing for the people that are losing their jobs right now and part of the cancel culture on the right? I'm sorry, freedom of speech goes both ways. You want to laugh about fucking immigrants dying, people can laugh about Charlie Kirk dying. I think it's the wrong move. I think it's morally disgusting. There is some irony in the fact that he was taken out by a gun. There's also some irony in the fact that he was taken out by a gun just after talking about school shootings. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to find humor there, you can. I'm not going to besmirch someone that does. I'm probably not going to go around joking too much about it, you know what I mean? But like, come on, man. You're part of this too, dude. You don't get to sit here on the sidelines and go, well, I can't believe all these people are being so mean to them Republicans. Bro, Republicans have attempted to assassinate people for the past, 5 years? We had the attacks on one senator. We saw the attack on Nancy Pelosi. We saw that pipe bombs were mailed to various people of the left, from Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama. all these other things. We had Gretmer, someone tried to kidnap her and kill her. Like, this has been going on for a while. It's not a one-side issue. It's on the left and it's on the right. And it's up to the thought leaders of these movements to speak out about it. I'm a nobody. I have 2,000 subscribers on the internet, and I'm a music reaction channel. Okay? I don't have the ability to, like, thwart any of the stuff happening in the world right now. I just don't have, I don't have the traction, I don't have the movement, I don't have the capability, and I probably don't have the words for it. But Asmongold has 4 million subscribers, loyal audience members. He could start spreading some positivity in the world again. He chooses not to. But maybe he does. Maybe he calls out his actions leading up to this point in this very video and accepts some form of responsibility for Charlie Kirk's death, as I do. I take some responsibility. I've said a lot of mean shit about Charlie Kirk in my life. Some of it true, some of it hyperbolic, but you know, there is responsibility on all sides. It's just not the person who pulled the trigger. We created the media environment there. Every person watching this content creates the media environment. We are all complicit in this. This isn't just one side bad. This just isn't just shooter bad. We all bear some responsibility for what's happening right now. Full send, full stop.
Post a person's home address. It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie.
Yeah, but libs of TikTok is literally doing that right now, such as posting their address, such as posting their Facebook, such as contacting their employers over freedom of speech for making jokes about Charlie Kirk's death. I saw one that I thought was pretty funny, where someone said, "We can't extract the bullet. It's in its God-given place." Kind of like the argument for abortion, just flipped on its head. Is it callous? Is it cold? Is it fucking somewhat disgusting? Yes. Did it make me chuckle? Also, yes. Sorry. I mean, sorry, dude. You can find humor in dark shit. It's just the way the world works, dude. What do you think comedy is? Like, no one wants to watch fucking soft soy content like that. We go to comedy to laugh at the deeper and darker impulses of the world, to put a reflection to ourselves, to put a mirror in front of us and see what dirty aspects of us that exist. There's nothing wrong with laughing at a shitty joke, you know? Should people lose their job over this joke? No. Should Charlie Kirk lose his life over his shitty opinions? No. Problem solved. Look at that. Consistency. I wear it like I am. Boom, baby.
Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners.
That's also why they want to find out the identity of people that fucking voted for Kamala Harris. That's also why they want to find out the identity of all these pro-Palestinian people, man, because they can deport them from our fucking country. What are we doing, bro? Like, come on, dude, stop pointing out one side of the political aisle, because I could do it too. We could even start talking about the fact that, you know, we want to learn the identity of people that use racial slurs on the internet. Oh, that's something the left wants to do all the time. Fuck, man. Holy shit, didn't Candace Owens get her start in the entire political sphere by literally creating a doxing website to go after people that said racial slurs on the internet? Holy shit. Wasn't she friends with Charlie Kirk? Isn't there some culpability there? Because now isn't she one of the biggest podcast people on the planet? Meanwhile, Libs of TikTok has been getting teachers fired for years. Come on, man. You can't be okay with doxing on one side of the political aisle, bro. I need to see you call that shit out if you want me to take you seriously on this. Right now, with what you're saying, I agree with. Doxing needs to fucking stop. What's going on, Lou? I missed you, brother. Welcome back. We in hell, baby.
At the beginning of the year, it's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing.
Thank you.
I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing.
Oh my fucking God. I will say that the left is far more inclined to do cancel culture bullshit. And I will stand against that Cancel culture bullshit every day of the week. I agree that the left has been the primary benefactors of such bullshit, and I can understand the desire or the want to participate in the same behavior once you get into a position of power. However, if you want to be a person that is morally consistent and you want to be a person that is staying true to their beliefs and the things that they ought to believe in when they are preaching those things, when you get into that position of power, you owe it to be better than them. Yes, the left went far with cancel culture bullshit. I agree. I lost my job over a vaccine mandate when I was working at Cox Automotive. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and defend the radical reaches of the radical left. It's not going to do it. I don't give a shit. Those people on the left aren't my allies. They're illiberal people that don't believe in freedom of speech. They don't believe in the fact that America has oughts that we ought to defend. Okay? I'm not going to defend these people, and I'm not going to defend those actions. I'm not going to defend violence. Full stop. But it's not 90% of the left. A majority of the crimes that have been committed for political violence is done on the right. Now, you could dive into the data on that, but that literally is out there. Come on, man. Come on.
But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time.
What are you saying, Ray? Hey, Kia, both sides do it with their wallet. Exactly. This guy is dumb as fuck. Everyone is on the hate bandwagon. Yes. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Holy fuck, man. Well, like, all right. So what is he saying here? All right, let me listen a little bit more before I try to, like, filter shit through my own words, because...
Sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing, but that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time.
The fuck is he talking about? The right-wing people have been the one leading the violent rhetoric for years. I mean, you could see that as far back as 2008, when they were saying things like, Obama, they don't trust Obama because he's not American, he's a Muslim. They said that. John McCain had to take the microphone from a woman talking poorly of another American that was going to lead the country. When John McCain lost that election, you heard so much booing in the audience, it was disgusting. The right wing have been drumming up their base for years and using illegal immigrants as a weapon to do so. We have seen extreme rhetoric from the right for a very long time. The right wing also did January 6th. You can bitch about BLM all you want, but they raided the Capitol building, okay? They killed a police officer. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Yeah, they did kill a police officer. And then they also got one of their own shot named Ashley Babbitt. The right wing have been doing dangerous, violent shit for a very long time. It wasn't until Antifa came around where the left started matching their bullshit. I've been a part of this culture war since Atheism Plus, okay? That's a long time. I'm not someone who just jumped in yesterday. I've been talking about this for years. There was a time where me and people on the right had a lot more in common. Not in our political ideology, but we found allyship against the massive overreach of the left. When we saw PC culture at its highest. I was pro Gamergate, I was against Atheism Plus, I was against the SJW movement, I was against the woke culture, I was against third wave feminism, but I also started seeing those same people get violent. And that's when I started pulling myself the fuck away from those sides. when I saw how dangerous they were talking in private. I would join like discords, and I'd hear people like just, I can't wait until we can just get out there. And I'll tell you a small story real quick. For those of you that don't know, especially if this is the first time you see me, which hopefully I don't come off too unhinged. I've worked in and out of shops my entire adult life outside of truck driving. Okay, I used to be I've been managers, I've been technicians, I've been assistant managers, I've been service managers, I've been a district manager. I've done it all, man. I've been around that market for a while. Primarily, the people I work with are on the right. I work with a lot of blue collar boys, okay, and I like my blue collar boys. Okay, I know what they mean when they say what they say. I remember one time I was working at a place for tire discounters in Lebanon, Ohio. A customer came in. He asked us to do a rotation on his dually truck, in which we did. But he was a member of the Proud Boys. This man flat out told me that him and 7 members of the Proud Boys were arming up to do really bad shit if Trump lost the election. Come on, man. The Proud Boys were a pretty dangerous group. They started as a joke group to go fight and do dumb shit against Antifa, but they quickly became radicalized in their own way. This is not just the left. And the right has been doing this forever. Come on, bro. You know better than this. You're being disingenuous, or you're stuck in a hug box and in an echo chamber.
Dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level.
What the fuck?
The issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation.
Really? Really, you piece of subhuman shit. Really, homie. Didn't you guys complain that they were censoring divisive rhetoric, and then that was only single-handedly censoring right-wing views? You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to have your cake and eat it too? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. How are you going to sit here and tell me that during the 2020s in the Biden administration that only one side was being censored, and that they had overstep, and that they were doing way too much to halt conversations in the political sphere? And now you're saying they're not doing any moderation? Why not? Maybe because Donald Trump sued fucking Twitter and fucking sued goddamn Facebook, and then both what's the guy behind fucking, I can't remember his name, the Mark Zuckerberg had to go on Joe Rogan and then like fucking say that he was forced by the Biden administration, but he didn't supply any evidence of the claim. Like, and then he gave like $20 million to Donald Trump. Of course they backed off. You guys bitched and complained for fucking years that there was too much moderation and too many fact checks. You're goddamn right they backed off. This is what you advocated for. The most divisive rhetoric on the entire internet is coming from Twitter. A guy who literally donated like $260 million to get Donald Trump elected. What do you mean? He's the one not fucking watching the shit you guys say. And where is the violent rhetoric coming from? I'll tell you what. Let's do a little test. How many mainstream Democrats that are in office or political pundits advocating for violence right now? How many Democrats, even here on YouTube, from Destiny to Hutch to fucking Pisco to Dean Withers to fucking, I don't know, Parker and all these other people and Z Cohen, whatever, all these people, how many of them have been calling for like a celebration over Charlie Kirk's death? How many of them have called for that? I can't find one. I went on Twitter the night after just to see who was saying unhinged shit. I found a few fucking crazy unhinged people. Like one guy changed his name to I Smoke Charlie Kirk. That guy's a piece of shit, but he's always been a piece of shit. I've never liked that motherfucker. The vast majority of Democrats especially those in positions of power or within the actual active fucking government, have called for de-escalation and have condemned the shooting. Excuse me. Even Destiny, a guy who usually mocks and jokes about these things, even though he's made his jokes, he is still asked to de-escalate violence. Now, maybe I could be wrong. There's a debate up here with XQC that might prove me wrong. Haven't watched yet, don't know. The point is that a majority of the people on the left, especially in positions of power or influence, are calling for a de-escalation of violence and that this is a bad thing that happened. What's happening on the right? Come on now. You have Matt Walsh doubling down, tripling down, saying that violence is a necessity. These people are evil and vile and they're seeking to kill us. And we are the forces of good and they are the forces of bad. The same language the Nazis used for their justification for killing my ancestors. Thanks, man. Okay. Maybe not him. Let's move on. Well, Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes you can write off because they're literally fucking right-wing extremists that have more in common with Nazis than I could possibly name in a single video. Okay, those are given. What about the President of the United States of America? What's he saying? What is the Hodge twins saying? What is Candace Owens saying? Oh, all the same shit. What is Joe Rogan saying? They're saying that the Democrats are evil. What happens with evil people? Oh, we smite them. You need to stop othering your opposition. I mean, I did it here. I called him subhuman filth, but he's misrepresenting facts.
I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these.
Okay, cool. Okay, at least he called out Twitter because that's where Elon Musk allows everything. Okay, good job. Sorry, I went on a gigantic soy rant. I apologize.
Platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions.
I don't know about that one.
And I think that now, I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society.
Okay, well, you're advocating for authoritarian control because none of these things can be quantifiable. I'm confused. It's not too late. If it's too late, then get the guns out, start the Civil War. But I don't think it's too late. You have 4 million subscribers. Could you imagine if all the biggest content creators and influencers and news media organizations got together to do something to work with one another to push out beautiful ideologies and talk about the humanity here? Like, everything you're pushing right now is going to lead to further division, bro. It's not, if you believe it's too late, then we're already fucked. One guy got shot, Crimea River. It's not too late. We can stop that. After the fucking Civil War, they pardoned the South, where thousands of people died. It wasn't too late then. You need to change your perspective, little bro.
Cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, things...
Dangerous game there, buddy, because someone could just say you're crazy. I think you're fucking crazy. Does that mean I think you should be locked in a cage somewhere or medicated? No. I think that your ideas are fucking reprehensible. And the things that you choose to get giddy at are disgusting. This is the same things that I get giddy at you think is disgusting. Okay? Like when I find a humor in a terrible situation, that's just, my sense of humor. I don't get to dictate that. That's just the way my mind works. And same for you. But I don't do you understand what you're advocating for? Locking up people you deem crazy. But what does crazy mean? Now we have to get into a semantic argument about what you mean by that definition and where the line is drawn. And then who gets to dictate where that line is? You not understand how dangerous this is? You not understand like what you're saying? I think that you're being a reactionary right now in a dangerous way. You're advocating for something that can be used as a weapon not only against the people on the left, but people on the right. And what? Sometimes it just takes a really bad day to make a good man break. Should we lock that guy up for the rest of his life because he has the potential of going crazy? Or he gets cut off in traffic and someone honks their horn too loud and he just snaps because he's suffering under the weight of like trying to measure how much money he has to see if he can keep his house afloat, send his child to school. We've got medical bills that are racking up because we live in a society that no longer has medical. Like, what are we talking about here? What crazies are we talking about? Because if you were to lock up the crazies, a lot of MAGA's going away. And then you would lose probably about 2 million of your subscribers, bro.
Things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all of the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace.
Do you not think that a law-abiding citizen could go crazy? And who, like, where are these definitions? Like, where are we going to define these? Like, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I do almost everything in my power to follow the law. I preach the law as a good metric for us to define our society. But I'm pretty sure many of your constituents and many of your friends and many of the people on the political ideology that you're a part of would deem me crazy. I pay my taxes. I've worked almost my entire life. But I've never even taken a vacation. What do you mean? Like, I'm also dude, I'm such a soy boy that, like, even back when Blockbuster was a thing, I used to rewind all of the tapes when we sent them back just to be kind to the next person in line that would re-rent it. It wasn't a law, but, like, I went out of my way to do things for other people. But, like, I would still consider myself crazy depending on the topic. There's some things I can get very heated over. What are we talking about, man? These, you need to define these if you're going to start making these kind of claims, homie.
A life of prosperity and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well.
That's crazy, though, because now you're advocating for something against the Constitution, homie. Like, we all have the right to pursue happiness, and it is not just built upon those that are Americans. Being on American soil grants you the rights that are imbued by your creator, even those that you deem crazy or lesser than, or those that you think that are mentally ill or suffering from some kind of thing. They have the right to pursue the life that they want, as long as they are not breaching the non-aggression principle, as most libertarians will state. Wait, what are we talking about, man? Do you not see how what you're saying could be considered or misconstrued as authoritarian? Come on, bro.
And I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that. And I don't want to see, America turn into a PvP server. And it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, get arrested 14 times. And it's not even a question, right? You put them in jail and you throw away the key and you compel them to work, and that.
But you understand that's going to be a massive tax burden, right? We're going to go that route. Why don't we just, like, reinstate the death penalty? The reason we put people in jail is not just because they're bad. It's because we want to rehabilitate them so that they can eventually re-enter society. That's the goal of it. That's why we don't kill people anymore. Because we give people the chance to become better. And it's that human chance that's supposed to be the thing that lingers between all of us. Like, that it's supposed to be a core fucking feature of humanity. That we should look towards the things that people can do right. There was a movie called The Peaceful Warrior that I watched as a kid growing up. Well, I was like 18 or 19. And it said, those that need love are the hardest to love. I'm not saying that we should always get on our knees and prostrate ourselves before hardcore right wingers call for the purge. Exactly, dude. Exactly, and they're doing it now. Those that need the most help, we should give it to. Majority of people can handle their life on their own. Our social safety nets that we have created are not for just. They're mostly for those that are habitual fucking repeat offenders. Most of the time, our prison system is full of these things. Now, we could go over prison reform. We can go, like, we can always have that conversation, but humanity has to be at the center of that conversation. Can't just be protect those that aren't crazy, because everything in their life is already working in the right direction. It has to be something deeper than that. It has to be.
That way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually. When you throw away the key and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve.
So slavery. Got it. Crazy people need to be slaves. Got it. Okay. People that you deem mentally unwell need to be slaves. Got it. Cool. Cool story, bro. That's where we're at. Crazy people, mentally unwell people, trans people. I've been a political debate guy since high school, since the high school line, and I've never seen shit this crazy. It's because of these people. People like Asmongold, people like Hassan, and even to some extent people like Destiny. We need to not, like, he's advocating right now for a form of slavery. They lock you up, throw the key, make you go work in a coal mine or something. That's what he's saying right now. I don't know how we got here. I do. It all started with Gamergate and Steve Bannon fucking looking at it going, oh yeah, we can use outrage to do. It's easier to be mad about something than it is to be happy. And by using someone's anger against them, we can use it as a bludgeon or a vector to push people to crazy shit. And then the more outrage there is, the more invigorated your base is. All right. The slavery's back on the docket. Cool.
Solve that problem. It's very simple, actually. But for some reason, the way that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking, that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous performative empathy possible, and that's defining a huge political voice in the country. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone. And
Really? So not wanting to have slaves. Okay, man. Alright, you're calling this common sense. Even prisoners have rights, dipshit. Your rights don't all disappear just because you're locked in a cage. Why we still provide them meals. Why we give them housing. You have rights, even as a prisoner. Now, some of those rights have been stripped away due to the actions that you've made. Okay.
I think that with people like the shooter that probably shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway that stabbed that Ukrainian woman, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school, one thing that's common about...
All right. Okay. Hold on. Let me just move. All right, I'm gonna move this over because I'm gonna open up Twitter, and I don't trust Twitter to not show adult content. Let me see if I can find Mehdi Hassan's statement here. Shit. I should have reposted it. Goddamn. Oh wait, I think I did. Did I repost it? Yes. Okay. All right. So, from me, okay, Mehdi Hassan, a really good, articulate person. From me, a list of Trump supporters who killed or tried to kill Democrats and opponents of Trump's in recent years, since the writer now claiming all political violence is from the left. Here are the actual facts for those who are with conveniently short memories. The man who targeted and killed Democratic state lawmakers Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home in Minnesota in June was a Trump supporter. The man charged with attempting to assassinate Pennsylvania Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro in April was a Trump supporter. The man convicted of orchestrating a series of shootings at the home of 4 Democratic elected officials in New Mexico in 2022, Trump supporter. The man who tried to kidnap the Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and assaulted her husband Paul in 2022, Trump supporter. The men who wanted to hang Mike Pence on January 6, 2021 were Trump supporters. And you can hear it live where people are chanting, "Hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence," after Donald Trump tweeted out, "Mike Pence has failed us." The man who killed the son of Obama's appointed district judge, Esther Salas, in 2020, Trump supporter. The men who were convicted of trying to kidnap Michigan Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020 were Trump supporters. The men who sent pipe bombs to the house of Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Hillary Clinton, and other top Democrats in 2018 were Trump supporters. The men who killed left-wing activist Heather Heyer after driving his car into a crowd of counter-protesters in Charlottesville in 2017 were Trump supporters. The issue has been going on for a long time. You got 3, Asman. How many do I have? I mean, and if you go down this list, you can find a lot more bullshit over and over again. We need to stop the fucking violence, man. Come on, bro. Quit being ridiculous.
All of them is that these people, in almost all cases, were verifiably nuts beforehand, and nothing ever was done about it. And until we can stomach the idea of solving problems like that before they happen, we're going to keep having problems. And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of, political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. And
I can't explain to you the fact that one side of the political aisle has the leaders of that political party advocating for violence. And on the right, or on the other side, on the left, you have its constituents voting for political violence. These are not the same thing, okay? These are not the same thing. These are 2 different levels of violence. And they're 2 different levels of crazy. If the leaders of your movement are advocating for violence, that's more dangerous than just if the dumb fucking everyday citizens that don't know better are advocating for violence. Quit being, this is disingenuous as fuck.
And the problem is that now people are acting on it. And you're starting to see this happen, and I think it's
situation
going to continue
precogs.
Getting worse. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one, but I think that we will look at Charlie Kirk's death and see it as a turning point in this topic.
Haha, Turning Point USA. The name, roll credits.
And what I'm really trying to get at here with this entire point is that right now we are at a extremely pivotal moment. And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to...
They never did. What are you talking about? I've never met a right-wing guy that wasn't ready to throw down. You know how many right-wing fucking gym bros that I'll say something about something and they're like, "You want to fucking fight, bro?" You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude. The right wing have never been the one that goes high, ever. I've never seen a right wing guy try to fucking tone down the temperature for fucking 8 years. I've never seen it. Not once. And I do nothing but read politics. So, come on, bro. You just got into this shit like 2 years ago. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Where the fuck were you? You used to be a milquetoast bitch that sat on the fence all day and would never give your opinion until there was money in it. Fuck you. What are you talking about right now? You know the right wing have been fucking unhinged for years. You used to talk about it fucking years ago. This is disgusting.
To just, oh, well, you know, this is just a crazy left-wing radical. I think you're probably going to see right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing
They already fucking do it, man.
people. And honestly,
They just don't do it to the fucking famous people. Peter Thiel's money behind. I mean, isn't he the one that actually supports Jubilee? I feel like he is. I gotta take these off. It's getting hot. Oh! This is crazy. I just joined in the past few minutes and agree with everything you say. Don't say that. I will say stuff that'll make you cringe.
while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them. Because a lot of left-wing...
Oh, we've gone full circle, man. Here we are. We're there. We did it. Fuck yes. Mask off. Oh, baby. I'm so glad to be right. Fuck. You know, there was a time when that firefighter got shot in place of Donald Trump. Because God loves Trump so much that he guides bullets into his viewers and his supporters over him, despite the fact that he stands on that stage and says, I'm here to do it for you. For right now, you're preaching. But like, look. Okay, so like I remember when Destiny was making jokes about the firefighter that got shot. And if you want to, you can talk about the irony of the fact that, you know, Donald Trump is supposed to be the shield against it. You know, that's what he says. If they can do this to me, they can do it to you. He says that kind of shit all the time, bro. I'm here to protect you from them. That's what he says. That's part of his fucking slogan. It was part of Trump 2024, and I think at one point Trump 2020 or whatever the fuck it was. Anyway, Asmongold used to get mad at people like Destiny for saying the exact same thing. Destiny would say, I don't advocate for violence, but I don't have sympathy for those that are participating in violent rhetoric and then violence happens to them. That's been Destiny's entire point for the past year. And Asmongold has come out and bitched and cried fucking ivory tears every time he does it. And now here he is, when it happens on his side. Again, he just says the same shit. No moral consistency, just a little crybaby bitch that picks and chooses when things, pick and choose when his morals stay intact. If you are against political violence and you are tired of the bullshit, you don't have to be like crying in your room over Charlie Kirk's death. I didn't. I said, wow, that sucks. And I did 2 things the day it happened, and then I said a little bit about the next day, and now I'm dedicating my entire stream to it because I'm seeing a lot of violent rhetoric popping up on Twitter. And I think that, like, even though I'm a small channel and I don't have a big following, I got to say something to even the small amount of people in my audience that might be getting radicalized in one direction. And also, I just want to have it on the record in case people say I can't get crazy. I can't. I can't watch Asman whatever as I end up doing what you're doing. It's just I'm in a room alone, raging into the void. Dude, this is usually what I do. I fucking lose my mind. But anyway, so he no longer has sympathy. Okay, look, that has been my stance for a long time. Okay, at least we're now finally on the same page. I think that all of his moral outrage and like it was like just that faux it was what FAUX faux outrage. It was all just bullshit before. Okay, cool. I'm glad he's just getting caught up. You know what I mean?
People have no problem advocating for violence, or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence.
Would he say the same thing about Trump supporters that talk about purging people, or when they call fucking Democrats evil, or I mean that's coded violence? What are you talking about, bro? Like how are you so inept on this topic that you can't even see that like the side that you're are advocating for does it more? That's been their entire slogan. I remember when Hillary Clinton lost the last election, Trump had to come out and say he wasn't going to lock her up. Despite the fact that during the debates, people were chanting, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. Despite the fact that we didn't find anything Parker was at the front line and it was crying and completely overwhelmed. Exactly, dude. Like, even if, let's just say you were being a selfish asshole. Let's just say that. Just for the sake of argument, let's just say you're being the most selfish asshole in the world. What happened to Charlie Kirk is bad because it can happen to you. Okay? If you're going to go out and state your political opinions and you can get shot at, even if you're just a selfish asshole and you're self-absorbed, which I'm not saying Parker is, I'm just saying for the sake of argument, calling out the violence is a good thing. Okay? Calling out the violence matters. It's really important because it can happen to you and no one wants it to happen to them. Excuse me, sorry, these Red Bulls are fucking me up. But yeah, come on, man. Come on, man.
The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual dishonesty that goes on in situations like this where it's considered, oh, well, you know, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean.
Ha! I don't know if he's arrogant or if he is deliberate hypocrite. I suspect he is knowing, and this is worse for me. Exactly. He saw it all go down 30 feet away. He was right there. Holy fuck. Poor Parker, dude. Also, thoughts and prayers to Charlie Kirk's family. I believe that they were both, like, I think his 2 kids and his wife was in the audience as well. Like, that's going to haunt them forever. You know what I mean? Like, it's a bummer that people had to live through such a tragedy in real time. I truly think, yes, those that know the difference and then still choose to be disingenuous like this, that's worse than those that are just too stupid to know the difference.
On in situations like this where it's considered, oh, well, you know, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean.
Isn't it ironic when people, like, discover what rhetoric is and, like, messaging is? Like, isn't it like just isn't it just so weird that after like an attack like this, people that would use the same defenses that he's talking about for Donald Trump magically find like their moral compass? You know what I'm saying? Like back in the day, and I used to defend this. I haven't caught the news today. Has the shooter been caught? Do we even know what? I know that the rumor is Donald Trump said they had the suspect in custody, and the story around it so far is that the pastor convinced the guy to turn himself in, or convinced the father to turn the young man in. I don't know if we know any of the information. Nothing has been claimed by the FBI or any of the stuff like they're looking into it, or the local police as of right now, or as far as my understanding. Now, obviously, you know, I've been reacting to this for about an hour and a half, so like things could have already changed. But yeah, someone has been a suspect has been in custody. I think he turned himself in, which I think is a little strange that if like a father convinced his son to turn himself in a state where the death penalty is still legal. I don't know about all that. Anyway, yeah, but like look, I'm gonna say something that's gonna lose a few of you guys. So inside job, exactly. Look, I'm gonna say something, and if I lose you, I apologize. I was a lot kinder to Donald Trump in 2020 or in like 2016 and leading up to the election. Once I looked into what he did during January or the January 6th and the lead up to that, such as the fake electors plot, I dropped any kindness that I was willing to give him because I believe in states' rights. I believe that individuals' rights should never be null and voided by the President of the fucking United States of America. All that to say, Donald Trump came out one time and he made a comment about Mexico sending some bad hombres. And I used to get really specific about his statements. I used to defend his statement because I was like, well, hold on, he didn't give any specificity about what he's saying. So like, no, I mean, I wouldn't say that he's racist for what he's saying here. And people like Asmongold would eat that kind of shit up. They'd be like, oh, well, he didn't say that exactly. That's not what he meant. Come on, man. And then like, that's what MAGA will do. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird how he's not willing to give the same level of, he gives like such a level of charitability to those. I actually wondered if Trump was a secret Democrat based on how close he had been to the Clintons in the past. Yeah, dude, like, and he used to be a fucking donor to the Clintons, and the fact that when he got into office, like, he didn't go after. So, like, there's some little plus there, but, like, it's weird that he's willing to give charitability to one side, but then when the left does it, he's like, nope. You know what I mean? Like, there's a hypocrisy here that he doesn't have the self-awareness to, like, catch, and it's kind of crazy.
They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening, and there's no talking around it. And
they happen on the left and right. The right does it just as much, bro. Matter of fact, there are statistics that show that the majority of political violence in America is done by the right.
Extent that you try to, you're insulting the intelligence of anyone that you're speaking to.
Really? How many times did you fucking do that shit, bro? And your defenses of Trump and the rhetoric that they're putting out actually he didn't say that. Bro, you're part of the problem, man.
And I think that now you're going to start seeing a lot of right-wing people end up doing this to left-wing people now even more.
So then maybe call it out before it happens with your massive audience, dipshit. Maybe you shouldn't just give them carte blanche to do it. Maybe you should condemn the actions before they happen so that maybe if you have any influence on any of these fucking people, they may not do it, you dipshit. Maybe use your platform for fucking good instead of justifying the attacks that are about to happen. I don't know any political leaders on the left advocating for violence at all. As you said earlier, that is the difference. Exactly. There is no major people on the left advocating for fucking violence. Green Bay sweep, flood the zone, Bannon, Beck, etc. They're all complicit. Exactly, dude. They've all ratcheted up the political fucking dog shit. They've all ratcheted up the temperature. They've all used divisive rhetoric all the way leading up to this. This isn't just a one-side issue. I'm on the left, when America doesn't even have a left. Even Bernie's right center to me. Yeah, I was saying, like, and Bernie's a little too far left for me. You know what I mean? Yeah, we don't have like a full blown left. Our left is primarily, most of them are just social democrats that want to see bigger safety nets and like help schools and like legalize weed and everyone make unions more approachable and acceptable and easier for other companies to create unions and stuff like that. They care about worker rights, all this stuff. And then you have some of the crazy lefts where they're like, let's completely destroy America and imperialism bad. And then it's like, all right, well, hold on, we're not the same people. But the right has their spectrum and stuff like that. It's just the way politics work.
Because it's very clear that these social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior.
Bro, you're buddy with Elon. You're in talks with like doing your show on his thing. Elon is the one pushing this shit more than anybody, okay? Like the biggest social media platform where right-wingers are at. Like Twitter is 4chan now, man. That's all it is. Like you can go to Twitter and say the most unhinged shit ever, and the whole world is okay with it. And you are one of the people that perpetuate it, man. You're on Twitter right now posting shit that's unhinged, dude. What do you mean? He has zero self-awareness.
FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior. The FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for dealing with these obvious terrorists that are in the country.
Bro, the last time we tried to regulate freedom of speech on these platforms, Republicans cried crocodile tears forever. Weed's not legal in Texas, but there are dispensaries everywhere. Well, that's only because of the Farm Bill, right? Can't you just sell Delta 9? Isn't that, or am I mistaken on that? I need to research that more. They state that all the time, and I could be completely inaccurate. Remember, everything I say, take with a grain of salt. I am a layman, okay? I just do politics for fun in between gaming sessions on League of Legends. So, look, I am not a very intelligent man, okay? I was too stupid to join the military. Though then again, I kind of Farm Bill, exactly, the 2018 Farm Bill, yeah, it legalized Delta 9, which is why, you know, usually you can buy it all around. Which I don't know about you, because that Delta 9 shit, you can make that shit super crazy. I used to like even a couple months ago, like a month ago, I'd go buy like these gummies, the Sumo gummies. Private platforms enforcing terms of service, and it never was a freedom of speech issue. The right light it was. I know. I completely understand. A private entity can moderate how it likes to, and the right used that as a bludgeon. We saw that in the Twitter files, where it was all bullshit. If you actually went and read the Twitter files, other than like one content creator finding like one line, or maybe one far right guy got banned over something ridiculous, the Twitter files were a fucking bust, and it was bullshit. And look, man, I watched the debate with Douglas Murray. I know his name is like Malcolm Maxwell. And look, dude, I'm not the biggest fan of Douglas Murray, because like sometimes some of his opinions are a little too far right for me. But like, man, that debate was fucking grueling. And then when you actually get through the Twitter files, you realize it was all bullshit.
And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing an uptick of violence from right-wing people as well. And this is going to be, in my opinion, I don't really think the word is justified, because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to be expected. The fact is that, you know, again, you bring a knife to a gunfight.
At least he said it wasn't justified, but he didn't call out the violence. You were so scarily on the same page as me on these things. Yeah, just wait until some of the topics venture further into the left, and then you'll be like, oh, wait, here's the differences. Asmongold, what you just did is more dangerous than, like, let's just listen to this.
Terrorists that are in the country. And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing an uptick of violence from right-wing people as well. And this is going to be, in my opinion, I don't really think the word is justified, because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to...
So then call it out, you fucking dunce. You have a massive audience. You're the largest political content creator. I'll do it for you. Those of you that are thinking about being violent with people on the left, knock it the fuck off. If you want to start a civil war, everybody loses. Okay? You're not going to like it when people start shooting back too. We all have loved ones. We all have family members. Some of our family members are on the different political aisle than one another. Do you really want to lead into another civil war? Do you want that? Do you want to have to shoot your own brother in the fucking face? Do you want to have to put a gun to your dad? Like, think about it. I do agree with Asmon on the fact that there's likely a rise in violence from the right, but likely, yeah, it's looking for excuse. Not exactly. Yes. It's gonna happen again. But these content creators with massive audiences owe it to the people that they supposedly give a fuck about to try and stem that violence. People in groups are fucking stupid. If you can get an individual together and have a one-on-one conversation, you can realize how intelligent people can be. But as soon as you start putting a group of people together and start saying some wild shit, things go south very quickly. The reason why America was such a beautiful country was because all of the rights applied to all of the people. Eventually, they had to get there through some hard work, hard-fought liberalism, canvassing, marches, protests. Operation Run to Thailand starts if shit goes down. Look, dude, I would love to go to Thailand. I mean, other than the humidity, yes, we all have to speak out against the violence. It's never the right path. Exactly. No, look, I got you for you. But I want to go to Bangkok, buddy. Them ladies are beautiful. That's all I'm going to put out there. Look, I shouldn't be saying that kind of shit. I'm a taken man now, but damn. A month ago, Will Berry would have been knee deep. Look. Okay, them ladies are beautiful. All right, I'm sorry. But other than the humidity would fucking kill me. My fat ass would fry. And then they would laugh about it too. They're like, this fucking fat American. And they would be right. They would be so right. I'm gonna be there for Christmas and New Year's. You son of a bitch. Take me with you. My girlfriend will be out of town for Christmas, so I'm stuck. Well, actually, you know what? I can't go now because I'm a taken man. 3 weeks, can't wait. Like, yeah, dude. I would be looking for the ladies at a particular street, just saying. Anyway, let's get back to making fun of.
To be expected. The fact is that, you know, again, you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to lose. And don't be surprised when you keep bringing guns to gunfights and then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think this is a degradation of society as a whole.
Okay.
And ultimately, the real burden of responsibility here doesn't really fall on influencers, and I don't think that it falls even on the commenters themselves. I think it falls primarily on the government. The fact is that the government, there are already laws that permit, explicit calls to violence. There's already laws that permit the types of stalking and doxing that people engage in online. And one of the big things that...
So are you going to call out Donald Trump for his divisive rhetoric about this? I mean, he's the leader of that government. Are you going to call out the fact that he's not asking to cool down the temperature? Are you going to call that out right now? Are you going to surprise me right now and show me some fucking humility and say that if Donald Trump doesn't do his job as the commander-in-chief of this fucking country, well, a country that I'm no longer in right now, but are you going to call that out? Are you going to call out the inability for these people to actually govern their constituents across all people? Because the president isn't just the president of the Republican Party, okay? Despite our appearance, we were home on January. I think he means prohibits, not permits. I could have misspoke, or he could have misspoke. It's I run my mouth way too fast sometimes for my own fatness. You know what I'm saying? But like, if he calls out Donald Trump right now, I will fucking shit a brick. Because right now, Donald Trump is the leader of the fucking free world, okay? And that leader, his responsibility is to all Americans, not just the ones that voted for him. So if he calls out Donald Trump right now, I will shit a brick and I will fucking get on my hands and knees and I'll do 10 fucking push-ups. I can't even do 10 push-ups anymore. I'm a big fucking chungus, but I will do it, god damn it. Come on, Ashman, what you got, homie?
Is a misconception is that people like me want new laws. We want any form of extra censorship at all. I certainly don't want that, and I don't know anybody else that does either. But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not what's happening. And
would you say the same thing about the USAID shit that we had cut? Those were done through laws. Those were voted on. Those were passed by Congress, and they were illegally cut by, oh, you don't want to see the push-ups, homie. I'm a fat bitch these days. But, like, is he going to apply that same fucking line of thinking to the things that he was so cheery about when it was happening? When they wrongfully terminated people, despite the fact that, like, there are, like, you can't just fire someone because their political ideology. Like, you know what I mean? Like, when they cut all of those jobs and things, like, they barely offered, like, anything in response. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and then sometimes people that were let go were people that were, like, literally promoted or something, because when you promote, you go into a new position that restarts your probationary period. Like, are we going to call out any of that shit? People that were following the laws, working perfectly within the system, and then Donald Trump and Elon Musk ripped it from them? I thought you wanted fairness. I thought you wanted things to be done through the law. Then why is it that we're not actually passing immigration reform? We're just doing everything by decree. We're not using the law. So, like, this argument doesn't hold up for you, dog. You've been defending the shit Donald Trump has been doing since he's been in office, and he hasn't been following the law. The judges have already disagreed primarily, majority of the time, with Trump, and you've been mad about those disagreements from the judges. So you don't get to sit here and claim that the law, you're on the side of the law. Like, Donald Trump pardoned 1,600 people. Hundreds of them were actual Proud Boy members that actually went there with the intent of violence. They were found and charged with the condition. No, it's not condition. It's fuck, man. I know it's conspiracy. Oh, sedition. Sedition and conspiracy. Like, where were you when Donald Trump pardoned these people? Because they were investigated for too long? Like, come on, bro. If you care about the law, why are you okay when the right breaks the law? This is why when we call out the fact that you guys want new laws, new bullshit, it's because you're not even adhering to the laws that are there. You guys are just doing whatever the fuck you want. So no, I'm sorry, that doesn't hold up under scrutiny. You need to be fucking, nope.
Really, the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people.
It literally does the opposite, you fucking dipshit. Look at this. Okay, well, you know what's crazy? Republicans have never won the popular vote in like 60 fucking years, okay? Other than this last election. The system it does everything in its power to help those on the right. The system placates those on the right. The system protects businesses. The system does so much shit to like appease the right in every fucking way. If you were a white male born in this country, your statistics of being more successful outstrip that of anyone else in this country other than like Asian Americans, dude. And that's only when like those people like they have their own issues they got to work through, dog. What do you mean? The system rewards Republicans. It rewards investors. It rewards big capital. What? This guy is so fucking stupid. How are 4 million people subscribed to you, bro? You are such a fucking dunce.
Giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis.
On what fucking grounds? What evidence do you have of this? Other than Charlie Kirk getting shot, we don't even know if the guy was on the left. You're making all these claims without fucking information. You have no facts to back up what you're fucking saying. The person who tried to assassinate Donald Trump was a registered Republican. Bro!
And then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just simply a response. This is what's going.
You understand that time doesn't stop at the tragedy that just happened. There are 20 years or 30 years of bullshit that people are working through, and lives have been affected. Farmers have lost ranches and farms because of all of their help being fired. There are people that are on the right that could have a bone to pick with Donald Trump. There could be an extremist like a Groyper within Nick Fuentes' audience or Sam Hyde that truly thought Donald Trump was going to come out and be super racist and deport all the brown people. And then when he didn't do that, they showed genuine dissatisfaction with the administration. Okay? Maybe it could be one of them. We don't know. Why are you making the claim that all of the left is the one that are perpetuating violence when I literally just showed you a list of people that have done crimes right here that were on the fucking right, dude? Like, are we just going to make up our own facts? Are we just going to operate in fake news? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? How can you be so fucking dense that you don't know any of the shit that you talk about, and yet you can say it with such pure confidence? I'm afraid that I get a fact wrong every single time I open my fat mouth, okay? That's a genuine fear because I don't want to spread misinformation to the world. Granted, my audience is incredibly small, and I'm okay with that because it means I get to, like, actually respond and interact with my people. But, like, at the end of the day, like, you have such an obligation to get this shit right. You have the amount of money that you could pay people to research your shit. They could pull up facts. They could pull up the information in real time. Why aren't you paying someone to do this shit correctly when you're a fucking millionaire? I would pay someone to sit right here next to me and be my fucking Jamie if I had even an iota of your money. So I wouldn't say the wrong shit on the internet. And so I wouldn't put misinformation out there. And then I could have a better command of the facts. What the fuck? Almost all terrorism in the right has been backed by... Yes! Yes! Like, a majority of the crimes that have happened in America have been right-leaning if you were to use it through political violence. This information has been released, I think, by the FBI and the Department of Homeland Defense. Or the Department of War now!
Going to happen. And so, and I think that that's probably what it's going to take for these left-wing people to realize what a bad idea what they've been doing is.
Oh my God. You understand that you are literally doing a call to violence right now, you absolute dipshit. It is not okay to attack right-wing, left-wing people because you have this fucking dream that it's been going on nonstop in your life. A majority of people's lives have been completely fine. despite the fact that the left got a little unhinged for a while. They did. They wanted to police thought. That's bad. That's dangerous. And many people called it out, even those on the left, like myself. A majority of people's lives are perfectly fine. Fuck off. I'm literally a blue-collar guy that worked in blue-collar jobs who lost his job by bureaucratic bullshit, and I'm not mad at the Democrats still. I understand the domain in which I played. I did this to myself by participating in some of the things that I did and saying some of the things I did and standing up for my morals. Whenever you stand up for your morals, there's always a cost and always a price to pay. And that's when you're supposed to do it. If you stand up for your morals when there's no price to pay, then you're just fucking running your mouth. If you stand up for your morals when there's actual skin in the game, that's when you're a goddamn man who holds to his convictions. Fuck you.
It starts happening to them until they start having people that are their friends or their like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk. Until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real. Really?
Okay, let's do this again. The man who targeted and killed Democratic state lawmakers Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home in Minnesota in June was a Trump supporter. People are losing people that they elected into office due to political violence. Okay, people are already dying on the left. The man charged with the attempted assassination of Pennsylvania's Democratic governor Josh Shapiro in April was a Trump supporter. Okay, these people voted in Josh Shapiro. Okay, they went out, voted, they put it all together, and then one unhinged Trump supporter came out and tried to kill a man and null and void the votes of those citizens. Probably for political reasons. That's crazy. The man convicted of orchestrating a series of shootings at the homes of 4 Democratic elected officials in New Mexico in 2022 was a Trump supporter. The man who tried to kidnap Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and assaulted her husband Paul in 2022 was a Trump supporter. Okay? The crazy thing is when Paul got almost beat to death with a fucking hammer by a half-naked man, what happened? Where was the left? A lot of the left was crying about how it was bullshit, disgusting, and wrong. Okay? What happened on the right? Oh, wait, I remember what happened on the right. You had Donald Trump making jokes about it. You had Dave Rubin making jokes about it. You had Dave Rubin going on live TV with Piers fucking Morgan making jokes about it. No one gave a fuck when it happened to the left. This is already happening, you absolute dog shit human. The fact that you are so incapable of seeing that through your own pathetic blinders is part of the problem. 2 Democrats died 2 months ago, dog. Get the fuck out of here, homie. What the fuck?
For them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and...
Who is leading the government? Call him out, you piece of shit.
Every other seemingly governmental apparatus that is just...
That is all run by Donald Trump and his elected officials. Call him out.
Completely hand-waved this problem and ignored it entirely. So the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should...
Yeah, because anyone that's been paying attention to politics, like I have been for the last fucking 12 years, have been talking about how this escalation of violence is getting out of fucking hand. And I've been literally calling for radicalization on both sides. Like I said, you can scroll through my Facebook, man, and you're going to find them all. Brother, you need to be active in this, bro.
Should be something that everybody could have expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour and you could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit.
So then why did you continually feed into it through your fucking unhinged post about immigrants? If you knew this was coming, why did you perpetuate the cycle? Why did you not fucking moderate your chats? Why did you not control your own rhetoric? Where was all of this months ago when things were ratcheting up to bigger and bigger extremes? What were your opinions about Paul Pelosi nearly getting killed beat to death? Hmm? What were your opinions on that? Hmm? What are the opinions of your fucking viewers? As someone who's been invested in politics since the 80s, it does amuse me that you think, well, I'm probably wrong about the time frame. I'm not saying it's only 12 years. Let's see. I've been doing politics since 2009. So I don't, math is not my strong suit. It's almost 20 years. But you get it, so no hate for it. No, I've been involved in the culture war since 2009. I got more politically involved in 2016. Well, actually not really, because when I was 18, we did the fucking gay rights thing. So, and I was in California when I was 18 years old. I think that vote, well, I think I was 19 actually when that vote came out. So, just yesterday, exactly. Yeah. So, like, I mean, I've been a little involved, but like, this motherfucker just started doing politics like 2 years ago. Right? I wouldn't even say that, like a year ago. This motherfucker is so dunce on these, like, he's a dunce, bro. The fact that anyone listens to some dipshit World of Warcraft player that doesn't leave his fucking room or doesn't even know what a shower is, I'm sorry, dude. There's no hope for the future. If this guy does not call out the violence, he's culpable as all of the rest of them.
And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in any type of social discourse. And I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next.
Then call it out, dude.
Because I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so,
you don't see a reason for it to stop? So you're just advocating for it then? Is that what you're saying? Because, like, I mean, hold on. You're the guy that said we can't go based off of what you actually say. We have to go based off of what you mean. Those were your exact words a few minutes ago. So, like, what are you really trying to imply here? Are you giving justification for the violence? Because you don't see a reason for the violence to stop. I can tell you what the reason for violence to stop is, so we don't have people fucking die in our country when they're advocating for their own political opinion. Was the C&D against nukes, the Cold War was scary times. What I will say is, I've seen cycles like this before, and I hope it will pass without collapse again. I hope. This is nuts. They're foaming at the mouth. Exactly. Dude, just scroll through Twitter. I have like 3 videos that I want to get through. I was going to do video games, and I had 2 songs I want to do today, but I feel like I need to do my little part in the world. It's not really a competition, but I've been in politics and government since I was 11 years old when I read the book NAM and read Hunter S. Thompson's book. Hold on, dude, check this out. I love Hunter S. Thompson. Go! Fuck, I dropped something. I'll fix that later. Bro, I have Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, I believe it is. Is that what it's called? Oh, in America. The Brutal Odyssey of an Outlaw Journalist. I dropped to Twitter when it stopped being Twitter, and as you said, it became 4chan. Exactly.
So anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that, you know, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now, and I was laughed at a lot, and people were telling me it wasn't that big of a deal, and oh, they were joking. Well,
were you joking when you were laughing about the dead immigrants that were topped over in, like, I think it was one of the rivers or the ocean? Were you laughing when all those people die? Was that a joke, or did you really want them to die? You know what I mean? Like, why is it okay for you but not the other people? This is a dangerous game, Asman.
I saw the video. That wasn't a joke. And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment where the actual actions are more permissible. And you also have people that are the ones telling the quote jokes that are talking around just, you know, directly, you know, saying that this is a bad thing and it shouldn't be tolerated for any reason. You have, I don't want to go through a bunch of different names, but anybody, this is the way I look at it, I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here, is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. this is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine.
Looks like the shooter may be conservative. Fuck yes, that's the best outcome if it is. I don't want anyone to be dead, but that would cool the temperature immediately. Though I'm pretty sure the far right will never buy that, and they'll just say it's a hike, it's a lie, that he's not conservative, and that it was all the left, and he was playing, like, they'll say some kind of bullshit.
But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice,
extrajudicial justice. Why are you lumping judicial justice into this? Why are you lumping that in? I'm a little confused. Why are you lumping that? Oh, because you think that because people went after Trump for the crimes he committed, that this is an inevitability, that's something that's going to happen regardless, because holding people account for their crimes is somehow wrong? Is that what you're trying to say right now? Come on, man. Why is... He's got such a big fucking head with no brain in there. What the fuck? And the crazy thing is, I know this guy can be somewhat intelligent. I've heard him be intelligent.
Extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree.
Washington Post is not the most reliable source sometimes. I would want corroboration before treating it as a fact. Oh yeah, I don't treat it as a fact yet. That's just one source. We'll see more come out, hopefully.
Agree with politically. You have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that.
You're literally doing a call to violence right now, homie. Okay. Asmongold is cooked.
And I think that should be
Here's hoping he never comes back. Because if this is your fucking... Come on, man.
Extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying. But the reality is that they have created that environment themselves through their own...
You understand it takes two people to tango, right? Yeah, he said acceptable targets. This guy is literally advocating for violence. He's doing the opposite of what he needs to be doing right now. Asmongold is a monster. Just that simple. He said this to 4 million people. This video has almost 3 million views. He said this to 3 million people. Things are going to get a lot worse.
Actions, through their behavior, and through their own words. You reap what you sow.
Aha! Cool. So now those judgments you threw to Destiny's way, do they fall flat now? Because that's what he used to say. That you get shot at a rally where you advocate for stripping away people's rights. You know what I'm saying? Like, where is the consistency here? Okay.
And I think that things are about to get a whole lot worse.
So then call it out, dipshit. Stop advocating for it.
So anyway, guys, I wanted to make this video and talk about it. And that's about all I've got to say. So I hope to be back soon.
I hope you never come back. Stay fucking retired, asshole.
Record videos when I can, here and there. But for the most part, as I said before, my dad has had so many really serious issues going on. I need to devote my full attention to making sure that he's healthy and taken care of. And so as much as I look forward to streaming, this has to take priority. I don't have a time frame. It will probably be a matter of weeks and maybe not even that long until I'm back regularly. And so hopefully that's the case. Anyway, guys, thank you all.
Okay, Asmon is proving himself to be a problem, and I don't mean shoot him, which is what he's calling for. I mean it confirms what I already thought of him. Exactly. Exactly.
All so much for watching. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Another senseless death that never needed to happen. And I think that anybody who was, talking about this and turning up the heat on any of this type.
What the do you have no self-awareness, you absolute fucking dipshit?
another senseless death that never needed to happen. And I think that anybody who was, talking about this and turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and...
You were literally turning up the heat in this very video. You dipshit. You absolute fucking brainlet. What the fuck are you talking about? You said valid targets because influencers might have been making jokes. Who the fuck are you? You said valid targets because of people's rhetoric. You are turning up the temperature, you absolute troglodyte. You disgusting motherfucker. You're gonna sit here and play the game. They're like, oh, well, I'm not doing that. You literally just did. I'm sorry, I'm getting really loud. People might hear me outside.
About this and turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and discussing, or at least, flirting with the idea of political violence.
You just did that! You fucking dipshit! With your own words, you just did that. And then you said you have no sympathy, which, hey, I agree. I'm gonna hold off on music for a little bit. I have 2 copyright things going on right now, and until they clear up, if I get too deep into them, I could lose my entire channel. Just to be safe. But hi, Miko! I would suggest, I'm not gonna report him, but I don't participate in that kind of culture, but I will argue and try to refute his ideas. You know what I mean?
I think all of those people have made themselves acceptable targets in all of the worst ways possible. And I don't think that this is a good thing either, but I think it's happened. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. And
I will say this, I hope his father does well. I do still give him his flowers for taking a break to take care of his father. His political opinions aside and the bullshit he just said about, trying to raise the political tension, I still think he's being a good man there. I hope his father has some kind of recovery. I hope that any kind of turmoil he might be going through with this potential thing does not negatively impact his life. I hope that, everything comes out on the end. And then, I made jokes about him not returning, but I hope that Asmongold does return. And then, someone could actually debate this motherfucker on a topic for once instead of him sitting in his little castle. But I hope his father does well. I hope whatever the issue is, someone said it was cancer. I hope that he might recover from whatever it is, and I wish him the best. And I wish Asmon could, return back to his domain, hopefully unscathed by the damage that this thing could be causing. But everything he said there was disgusting, and it should be called out. Advocating or saying that there are justifiable political targets is not okay. It's not okay. There's no way around that. It's not okay. It's not cool. All right. I'm not going to give that a like. All right, let's just read some of the fucking comments. See how unhinged his audience is being. Charlie Kirk message just became 100 times stronger. That's true. They made a martyr out of Charlie Kirk. Asmon, please hire private security. You can't afford what's happening around this. These lunatics are dangerous. Okay, cool. That's a good step in the right direction. They're killing us while calling us violent. Well, you guys do lead the majority of violent crime in this country for political reasons, so good job there. Charlie was a political extremist, they say, as they openly support a dude who committed a political assassination in front of thousands of people, the man he didn't agree with. The shooter and the people who support the killing of others while opposing the extremist, not the guy. When you react to music again, I just found this track called Hypocrites by Jimmy Cliff. Oh, I'll still react to music. I'm just not going to do it on the stream. The stream's a little rough. Because this way, when I react to a song, what I'm thinking of doing is just making the video like normal. So when I end my stream today, I'm going to go grab a song, react to it. And then I can put it through the proper stuff ahead of time before I post it. And then I can check the copyright on it before it goes live. Because, that's just way it's safer. When I just start pulling videos from the internet while I'm streaming, like I lost two. No, I know. I got you. But I even like the idea of, because I love my music reacts. I love to get deep down and dirty with it. You know what I mean? There's so many fun things to talk about. You can pull in so many different ideas. But we should listen to a song like Hypocrites. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty gangster. I like having the opportunity to talk about these kind of things. Let's see. They killed Kirk because he was effective, very effective. He was very effective. He did turn a lot of young voters to the Republican Party. You got to agree with that. I don't like his arguments. I think he was a dog shit debater, but you know, he would have led an entire generation of young Americans on a good path. I wouldn't say good path. And they killed him for it. That's it. That's the reason. No, we don't know. No one knows why he was killed, you absolute dipshit. Aged like milk. It was a right Christian MAGA dude. First seen in Tyler Robinson, the 22 in custody, the suspect of the fatal shooting, the conservative activist registered to vote with no party affiliation, hadn't cast a ballot in the most two recent election. Why lie? Wait, that doesn't make sense. How did that one post 43 minutes ago, but that one posted 2 hours ago? That's strange. They kill a man who only wanted to bring conservatism to people, and they call us fascists. Well, that's not true. No matter what you think about Charlie Kirk, he was an effective. Those comments are depressing. I knew he'd be a martyr, but it's still sad to read it happen. Exactly. Charlie Kirk was an effective hammer. Like an effective hammer for the Republican Party. But unlike the radical left that we have, he was seeking political change, and he was good at getting it done. It's a good thing that Donald Trump is president instead of J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance would be very politically savvy, and he could pass and do a lot of terrible things, especially with how powerful the Congress and the Senate is right now. It's a good thing that J.D. Vance is not the one calling the shots. Instead, we have someone like Trump, who's just a political narcissist that doesn't give a shit, and he will placate himself to anybody and everybody that, sucks up to him. And his love for you changes depending on how much you suck him off. All right, well, okay, that was a bad video. Saw a poster on the walk home today said, when patriotism turns to violence, that's fascism. A lot of people need to hear that. Yeah, I agree. Fascism is bad. All right, well, that's Asbin's response. The ghoul named Matt Walsh posted one of Destiny's video clips posted by the Thinking Monk, one of the boys, one of the homies. I wish him the best watching his content so that he might be able to get a little more ad revenue. So come on, buddy, let's see what you got.
Which is all that he ever did. He didn't insult, he didn't defame, he died while trying to have a free and civil debate.
Charlie Kirk did insult people.
Which is all that he ever did. He didn't insult, he didn't defame, he didn't shout anyone down, he invited...
Fascism is bad, okay? South Park, but exactly, dude. Patriotism is good until it turns radical, and then you get into like ethno states, and then you start getting into extremism, and it's a dangerous game that goes nowhere quick.
Invited everyone to come and speak to him to prove him wrong. And
that's weird. Why would he refuse to debate actual fucking people that do it for a living, and he'd only show up at colleges to like yell at teenagers and kids? Charlie Kirk was, effective at what he did, but he didn't debate real debaters. Like, there's a reason why Charlie Kirk didn't want to debate Dean Withers. There's a reason why Charlie Kirk... Why are these videos always played at 1.5 speed? Armand played at 1.5 speed. I know Destiny always plays videos at 1.5 speed because that guy's a fucking crackhead and he can like take in information at the speed of sound. I don't think you could humanly watch a Destiny video at 1.5 speed because of how fast he talks. Yes, it was Oxford. Okay, I kept saying Cambridge. I always say Cambridge and I've been wrong. So it was Oxford. Yeah, he got fucking destroyed at Oxford. That was where the real assassination attempt happened. Watching him flounder so hard against young college kids in Oxford was like devastating. Like I lost so much respect for Charlie Kirk as a debater on that moment. Like he knew nothing about what he was fucking talking about. He only had rhetoric. He went in there and got fucking dog walked by a bunch of young men, I think a couple young women, and I think one teacher was there or something like that. I thought it was Cambridge, so I'm so glad someone corrected me. Oh, thank God. Yeah, that was a fucking terrible showing on his part.
For that, they killed him. I have to tell you that as a fellow conservative in the public eye, I always worried that it would come to this, that eventually.
Didn't you like help ratchet up the temperature, especially around trans rights, where you were talking about wholeheartedly that you were going to erase the trans identity from America? Like, even though they only make up a small minority of our people, like, can't you see? The woman debating with him interviewed about her approach. You should react to her. She's amazing. I don't remember her name, but brother, I bet you she said something nice about Charlie Kirk after, he had his unfortunate loss of life by an unhinged psychopath.
Eventually they would start killing us. But I never thought it would be Charlie.
So they always, it is the thing, right? Blame the Dems.
Let me link you. It's really a positive video. I don't know if links work in here. I don't know how to let links happen. The FBI agreed in the documentary Trudell by Heather Rage in 2005. They quote an FBI memo early on. He's extremely eloquent, therefore extremely dangerous. They compiled a 1,700 page dossier on him. Oh, what the fuck?
I can only be honest with you in this moment and tell you that I am sad, I am heartbroken, and I am full of rage. If you want a kumbaya message of unity and togetherness, you will not get it from me.
Cool. Another huge content creator. I follow the liberal redneck. Fuck, it disappeared. Dislike. I think it's weird that sometimes the messages don't actually appear in here. Very strange. Dislike and despicable.
Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically.
In the media. Weird. Okay? Who in the media? Do you have any examples of who's in the media or on the left perpetuating circles of hate or cycles of hate? Where is this happening? Who's doing it? Because if you want to call them out and you want to show them off, I will happily agree with you that these people are disgusting. Oh, I was wrong. It was Cambridge. Shamefaced. Fuck! Things that happen in the U.S. rarely have an impact in my life, so I rarely care, but I feel sad now. That was really sad day for Americans, where I'm certain that this further expands the division. Yeah. I fully agree. Ah, damn, so I was right. Damn it. Yes. I mean, I left America a week ago. I hit Canada last Wednesday. You know what I mean? So and if things work out well here and, the government isn't too unkind and we all know what, yes, exactly. So maybe I shouldn't even care about, American politics anymore. I just know what happens in America affects the world, and I have so many loved ones and family in America. And I plan on eventually maybe one day going back if things don't work out the way that the government here might like me. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, none of this directly affects me anymore. My parents are not going to go out there and start waging war for the Republicans. They might say some unhinged shit in their house, but I don't see them marching in the streets with their rifles, mainly because the wind might be able to take out my father. Actually, I shouldn't say that. My father's probably stronger than I am. That motherfucker, that old working dog, he don't give a fuck.
Now saying that we need to turn down the temperature, start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it.
Okay. So you're saying that Charlie Kirk wanted to have conversations. Let me get this straight. If you believe that Charlie Kirk wanted to have conversations to push his ideas to the most amount of people, right? If you believe that, then why are you using his death as a justification to advocate for violence. Wouldn't that go against the wishes that he had? Shouldn't we turn down the temperature to honor his memory? A man who used conversations to change opinions? Like, I mean, Martin Luther King wanted to have conversations and peaceful protests and stuff like that, and he was shot and killed. You know what I mean? That didn't stop the peaceful movement from happening. So, like, why are you using Charlie Kirk's death as a vector to, like, create more death? Shouldn't we do the opposite of that? Like, if you believe in the ideology and you believe in what Charlie Kirk was doing, shouldn't you defend that? Shouldn't you champion the thing that he was putting out into the world? Like, where's the consistency here? Do you want to honor Charlie Kirk's memory? Like, you can get together with numerous Democrats that will happily call out the violence. Again, we don't know who the shooter was. We don't know what his motivation was. We don't know what his political ideology was. We don't know what reason he pulled the trigger for. Why are we pretending that we do?
You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering.
Again, the person that tried to kill the president was a registered fucking Republican, and Donald Trump is in office, and we've heard nothing more about it. His FBI hasn't released any fucking substantial information. We still don't have any information about it that is proper. Like, why? They don't know anything yet about the person who did this, so why are you saying that? Exactly. We don't know. They're insinuating based off of whatever bullshit they want, and they're attempting to raise up the rhetoric. Like, if you wanted to be a conspiracy theorist, if you really wanted to be, you'd be like, maybe the right killed Charlie Kirk so that we would have to avoid going to war with Russia. So instead of our country, sorry, talking to another guy on the screen, not you. Well, they were just saying that, like, so I rarely feel sad, but yeah, they're not pointing fingers there. But like, okay, so like, I forgot what I was going to say. Just get back
celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements.
Antifa was well-funded and highly orchestrated. BLM was well-funded and highly orchestrated. I mean, maybe like...
Hold on. So let me remember this. Biden was running for office, and when BLM started getting violent, both Biden and Kamala Harris came out and called out the violence of BLM. They called out the violence of Antifa. They did it on the debate stage, by the way. So what are we doing? We can openly admit that there are members of the left that are violent and that those people are bad. Inside job, Epstein diversion, exactly. Or they could be trying to stop the fact that, you know, we saw that, what would they send, like 19 drones? All I saw so far is used 22, exactly. We also saw that, like, didn't like Russia, like a couple days ago, send like 19 drones into Poland, a NATO ally. Like, bro, if you really wanted to get fucking, like, you know, conspiratorial, like, maybe they sacrificed Charlie Kirk on the altar. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not that guy. I don't believe in conspiracy theories. I think that there was just a really mentally unwell person, regardless of his political ideology. And if he's on the left, I'll call out his bullshit. If he's on the right, I'll call out his bullshit. There's a probably sick individual that has been radicalized in some form of direction and then did whatever the fuck he thought he could. And that's not okay. More people need to call that out. Matt Walsh needs to grow a fucking pair of balls and be a goddamn man and stand by his virtues that he says that he believes in.
Like the 6 people that ran that org and stole all the money. It's always a projection, too. Like, the well-funded and highly orchestrated movement is on your side, guys.
And it's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for...
I think the link got censored, but look for Cambridge debate coach reveals how she humiliated Charlie Kirk. It will help you release the rage and feel better about humanity. All right, I'll look at... Oh, here, I'll look at it now. And then we'll watch it after the video. After this one. I'll try not to talk as much. Oh, okay. It must be the feminist woman, right? I remember seeing her on TikTok a few times. All right.
Good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail. For the sake of our
Holy fuck. All right, at least he's not doing like the thing that Asmongold did where he like kind of waffled and like said like 2 words that were kind of bad and like, you know, violence coded. This guy just said it out loud. I've said it before in my music reacts on a few songs. I'll say it again. One of the things that I really liked about Jordan Peterson was his coverage of the Nazi Germany while he was still like in the schools and stuff, and he would give lectures on it. Oh, okay. So, debate coach reveals how she fucking goddamn it. Ah! Dangerous shitty times, exactly. We'll just do this. Can I copy that? Can I just click? Oh, cool, that works. Control C. It only copied 1 word? What? What the fuck, man? Debate. How I crushed. Okay.
Tilly Miruha.
Whoa, that's a long video. Okay, we'll get into it. I don't know. That's a lot longer than I thought it was going to be. 56 minutes. I already have like 3 videos I got to get through.
our country and for our families and our children and for Charlie.
I'm sorry. It's hard to feel bad for any of them now. Like there's a non-zero chance, especially after Charlie Kirk dies, right? Where now you've got people that are rolling around looking to avenge their fallen conservative hero. Like imagine you're listening to this.
Families.
Like if there was any amount of moral character, this is also why these people are all a-religious, or if they are religious, they should go to like super hell because Jesus Christ, these guys are just disgusting, right? But imagine, like the thing you should say after an event like this is like, I know that tensions are high. I know that we all feel, you know, like we want to avenge our friend and everything, but like now is when cooler heads need to prevail. There's never been a time for these guys who are obsessed with archetypes, for these guys who are obsessed with stories and religiosity and you know, Greek mythos and everything else, like there's never been a time where it was like the hero responded in rage and anger and prevailed. It's like not generally, like usually you have to like chill and, you know, you're supposed to be a bigger person, right?
That's true. When are the heroes ever the people that participate in you know what I mean? What, like, if you want to be the good guy in history, revenge can't be the thing that you're like, you know, participating in. That's not what good leaders do. That's not what good people do. I want to go back to chess bong in the 40s in the backyard. Exactly, dude. Bro. Virtual hugs all around. Nikki! What's up, beautiful? We're out here trying to stem violence today, but I don't think we're going to have any effect. Okay, the casing had video game references on them, anti-fascist stuff on them.
Even assuming this is, again, we don't even know this is a left-wing shooter. We don't know
I'm
yet.
doing a timing belt on my shitty thing to do, but Friday night I have plenty of beer. So this is the perfect soundtrack for this task. You're doing a timing belt? What the fuck? Is it a timing belt or a timing chain? Oh my god, dude. Unless you're Iron Man. Exactly. Hold on, dude. A timing... Look, I hate timing belts. Give me a timing chain any day of the week. That's a European car, right? I've done one timing belt with another one of my techs. Holy fuck that. Belts are way hard. Dude, I can't even figure out how to put a belt on. The belt doesn't annoy me much. Fuck. What the... Are you Superman? Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. Me and my buddy Matt Boggs... Yeah, anyway, me and my buddy... when listening to that... me and my buddy I'm gonna censor that out when I make this a video. Anyway, me and my buddy, when we're doing our stuff, we did the rebuilt the transmission in my vehicle for my 1994 Ford Econoline that I drove up here, and man, it has a hard time catching reverse. I feel like I fucked something up. I have to put it into reverse like twice, and I couldn't find the proper rear housing for the transmission. So I had to get one for a different year, make, and model, and something just doesn't feel right on it. It's not leaking. All that's left now is to replace the trans-cooler line, but just something doesn't feel right. Like I just got a fear in the back of my head that I fucked something up. You know what I mean? And then I still have to install 2 more solar panels on the roof because it's having a hard time keeping up with just 2. Like I want to put all my computer stuff in there, or I wanted to before I came here. I planned on living in there full time, but Jesus, doing a timing belt on a Porsche, fuck that. I'm sorry, dude. You're a gangster. Much love, much respect. All right.
Yet the people that hated, and nobody on these online spaces or nobody in these alternative media spaces knows, unless you spend a lot of time online. The number one group that hated Charlie Kirk, at least in the past, was the Griper movement, was Fuentes' fans.
Yep.
Now, we don't know if it was a Griper that shot him. As far as I'm aware, I don't think any Nick Fuentes fan or Griper has ever been involved in any kind of terrorist or violent event. That's not what I've never heard of that before. But, like, we have no idea who this shooter, we don't know anything about this guy at all.
Hey! It's always good when me and Papa Destiny have a similar opinion. And I haven't even listened to his shit yet, so at least I know I'm kind of aiming in the right direction. Tip, if you need to edit something, do a loud clap. That way you can spot it easy in the audio timeline to find it and not forget. Holy fuck, that's super genius. Bro, because, like, I'm not gonna lie. I've been trying to stream for about 6 hours a day. And then, like, my girlfriend slash manager, because I asked if she could, because I just want second opinions while I'm doing stuff, and so she'll give me ideas, and but she'll never like impose anything. It's crazy. Like I'll be like, maybe I want you to, because I have a video that I did called Kate Nash video that I'm not sure I'm comfortable uploading because I know I said some crazy shit in that video, and I wanted her to do some like fact checking, and I'm not even gonna lie, it caused a little tension in the house for a minute, because I got to remember that, like, just because I've been tuned into the culture war for so long, and I have my individual problems with certain levels of feminism. Oh my god, I stumbled to you on live. Fuck yeah, win. Hello from Australia. What's going on? Aren't you what's going on, my dear? What's going on, my dear? I'm sorry, it's gonna be more of a political day. Just a heads up. I know that a lot of people don't know that I'm gonna, like, I want to do music reacts, trust me. But here, I'll just show you right here. Yes, it's that Kate Nash video we did, Lou. It's that same one. I have it sitting here on my desktop. I'm just scared to upload it. And anyway, I got to start learning that most people that are going to watch my content don't understand the history of where I come from. So maybe I should just do some long ass video where I point out my political ideology and where I'm at and why I got there. So this way people can understand when I'm talking about things. Like when I'm talking about the far left, feminism stuff, that doesn't mean I'm talking about feminist. Like I am a feminist myself, you know what I mean? It means I'm talking about the radical feminists that, say some crazy shit. I didn't hate Charlie. He was an important opportunist. I first heard, whoa, hey, oh damn, homie, you didn't have to do all that, dude. I don't hate Charlie. I first heard of him when he commented NATO expansion. He said that Finland was neutral in WTO2. After that was much like Russia. Like what? Exactly, dude. Sorry. Look, I'm gonna get that Kate Nash one up. I just gotta look. I know I gotta go through and watch it myself and see what things I said and stuff like that. Because I remember seeing some people pop up in chat and go, bro. You know what I mean? So I got to be a little more careful with the things I say, because like a lot of people don't understand my background and where I'm coming from. And thank you so much for that donation, buddy. You're fucking glorious. I don't know what to say, bro. My son has a Dodge Transit kind of box van thing that he almost finished the conversion with solar and everything, but the transmission is messing up, and he's going to be in the Middle East now. Lou, I know you. Oh shit! Look, dude. I have a sordid past. Okay, I left the left for a while because I felt like I was ousted from the left and I was politically aimless. But I'd never jump into the arms of the Republicans. You know, I'm a classical liberal that I've listened to people like Bill Maher, Sam Harris my whole life. You know, and the person that convinced me to be an atheist was The Amazing Atheist here on YouTube. He did a really good video and takedown of a song that said why I hate religion but love Jesus or something like that by Beat Basketball or some douchebag that's trying to separate religion and fucking Jesus. But even he was a far left person that's like completely violent. I saw he did a video today and I was hesitant to react to it. I almost did. But like I never fell into any of like the cycles. Like when MAGA started, or when Gamergate started going really MAGA and started turning super far right, I didn't fall into that. And then like, even though my political heroes were like at one time Amazing Atheist, I didn't fall into his worldview. And then at one point it was like people like Jordan Peterson. But then when he started going right, I didn't fall into his view. And right now one of them is Destiny. But I don't think that when I hope that if he starts doing some crazy shit, that I won't fall in line with him. Hey, I must have watched more than 40 hours of your stuff, so a little token to pay for your time entertaining me is what's worth it. Hey, man, I give you much love and much respect. And if I ever say something that's offensive to you, I apologize in advance. My intent is never to alienate anybody. I love conversation. I love debate. And I just like to be as factual as I possibly can. But you know what, man? I owe you the world, brother. Like, you guys are the reason why I do this. Like, you know, I have a blast doing it. So anyway, let me get back in the video. We've kind of been sitting here running our mouth a little too long.
Another group of people that really don't like Trump or Trump associates are never Trumpers, right?
Mm-hmm. Many of you have seen all the myriad posts and videos from leftist demons celebrating Charlie's death. I know we want to tell ourselves that these are fringe voices.
They fucking are fringe voices. Who in the main party or anyone that's voted into office or has any position of power, American Atheist Hour on public radio is when I was in high school for me. This is awesome. I love Will stuff, even though I don't always agree 100%. Aw, Nikki, I'm sorry. And no one has ever said anything that has offended me. One take offense is not... Oh, man. Oh, man. Demons? Yeah, that's... Matt Walsh has been unhinged for a long time.
But they aren't. I know we want to tell ourselves that these are fringe voices. But they aren't. There's a very large group of people out there who want us dead. Even in Congress, they tried to have a moment of silence after Charlie's passing, but Democrats jeered and heckled. In Congress. This is who they are. Not on the fringes, in the main.
What did that look like? Disgraceful. Democrats yelling in Congress after a moment of silence.
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery.
Did he say
please,
president?
The chair would ask that all members present in the chamber and those in the gallery please rise for a moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
This is also cringe as fuck. Why the fuck are we? He was a...
Hold on, dude. Okay, hold on. We don't have to put a prayer for Charlie Kirk. This is the state thing. Like, this is a government situation. There should be no prayer on that floor whatsoever. It doesn't matter what the situation was. Separation of church and state. This spits in the founding of our country. But oh, guess what? It's okay not to agree and still love someone. Yeah, I say some unhinged shit. I ain't gonna lie. I try to avoid those topics these days.
Political figure, like not like an elected lawmaker. Again, we didn't do any of this for the Minnesota state senator that got literally assassinated. But okay.
Doesn't sound like they're interrupting.
Wait, was that not Wait, did he gavel to stop a disruption?
Hold on. So what the fuck is Matt Walsh saying? No one did anything. No one was speaking out. No one was saying fuck that. That's his justification for raising up political violence and ratcheting up the temperature. People praying and not talking, like, what?
That I couldn't hear, or was that they did the whole moment of silence?
There's no jeering.
Okay.
So there's a reason why Matt Walsh didn't show the fucking video, and people, his audience would have never known that. Oh God, I can feel my blood pressure raising. Matt Walsh has an incentive to stoke outrage. The more people that are outraged, are the more people that are going to come to him for his messaging.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise?
I'm aware that the video title says after the moment of silence. I'm aware of that. His claim was that they interrupted
Congress. They tried to have a moment of silence after Charlie's passing, but Democrats jeered and heckled.
He's saying that they
Where the fuck was the jeer and heckle? Excuse me? My best friend and I have a lot of things we don't agree on. Whoa, I dropped a thing. I understand, Nikki.
They prevented the moment of silence. I'm responding to his claim, not the fucking title of the video. Holy shit. The number one people who hated Kirk were Fuentes types? Yes. You either know or you don't know. If you've been involved in online spaces, there's a long feud between Gripers and Charlie Kirk.
So, for those that don't know, Nick Fuentes is a straight-up neo-Nazi. Self-proclaimed neo-Nazi. When Kanye West was running for president, Nick Fuentes was writing some of his platform directly from Hitler. He says it himself. Like his Hitler, can't remember what the word he used, but like Nick Fuentes is literally one of these people. And Nick Fuentes has been very critical of the Trump administration because, you know, he thought Trump made all these promises to people just like him, and they were gonna like switch the world to like divine command theory, kick out all the brown people, we were gonna cut off all immigration, you know, the type of people, you know. So Nick Fuentes is very angry with Donald Trump, and Charlie Kirk, no matter what you think about him, he wasn't part of that movement. Charlie Kirk was more in line with Donald Trump than, you know, other stuff like that. Now, he had some morally reprehensible views, but again, you just defeat that in the marketplace of ideas. You don't need to stoke violence. You don't need to go out and, you know, if I was willing to say it's not okay to punch a Nazi, Make America Great is borrowed from Hitler, who used the same language in his propaganda. Exactly. But yeah, Nick Fuentes is far righter, and like along with Myron Gaines, along with Andrew Tate, along with Sam Hyde. These are like really dangerous people with a lot of dangerous ideologies. And the reason why I'm so critical of Asmongold is because now he's like starting to like parrot some of the same talking points, where Asmongold will make statements like America needs to be reserved for those that are of white ethnicity, and only white Europeans should be able to immigrate to our country. And it's like, you understand that like white Europeans want nothing to do with America right now, right? You understand that, right? Like there's a large majority of Europeans that hate America, and they do so for a decent reason. Like I'm in Canada now. A majority of Canadians want nothing to do with America either. This whole like idea of like basing everything off of the skin color is not okay. So a lot of people within Nick Fuentes' orbit, and I'm not saying Nick Fuentes is responsible for this, I'm saying he's got some culpability, as we all do. Is it weird that some of the comments that are shown on your screen and chat not being shown on the YouTube? I don't know why that is. I think that like so like YouTube does its own version of content moderation. When I upload a YouTube video, I go in and turn that off, but I don't know how to turn that off in the live stream. I guess after today's video, while I'm uploading videos and like cutting and cropping stuff, all right, this fucking chain annoys me now. Like, why the fuck do these bolts have to be hidden like that? I feel like I feel them, I don't see them, and I can't reach them with a wrench. Look, you're doing a hard-ass job. Like, dude, European, I don't hate America. I'm scared of the current regime by a self-declared wannabe dictator. I agree fully. Yeah, 100%. I got to find out how to turn off content moderation through YouTube. I don't know why it does it. Because at least through Streamlabs, it'll show it all. Because Streamlabs, like, will read it before it gets to YouTube. Like, momentarily, because I'm doing everything through Streamlabs. Spain just slapped 100% tax on foreigners buying homes. Whoa! That makes sense, because a lot of people are probably fleeing America. There are a lot of people fleeing America right now. Hell, I'm one of them. Now, I moved up here because I got a buddy and a job offer, but chain, belt, whatever. Well, look, I think you actually have a belt if it's a Porsche, because I know European cars, I think they use a actual belt for their timing belt. They use a timing belt instead of a timing chain. American cars typically use timing chains. I could totally be wrong, though.
They used to like troll him at events and shit. Kirk hated fucking Nick Fuentes. He hated him so much. It wouldn't surprise me if there's never been a mention, if Kirk has never even said his fucking name in a video over the past year. I don't know if he has kept up. Maybe they've chilled. Fuentes kind of like nosedived his career after the whole Kanye stuff. Although he's getting more popular again. He kind of comes and goes in waves like a mushroom trip. Why is that? I don't know where their feud began. I'm not sure. I just know that they got like, I know that they used to troll the fuck out of the Turning Point USA events, the Groypers did. Maybe just because it was another movement that they could kind of like show up and troll. I don't know where the feud starts or why, though.
As a true culture warrior, it must be said that the evil gloating of his enemies are accolades in their own right. May we all be so successful and productive that our enemies celebrate when we die. May we all be so devastating to the leftist project that they long for our demise.
Leftist project? What are you fucking talking about? Oh my god, dude. You understand that liberals have been part of America for a very long time. You understand that people like Abraham Lincoln were liberals, the people that founded the Republican Party, right? Like, you understand that liberals have been fighting for civil rights, human rights, and so many different issues for the past 200 years. We have a liberal democracy. That is what America was essentially founded on. A separation from church and state, the idea that the Enlightenment era is like the cornerstone of our country. Like, you hear people talk about the West, and they talk about, the West is primarily based off of Judeo-Christian values. Like, shut the fuck up. It's based off of Enlightenment thinking. Like, thinkers and talkers like Voltaire. Like, many of the founders of this country were like literal deists. Like, they were religious individuals, but they thought that their religion had no point to being a pillar in our community, because they knew what it was like to be repressed by a monarchy and the church. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What great fucking leftist ideology is coming in? You have a handful of people in our country, about 10% of them are socialist, and another like 8% of them are communist. Now, you can start having an overlap between communists and socialism because they have similar veins, but like the same way that you can have overlap between liberals and fucking neoliberals and other stuff. What a fucking redundant take. You have to stop othering the other side. The reason why America became a powerhouse after World War II was not because of Judeo-Christian values. I had a belt conversion in my 400 CI CBC El Camino back in the day. The way I could rev it up slightly higher, I don't know if it's worth the money, but why not? Well, if you got an El Camino, that motherfucker's got a purr, dog. That thing's got to tickle the balls when you start it. Gangster! But, like, America was not just solely founded, America didn't become the powerhouse that it did because of Judeo-Christian values. We did it through innovation, and our industry, like the way that we commodified our industry ahead of other people. We did it through technological advancements, innovation, and freeing up the marketplace for more and more people to do certain particular jobs. We did it by having a dynamic workforce that could specialize in certain areas. We did it by leading through like research and creating things like the internet and like creating the Industrial Revolution. Like, these are the things that propelled America to the forefront of being where it is as a global power today. It has nothing to do with Judeo-Christian values or any of that bullshit. It has to do with the fact that we used capitalism in a way to, like, to some degree affect a larger scale of people, and then through that we created soft power that helped it lift it up other countries. And by doing so, it gave us some kind of in those environments or areas to where we even started being able to put embassies and stuff around the globe. Like, America led the way through innovation, through the era of Enlightenment thinking. It has nothing to do with that bullshit about Judeo-Christian bullshit. And the fact that we can sit here and sit on some high horse and say that, like, if you're a Muslim, you can't come to this country because your views are not applicable to Judeo-Christian values is fucking rancid and wrong. Like, some of the smartest people now are coming from India and China and Japan and areas like this where they have a higher degree of schooling, and some of their citizens are far more intelligent than natural born American citizens, because for some reason in America, despite the fact that we understand that, like, education is incredibly important, we have some of the lowest testing scores out of the modern countries in the world, because we're too busy hyper-focused on becoming millionaires or TikTok stars or YouTube people to, like, actually pick up a book and fucking read something. So when people come to this country on, like, an H-1B visa to come over here and work in an area that, like, they wouldn't have access to, only helps, like, further grow our economy, because now we're actually pulling in some of the smartest and creative minds around the world. But we don't do that. Like, you guys want to stop that. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
May we all be so successful and productive that our enemies celebrate when we die. May we all be so devastating to the leftist project that they long for our demise. May we all fight so hard and so effectively that they have no choice but to try to kill us. May our lives be a problem for these people, and our deaths a relief.
Nice, man. Good fucking cooling, dude. I love it. I love that you get paid millions of dollars to spread hatred on the internet, and, like, you have a fucking ivory little mansion that you live in. You could retire any day and never suffer any of the consequences for the bullshit that you say. I'm Chinese, but my parents had a very low bar. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, dude. Wait, so, Lou, if this is too personal of a question, do you fuck with League of Legends then? Because, like, I know League of Legends is huge in China, isn't it? I think that's where a majority of the money now comes from. Like, come on, bro. You got to be playing League then. Come on, homie. Actually, that might be a racist stigma. I apologize if it came off that way. I just, I like the culture out there to some degree, Anyone that, hangs out with my League of Legends, those are my homies, bro. Also, I know League of Legends is also really big in Korea. It's a bummer that League of Legends never blew up in Japan, because my favorite team was a Japanese team, and the mid laner would always use Heimerdinger. I can't remember what they were fucking called anymore. But those were my boys. I loved them. Yeah, but I don't game. Bummer. Smart, though.
Let them dance on my grave as they dance on Charlie's. Then I will know that I did my duty. Our opponents should be happy when we leave the ring. If they aren't, then we didn't punch hard enough.
Oh, great. Cool.
Charlie punched harder than anyone. He did it with a smile. He did it through speech and debate. He did it non-violently. But he was a devastating fighter all the same. And
he was a fucking coward that wouldn't debate actual people. He got excited about it. I don't think it came off racist. I wish I can game visually impaired. I understand that. I'm getting old enough to where, like, even keeping up in, like, silver is getting hard. It's getting a little silly there. Like, holy shit.
Opponents are overjoyed because they think they've gotten rid of him. But they're wrong.
What should the messaging on the left be moving forward if the right are going to be retarded? I think every single person on the left should just say over and over again, has Trump called for both sides to turn it down? And that's it. Literally, that's it. I look to the president for guidance on my rhetoric, and I'm looking to see if the president has said that everybody needs to pull back.
Nice. I was on messaging before it became the messaging. I am caught up. Let's go.
Political, nonpartisan way.
Gravely misjudged the situation. The only thing more powerful than a living fighter is a martyred one. In life,
right, so I don't know many people on the left right now that are, like, happy that Charlie Kirk is dead, because they now know it's going to be way harder to have these conversations. So I don't know what the fuck this guy is talking about. Every debate I'm going to go into, if I get into any, are going to be like, well, your side just killed Charlie Kirk. And it's like, fuck. Another fucking bludgeon that they can use to, like, not talk about the issue at hand. Like they use, like I've seen Charlie Kirk do it. You go up and question him on something, he'll be like, "What is a woman?" It's like, bro, what does that have to do with this fucking question? It's because he doesn't want to answer the question. He wants to deflect, and he can use that as a vector to do so. They're gonna use this as a vector to fucking escape any accountability or hold any argument to boot. I'm already looking forward to the Wix debates that are about to come up over this, because I guarantee you he's gonna put them on there. I'm gonna request to be a part of it, but it's a big enough issue that enough like bigger up people are gonna do it, you know. So it's gonna be a bummer. I probably won't get in, but I'll definitely be there to watch it.
Life, Charlie motivated and rallied us to put on the armor of God and fight for what we believe in. In death, he motivates and rallies us all the more.
I don't know.
So from what I heard, according to a few handful of sources, though, the guy has been apprehended. I believe he turned himself in. We still don't know why he did it, who he is, or any of that jazz. So it's still kind of in the air right now. But yeah, more information will probably come out soon. And depending on how that information goes, a lot of things might happen. Sweet Laken Riley. Oh my god, dude, I've heard Laken Riley so much. You'll be like, oh my god, 12 million illegal immigrants crossed the border. It's like, no, 12 million people showed up at the border. Some of them were turned away, some of them claimed asylum, some people were arrested. But people don't fucking ever look into anything. They just stick to one thing they heard and then they sit on it. There's a reason why Destiny's earned my respect as a content creator. Because here Matt Walsh made a claim, Destiny looked to verify the claim. Like, that should have been in Matt Walsh's video. If Matt Walsh is making a claim like that, and he has that kind of staff and power, and he can't even fucking pull up the video to prove what he's saying, you should ask why. Why is it they're not doing that? Oh, family members who saw the pics and footage turned him in. Damn, your own family turned on you? That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, if this man is guilty, he should be held to the full extent of the law. Hopefully that law is not the death penalty, because I don't really like the death penalty. But yeah, what this guy did was, if he's the one that did it, morally reprehensible, disgusting, and should be shouted down from the rooftops. And you don't do that for any clout. Tears were catching me up. I feel for all those poor people who had to witness it. I can't stay hearing about the shootings over there. It is so terrible. Exactly, dude. It doesn't matter what side of the political aisle you're on. What happened was a travesty. And the poor young children that were there, like, well, not children, a lot of them were college kids. So they're a little older. It's not like they were like 14 and shit. But I mean, Charlie Kirk's wife and kid were in the audience. I mean, this was, broadcasted to the world. There is only one downside to what happened. If it works out that way. If it's possible that, not downside, I mean upside. There's only one upside to potentially what happened. Maybe people will start being a little more cautious with the things they say in public. I don't know if that's going to do anything. Yeah, still young, very young. Like I said, what happened? Terrible. It is the government of Utah had gas already said death penalty. Well, that's not good. The world when it's eye for an eye, man, that's dangerous. Oh my god, his wife and kids, that's so sad. So bad, fuck. Yeah, they were in the audience. I had 2 kids that were there. I think one, I don't know the ages, but one of them looks to still be like a baby, like, probably 1 to 2 years old, maybe 3. I doubt it, because she was still it looked like she was still in a diaper. I think the other one's like 4 or 5, very small. I can't really tell, but it's fucking gross. Those kids are going to be haunted for their whole life, and they're going to be without a father. Doesn't matter who you are. That's bad news. Bad news, man. Think about what kind of turmoil that can cause in your life, or trauma that's going to be everlasting. Those 2 girls are going to grow up. I think they're girls. I don't know. I know one's a girl. His children are going to grow up to be fucked over by this shit. I'm going to head out and try to get to the scrapyard before they close, because I didn't do it yesterday because my daughter was visiting. Well, I hope you had a good time with your daughter, Nikki. Have yourself a wonderful day. You're beautiful. I love you and I miss you. Be safe, okay? The world's getting crazy out there. Be careful.
Maybe historically, maybe there are examples that would make me wrong here, but the martyr stuff feels like a truism that isn't actually true. I think that like martyrs suck. I think that especially for people, maybe like if you're at the end of your life, martyrs can be good. But I feel like especially if you're young and you can do stuff, I feel like being martyred is not good for your movement. Like, yeah, people will be hype for a week or so, but it doesn't drive long-term change or long-term antagonism. It just sucks, especially if you were a highly effective leader. Now, if you have like an irrelevant person who's a martyr, then that's whatever. But I don't think leaders of movements getting killed are generally like good for the movement.
I know. How much did Aaron Bushnell's emulsion, do for the movement? I don't think it did much. I don't know, man. Martyrs can be very effective, though. I think Destiny just might be wrong here, but he could be right. I mean, it does feel like a truism. Like, I don't think that we have a lot of like evidence in recent years that it works, but I don't really think it's going to be a martyr. Maybe I think it's just going to be. I mean, guess it is a martyr, but I think it's going to be more of like a justification to say that they knew all along that it was happening. They're just going to use this as a falsified justification to perpetuate violence, and they're going to be okay with that, and they're not going to give a shit. And then when it happens to them, they're going to cry about it. But when they do it to other people, they're going to laugh about it.
Generally,
I want to be very clear that we will not back down after this. We will not shrink away or go into hiding.
what has Trump said about this? Trump blamed the radical left Democrats for the rhetoric and everything,
Yeah.
which is just unbelievable. Without even knowing who the shooter is. What about Jesus? Jesus doesn't count as a martyr. He literally came back to life.
Many of us conservatives on the public stage have seen the death threats and death wishes over the last several hours. Leftists across social media are making their wish list of who they'd like to see assassinated next. You know, I've seen my name on the list.
Oh my God.
Benz is on it. Many other names. I do think the chances of a copycat event are very high. I do. And that's why I feel that it's important for me to say that I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to hide. None of us will. None of us. Because if we back down, then the demons who killed Charlie will win, and they cannot win. They will not win.
Demons, huh?
The day before his death, Charlie posted a picture of Irina, the young woman who was killed on the light rail in Charlotte. And he added a short caption, "America will never be the same," he wrote. Amen. You had no idea how right you were, my friend. America will never be the same. It will be better. Thanks in large part to your work, your legacy, your example, America will ultimately be a better place, but there's a lot more to be done in the meantime. The fight continues. You finished your race, Charlie. You fought the good fight. You kept the faith. And now we'll take it from here.
Okay.
And we won't give up until the work is done.
Wow.
And you can rest in peace knowing that. Godspeed.
When you say without even knowing who the shooter is, how is that not cope? What could be an alternative? Bro, Trump is the least popular president in all of U.S. history. He has a sycophantic cult obsession with MAGA, but everybody else fucking hates him. Grippers hate him. Never Trumpers fucking hate him. There's a lot of different groups and people on the left that also hate him. Like, who knows? It's like, if I had to put money on it, my guess is the shooter is probably left-leaning. But I don't even know. It would almost be 50-50. I feel like left-leaning attacks or whatever are always like cringe, like BLM shooting cops and walking up and shit. Could also just be a fucking lunatic as well. Some like fucking crazy guy who wants to make, you know, huge waves in the country.
Charlie Kirk. Death is going to do more damage to this country than his life did. What a bummer. Matt Walsh had a responsibility here to try and stem this down, like many of the people in the left. Governor Newsom came out and tried to stem it down. Come on, man. Come on, man. All right. What? All right. Well, I don't know what. So what is this?
This way, but the reality is there are like 4 different worlds that we can live in, and it relates to like this concept of like a prisoner's dilemma. It's a paradoxical setup, kind of, where there is a positive outcome for 2 different players. However, both players basically become incentivized using logic to take the worst outcome, basically, for collectively. You have 2 different people who are caught, and the 2 people who are caught are being interrogated by the police. And then the question is do you cooperate with the police and rat out your friend? Or do you not cooperate with the police, I shouldn't be using cooperate with the police. Or do you not work with the police and then you cooperate with your friend? That's supposed to be phrased, right? Okay, we'll say prisoner 1 cooperates and prisoner 2 cooperates, okay? If this happens, then we'll say that both people get sentenced to 1 year in jail, okay? This is what happens if both people cooperate with each other, not with the cops. They cooperate with each other, right? This is the cooperative thing. They cooperate with each other, and so what happens is they don't rat on each other, and the cops don't have enough evidence to lock them up for the more severe crimes, so then they both go to jail for 1 year. In another world, you have both of them betraying each other, and then both of them end up in jail for 3 years, okay? And then in one where you have one betrayal and one cooperator, the betrayer guy ends up in jail for 0 years, and the betrayed guy ends up in jail for, okay, something like this. Okay, I'm drawing this out, sorry. Okay, prisoner's dilemma, okay? If both people cooperate with each other and neither of them do any defecting from each other, they don't betray each other, both of them go to jail for 1 year, all right, if they cooperate. If both of them defect or betray each other, they both go to jail for 3 years, okay? The guy who cooperates with the police, the guy who works with the police and defects from his partner, he gets 0 years, and then the other guy gets 5 years. So when you first come to this model, I think, the kind of like, on a first glance, you might think like, okay, well, both of us should obviously cooperate, because if we both cooperate, then we both get 1 year in jail, which is a decent, that's an okay outcome, right? But if you know that the other person is incentivized to cooperate and you're incentivized to cooperate, but you know that if you defect, he's going to go to jail for 0 years and you're going to jail for 5 years, well, now you're in an awkward spot where you know he's incentivized to defect because it's going to be better for him, but it's going to be significant.
How is he making the prisoner's dilemma so complicated? I feel like that's what Destiny does. He's really good at a lot of things, but I feel like he feels the need to complicate things in an attempt to oversimplify them for his audience, because some of, man, I've seen, I'm in the DGG Discord, and brother, some of them break my heart, dude. That's all I'm gonna put out there. I remember one time I posted something in there and a guy just like, I can't remember what his response was, but like I was like, bro, what the fuck, isn't this Destiny's Discord? Aren't we guys supposed to be the guys that like, you know, argue and articulate ourselves? Like, why the fuck are we like acting like Hassan right now?
Significantly worse for you. And so you're kind of in a situation where you should also defect. So you can kind of like deductively reason out that both of you basically have to defect against each other. And then that leads to both of you in jail for 3 years. This is obviously not a great outcome. So it's kind of like a weird way that when you look at these models where you can't enforce cooperation, I mean, there's a ton of like things that you can take from this on, you know, how do you enforce cooperation? You have to find ways to link, you know, causal effect, blah, 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 right?
Usually when someone makes something simple sound this complex, I'm sure it's a sure sign they don't understand it themselves. To some extent, I agree with you. If you are really good at knowing a thing through and through, it should be relatively simple to explain it. However, some ideas are very complex. And you got to remember that he's primarily speaking to Americans. Americans don't know how to read. Like, I can't remember the last time I've seen an American pick up a book unless it was outside of school. You know what I mean? Like, Americans are some of the most disappointing people on earth. Especially when it comes to politics. I think the biggest problem with politics right now isn't even really the divisive rhetoric or any of that shit. I think it's just that millennials entered it. Millennials are typically spoiled fucking children that, despite their age, act like fucking infants when they don't get their way. And then they don't have any concept of like right and wrong. I think millennials could be the biggest failures of, the physician said that you only know if you understand something when you have to teach it to someone else. That's a really good analogy, actually, which is a bummer because I have a hard time explaining things to people. So mayhap my understanding. Physicist, not my apologies. Was a doctor. What was I thinking? I feel like sometimes I lack the capability to explain what I'm trying to say. But I also understand that, like, typically my level of knowledge on things is probably just below surface level. You know what I mean? Like, I dig like one layer deeper. Like, there are people that can turn careers into these things that I just, how they operate and the way they think, it's like, fuck, how did he get there? And especially so quickly. You know what I mean?
In my opinion, in U.S. politics, civility, okay? This is where we kind of want to be, all right? We want to be here where things are civil, all right? Meaning we're not killing each other or having a bad time enacting violence against each other. This would be like ideal. This is a good world, okay? Right now, at best, we're in this world, okay? Nobody wants to say this, but the problem is that this here is not the worst world. We're just pretending that it is, okay? The reason why it doesn't make sense for...
My job involves explaining complex topics to people. I know when I need to learn more when I struggle to explain it. It happened to me today with Kerberos authentication. Sounds like a smart concept. No way you're great at explaining things. Look, I'm a man that has a lot of self-doubt, so if you say so, I will take your word for it. But you've taught me lots of things. But I will say this, I do enjoy the attempting to explain things, and if I get it right, cool. I just know I scare some people away sometimes. Like when I was trying to explain why I'm not too hip with the word genocide, you know what I mean? Like I disagree with what's happening in Israel. Yeah, I don't want to get into it. But even one of our regular viewers hasn't been back around for a while, who is in the TTP and someone I care a lot about. But you know, I feel like I have many gaps in my capabilities.
Democrats to disavow over and over and over again. When Republicans won't do it is because there is a worse world for this. And the worst world is, I'll call it genocide, but I mean, you can put whatever you want here. Genocide, absolute violence, one-sided firing squad, whatever.
You are good at explaining even when you are wrong. Winky face. Not often, and only my opinion being different. Like I said, I'll take it. Maybe one day I'll fully believe it. Someone else said something similar yesterday, so I mean, look. Oh, managers in chat, guys. I got to be careful. Oh shit.
Execution. There is a worse world than this one here, and that worse world is one side enacting violence. And the problem...
Well, luckily for you, I don't know much. But you at least say things with a great amount of conviction, and that I totally believe you. I do say things with a lot of conviction, but sometimes I feel like I need to learn to modulate or regulate some of that conviction. I mean, I do think that when I'm approaching a topic that I'm shaky on, I typically try to say that. I try to. Sometimes I might come off a little more pig-headed than I wish to be, you know. And, you know, sometimes I just get worked up, man. Like I said, I've been debating, arguing with people for a long time. I've been involved in the culture war. I've lost jobs over this. I've seen bad shit happen. So sometimes it might be like a form of like a mini PTSD, you know what I mean? Especially when I hear things that like start hearkening back to like similar language. And I know where the logical conclusion to where that thought pattern goes to, or like where that argument is leading to, where I start getting a little worked up. Fuck, dude.
Problem is that the Republican rhetoric is pushing us in that direction, where the Republicans want to push us here, right? Where it's a Dem utter loss. And they do that by already trying to say that we are here, right? You've heard the Republicans say over and over again, it's all left-wing violence, it's all left-wing violence, it's all left-wing violence. And they do that.
I, too, have the curse of speaking with too much conviction. It was an issue when I was in a pub quiz team. As people took my guesses as meaning, I knew the answers. Oh man, dude, conviction is a scary thing because I love conviction, and I think people should stand by their conviction, and they should stand by their principles and stay consistent with it. But sometimes it feels like a little. People can be like really passionate about a thing that they could just be utterly wrong on. It's rough. I try to fact check myself. Sometimes, like when I'm bored, I'll go argue with AI, and I'll tell it like, "Hey, man, I'm coming at this from a leftist view. I need you to torch everything I'm saying with studies and facts, and then I'll go at it. And then sometimes I'll flip the script and I'll go in it and try to argue the right side, and then like on a trans issue, I'll try to argue both sides at two different times. I find that one of the main reasons I subscribe is because I enjoy listening to people with passion for what they speak about, even if I disagree. It's always a good idea to listen to both sides. I agree 100%. Which is why I got to be careful, because I try my hardest not to fall into an echo chamber. Because I've seen it happen. I've seen a lot. Like I know a lot of buddies. I don't want to name names or talk about things in a precise way. I want to leave it as vague as possible, just because these are people's lives. I remember when Joe Rogan was blowing up with the intellectual dark web. I was giddy with it. You had people like Sam Harris, Russell Brand, not Tucker Carlson, what the fuck was his name? Jordan Peterson, Eric and Brett Weinstein. You had Dave Rubin. I love watching, although we agree on 99%, when you argue, it makes me stop and think why I disagree. That is invaluable. Exactly, dude. But I remember watching these things and talking to my friends about it. And a lot of my friends didn't have any thoughts about it. They didn't care. A lot of the times they would just tell me, I don't know why you give a fuck about this shit, dude. And then, like, as I start seeing the intellectual dark web start, like, morphing into, like, and Ben Shapiro was in there as well. And I see it start morphing into, like, something different. And I start hearing them just, like, get congratulatory about their conversations and sucking their own dicks instead of, like, being critical anymore. And then instead of using, like, logic and reason and facts to, like, kind of, like, decipher information, I start seeing them use appeals to authority or just pure conspiracy. I started moving away from it because I'm like, well, this isn't why I was watching this shit. And then when I saw, like, Sam Harris go against the intellectual dark web, thing he was a part of, I definitely knew something bad was happening in that area. And I slowly dialed back. But I remember I started dialing back, and when I was leaving those areas, I started seeing the very people that told me, why the fuck do I care, start entering them. So then in some small way, I feel like I pushed some people to, like, a form of radicalization that pushed them towards Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan. And then when they get in there and they start watching it after they've already gone wacky, and now it's 4 years later and I have conversations with these people, and now they just quote me verbatim shit from Joe Rogan. And I'm like, bro. Like, I know people that are now doing mushroom trips because Joe Rogan talks about microdosing. I know people that went out and bought a cold plunge because Joe Rogan said so. I know people that now just stand on, like, the hill that, the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry is entirely evil, and now they just purely stick with supplements. And it's like, what are you doing? I watched someone close to me fall into an echo chamber, very sad to witness, and it's almost impossible to pull them out. Yeah, echo chambers are fucking terrifying. My biggest fear is that I fall into one now. It's the reason why I watch a lot of Destiny, but I'll watch a lot of anti-Destiny stuff too. Like, that's why I really like Lonerbox, because Lonerbox has similar messaging without a lot of the stuff that Destiny does as well. But I'll even sometimes go watch Vosh. I'll even go watch, like, Matt Christensen. Sadly, I have to leave. I hope you watch and upload a reaction to that interview with the Cambridge, not Oxford debate woman, as I'd love to see your thoughts on it. I will definitely get that done. It'll be coming. I'm 100% with Joe Rogan on that one. Sorry. It's okay. Look, me and Joe Rogan have disagreements. And I used to think Joe Rogan was a very intelligent person. And hell, to some degree, I still think he's a really good at talking with people and having conversations. But some of the stuff that he pushes now is just dangerous. Like the fact that he came out and was saying that, like, before we had any news on it, saying that, like, obviously the left is the one behind the shooting. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, dude. All right, man. Have yourself a wonderful day. Like I said, I will watch that for you, and I'll get it out there. I'll take that $9 as a request. My justification now. Thank you, buddy. Have yourself a wonderful day, and I'll miss you, man. Thank you for stopping by. You've been here the last couple of days, and it's been fucking fantastic. I'll probably see you again Monday, but I'll probably be uploading some stuff. I might even be able to sneak that in sometime tonight and upload it. I'll talk to you soon, buddy. Yeah, Joe Rogan did a lot of things right, man. He just did a lot of things that are a little, for the size of his audience, he did things a little too carelessly. And I do know that he comes out and he does come out and say things like, what's the word I'm looking for? That you shouldn't listen to him on these things, that he's just a person, that you should trust the experts. So, like, the fact that he does that is, kudos to him there. But, I mean, he still has such a huge audience. And he almost single-handedly helped one of the, Trump get in office. And now he's calling out some of the shit that Trump's doing, which is cool. I studied nutrition for years. So at least I had done my own research, not blind. I know, yeah. Look, I agree that the medical industry is bad. I agree that, like, the pharmaceutical industry does have an incentive to push certain things. I agree with all of those things. And I believe that it is somewhat, to some degree, a monopoly. Fully support that. But I just wish that people would apply that same level of scrutiny to the supplement companies that make a lot of money selling supplements to people. And many of these things haven't been federally tested by the FDA, or if they have been, they haven't been hitting certain thresholds for safety. There's nothing wrong with, like, going into a nutritious, healthy way or supplement way of life. Everyone can sit here and tell you that vitamins are good for you. But we shouldn't replace modern medicine with that as well. Like, even the medicine and the antibodies that he took when he got COVID were created and funded by, the medical industry that he lashes out against. And he also has an incentive to do so. I mean, he sells supplements. He sells Alpha Brain. He's partnered with supplement companies. There's a lot of money that can be funneled to these things by having such a massive platform and using that platform to attack that industry while also participating in selling in the counter of that industry. There is financial gain for him to do so. I'm not saying that he's evil or anything like that. I would never make that claim over that. I do have moments where I think he does some evil shit, but it's just something to be aware of, that Joe Rogan does make a lot of fucking money from the supplements he sells and the supplements he pushes. It's just, you got to be careful. I'm not saying you followed him. If you've done your own research, obviously, you're way smarter than me on that particular topic. Yes, people need to do research. Too many people are so happy being sheep, never questioning anything. Exactly. Living on autopilot. Exactly. Not to say that, everyone who does what they're doing, what Joe Rogan says. It's just strange that when you see a person that wasn't that way before, and they start watching a content creator, and then start doing those exact things and advocating for those exact things, and, like, every single time that Joe Rogan makes a post about a particular thing or has a particular view, then when I go talk to some of these people, they have the same thought patterns and processes. And I'm like, hold on, where did you get this from? I've known you for a fucking 10 plus years. I've never heard you say this before. Where the fuck? Because I know it was said on Joe Rogan. I watch him all the time. Because as much as I don't like him, he has his pulse and on the cultural zeitgeist, and whatever Joe Rogan says to some degree becomes some mini little law that affects millions of people. Despite the fact that he's been hit in the head so many times that I don't know if you could trust his entire opinion on a majority of topics. Watching him like fucking completely flounder over vaccines was terrifying. Anyway, all that to say, I don't even remember how we got here. I just ran my mouth for like 20 minutes. I just wish people would stop buying the rhetoric and start looking into things. Right now, if you were to look at the left, a majority of people on the left, a majority of them are calling for de-escalation. People on the right need to do the same thing.
That is a call to their own side that they need to respond with violence. So the reason why I'm not sympathetic to people saying we need to turn down the temperature, well, just because the other side Just because the other side isn't doing it doesn't mean we can't. No, fuck you. We're not in the worst world right now. This world, right, which is this part of the prisoner's dilemma box, this world is preferable right here to...
You're all good. Claire, I don't know if you know it. Did you see that I uploaded a video about Joe Rogan recently? Talking about some of these things? That's on the channel as well. If you're a big Joe Rogan fan, you may not want to watch it. That was kind of mean.
To this world or this world. And the one-sided calls for just us, we just need to disavow. No, I'm sorry. The president of the United States, without having any fucking idea at all who the actual shooter is, has already blamed one side. Okay? They've already blamed one side. I don't want to be in this world or this world. I would rather be in this world, as much as it sucks. It's not a good world to be in.
Oh, okay. I see what he's saying here. Due to the during the prisoner's dilemma, I see what he's saying. That if we let the right continue to do its thing without any mitigation whatsoever, we will be the ones that get taken out. Violence isn't the end of the scope. And that's true. Fuck.
Sucks. The best world would be this one. But in the prisoner's dilemma, one person can't get you here. Both players independently have to make decisions. And there is no virtue in making this decision over and over and over and over and over again, especially when it's not just you playing, but you're making decisions that impact your group as well. You can't constantly advocate for this world and pretend that you're being moral, because the other player has no incentive, because they're benefiting the whole time. This is what I say when I talk about like making fun of people who die and all of this stuff, is that it seems crass and it seems bad, but there's a reason why people dehumanize people, because it's effective for your political movement. It works. It does. There's a reason why people have done this historically and why they continue to do it, why the Republicans continue to do it. So in my mind, it is immoral to ask this or whatever when that's what Republicans are pushing us towards. Both sides have to be willing to come up here. Civility can't happen on one side.
Agreed.
If Dems don't back down, does a stalemate occur? No, you just stay here in the violence area. We need to demand civility from Republicans then. In my opinion, I think that Trump doing a unilateral call, or at least a both sides call for reducing rhetoric, not just on the Dems, but on both sides, I think that should be conditional of a government shutdown. I think that that's one of the demands that, and I think that's an easy demand, and it should be rhetorically popular with at least 60% of the country. Donald Trump should be able to come out and speak for at least 2 to 5 minutes and say that everybody needs to calm the fuck down. Not just Democrats, everybody. Without blaming Dems, without talking about Antifa, without talking about Joe Biden, everybody. Destiny, this is all in line with the tit-for-tat strategy suggested for prisoner's dilemma over multiple instances. Only cooperate with the betrayer if they come back to cooperation first. Sure, yeah. Yeah, because you can logic your way to the betrayal thing over and over again if the other person's never willing to cooperate. Because logically that is your best move. You can't, but you can't cooperate while the other person defects over and over and over again. You can't do that.
See, this is what I'm talking about, bro. I never really fucking understood the prisoner's dilemma in such a degree. I just said that, like, obviously one side is doing it. Like, how the fuck are we supposed to sit here and continue to bend the knee to people when every time given the opportunity, they keep escalating it further and further? Like, what is their justification for doing some of the mean shit they did when they got in office? Democrats did it. You know what I mean? Like, what is their justification for Donald Trump writing fucking decrees and fucking whatever against, like, polling data, or no, sorry, the lawyers that were, like, suing him? Yeah, if Trump is incapable of fucking going before, you know, a camera and saying that we need to cool the temperature here, then he is not the president. I would say he needs to be impeached. Like every other president in the history of presidents is always trying to cool down any kind of violent rhetoric propping up in the country. America is not supposed to be doing the shit. This belongs in, like, what we would call third world countries. You know, this is bullshit. And it's bullshit that one side of the political spectrum always has to give. And that's why when people say it's, like, clearly, you know, like, how do I say this? Like, both teams are the same. Like, right and the left are on similar. It's not true. It's just not true. It's unfair as fuck. And it's cool that a majority of Democrats still called out the violence, and yet I've yet to see many Republicans do the same thing. We just watched Matt Walsh. We just watched Bucking Asmongold. Both of these people were advocating for escalating further violence. Asmongold made justifications for the violence to come. Matt Walsh did a direct call to violence saying that we're going to pour this shit out. This is fucking absurd. What do we do? How much can, like, the left capitulate on this? Like, what do we need to start sacrificing members of the left? Do we need to go get an altar outside, put them on a cross and nail them to it and burn them to the ground in front of, like, the entire city? Like, what? Excuse me, what do we have to do? Like, why is the left always the one to pay the price politically? Like, Biden comes out, gives a speech, and in the speech he clearly clarifies that a majority of Americans and a majority of people on the right are perfectly reasonable people. But then he says there are some on the right that are MAGA, that are, like, vile. Like, did he say anything to cool down the did he do or say anything to cool down the Teslas people setting shit on fire in California? I think Operation Human Shield. Yeah, dude. Did he say or do anything? I would even say that Trump did that one poorly. Trump did terrible shit with the Tesla things. Every time Trump talks about an issue about this, Al Franken was sacrificed for basically nothing. Exactly, dude. Like, we literally, like, let them impeach our president, Bill Clinton, who literally left us with a surplus when he left office. Like, dude, what did we do? Like, Donald Trump, even when dealing with the Tesla things, came out and called out the radical leftist. Like, and then he put Pam Bondi on it. And then he comes out when he talks about issues around, he just calls the Democrats evil. Like, what active president has ever done that? Like, I watched a TikTok. I have one saved on my phone where it shows every former presidential debate or a former president candidate that lost the election concede the election. The worst one we had was Al Gore. Al Gore came out and said, the Supreme Court has decided, and though I vehemently disagree with their decision, I will stand by their decision. And then we saw Hillary Clinton cave immediately. We saw Kamala Harris cave immediately. We saw every fucking like all the way down to Nixon or before. Every former president or potential president candidate came out and, like, immediately said, you know what? Hey, we lost. We're Americans. The people of our country have spoken. This man is our president. And we will get behind him until Donald Trump lost. That's the only time in, like, 100 years where we said it was rigged. The political divisiveness comes from the White House. What do we do when the person leading our country is only leading half of our country for a small sect of people? Al Gore, I mean, oh yeah, he blamed the left. He should have kept that neutral, just like this. Calm everyone down. Don't encourage more blame and hate. Exactly. That's not. A president's job is to be the president for all Americans, not just the ones that voted for you. And then we're seeing massive political commentators on the right escalate further. It's getting unhinged. What do? All you can do is call it out and hope to God that the radical fucking nut jobs that watch them won't get a rifle and show up at your door. For those of you that are on the left, it may be time to arm up. I wouldn't say start marching streets and being insane. Trump wants violence to block elections. Especially since he influences not just your country, 100%. 100%. And when we saw Trump even joke about that, because he was talking about the Ukrainian guy, and he said, oh, if there's a war, there's not going to be an election? You know what I mean? not understanding the difference between the Ukrainian Constitution and the American Constitution because he's the dipshit that doesn't know how to read. He has to have things read to him. He doesn't even know what fucking EO is put on his desk. He has to ask someone because he can't just pick it up and go, oh, this is what this one means. Someone has to read to him what the EO is because he's so fucking brain dead. We hear all this chatter about fucking Biden's goddamn senility, and Trump is probably one of the most senile people I've ever fucking seen in my life. Anyway, I'm getting on a tangent. That's not helpful.
Do that as a losing strategy. It's a super mega losing strategy. It's worse than the violent one.
Bro.
Destiny, what about civil war? Does that live under violence and is acceptable? Yes, civil war, again, it sucks and it's not popular to say. Civil war is up here, okay? Civil war is not the worst outcome. This is the worst outcome. And I know it sucks and it feels bad to say it, but this outcome here is still preferable to the unilateral laying down of arms. Ask any group of people that have been genocided before. Because the problem is right now, this is a question I've asked, I think for years, is what is the line in the sand? And
I agree that Biden was losing it, 100%. The difference is I'm willing to be consistent on that. Biden was losing it. He was old. You know what I mean? He was having a hard time, and but that doesn't mean Trump isn't. You know what I mean? And more importantly, even if Biden was losing it, he still managed to pass really good legislation that helped a lot of people. So I mean, even if I had to choose between two senile fucks, I'm gonna pick the senile fuck that still passed legislation that helped my country. And then the president that came out and said something like, I'm a president for all Americans. It is time to cool down the temperature and stuff like that. I'll take that senile fuck over the one that's the senile fuck that comes out and says horrendous shit and tries to stoke civil war. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, they're both fucking losing it. They're both old as shit. I think we need to start having our presidents around 45 to 50. I don't think we should be putting 80-year-olds in the White House. It's a miracle that fuckers can even walk. We need to change the way that we do this. It's the reason why, even though as much as I love Bernie Sanders sometimes, I don't think that motherfucker should run. I think Gavin Newsom should probably run so far, or AOC, even though I disagree a lot with what AOC has to say. At the end of the day, she's a young, thoughtful individual that can like capture the hearts and minds of the youth. Like Barack Obama was one of the most charismatic leaders we had in like 30 years. And you know why? Because he wasn't some old fuck that was barely clinging to life. Trump, I believe right now, is technically the oldest president we've ever had. I think he's technically older than Joe Biden was at the end of something like that. I don't remember. I could totally be wrong. I'm just shooting from the hip there. But someone told, I read somewhere that technically now Trump is going to be the oldest president in U.S. history. Which is like, come on, guys. Let's stop electing old fucks that don't know how to wipe their own ass as president. While we all put out propaganda to talk about how healthy and like peak fitness they're in. 79? Fuck, that's old as balls, dude. Also, I just recently found out that you guys have a minimum age for people who can be president. Yeah, dude. Like, isn't it like 35 or 45? Like, something like that? It's crazy. Trump is far worse mentally. I would agree with that. He was old but not suffering from dementia. He had bad night stutterings, and despite Trump said wild shit, the same debate. 35. Okay, 35, that's what I thought. 35. I've heard that in school. Yeah, dude. Trump is clearly losing his mental faculties. I remember watching this during the presidential election. A woman came out, was on stage and asked him a question. What are we going to do about childcare in America? And watching Donald Trump not be able to answer that question in any way, like Trump was trying to say that we're not going to have to worry about childcare because the tariffs are going to bring in so much money, it's not going to matter. But this dipshit couldn't even say that. It took him 2 minutes to go through a rambling answer where he was like, well, you know, we got to look into it, and Ivanka and this, we're really on it, and, you know, I really care about it, but, like, the money coming in, and it's like, what are you saying? Like, Every once in a while, Biden would make a gaffe over like some speech and fall over. But didn't even Donald Trump fall over trying to go up the fucking stairs to Air Force One? Like, oh, we're not even talking about Qatar and the fucking jet that he received. Like, fucking Christ, man.
Right now, I've never heard a Republican give one. I've never heard a conservative give one. And it doesn't seem like Trump has one. There are no breaks. I have not seen anything where Trump has been like, oh, maybe this one went a little bit too far. Maybe we went a little too far. I haven't seen it. I don't know what that line in the sand is.
He's never going to either, dude. The dude, if war breaks out, he can continue to stay in office. Biden still gave powerful speech after yeah, dude. Biden still had moments of fucking dope clarity. I wonder if I can find that. People may not understand what I'm saying. Let me see if I can find it. Donald Trump child care. This is like a viral moment. Here we go.
President Trump, you
like, this is a real thing. This is a real thing, okay? Like, this was before he was elected. People elected this while complaining about Joe Biden's senility, okay?
talked about how the increase in the price of food, gas, and rent is hurting families. But the real cost that's breaking families' backs and preventing women from participating in the workforce is childcare. Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year, making it one of the most urgent economic issues that is facing our country. In fact, the cost of childcare is outpacing the cost of inflation, with the majority of American families of young children spending more than 20% of their income on childcare. One thing that Democrats and Republicans have in common is that both parties talk a lot about what they're going to do to address the childcare crisis, but neither party has delivered meaningful change. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would.
Okay. So one thing to remember going into this, before you watch it, is this is a guy who speaks a great deal about Biden's inability to answer questions. And he says things now that he's in office that every EO that Biden ever signed should be null and void because he had to use AutoPen when Trump used AutoPen a majority of the time. And he doesn't even know how to read the fucking EOs that are put on his table, okay? Number two, here's a really good part. We live in an age in America where it's no longer the same as it used to be in our youth. Back in the day, a single parent working could afford a home. But prices are high enough now to where both people of the family need to work. And it's just almost impossible these days to effectively raise a child while both parents are working without getting some form of child care. So more and more parents, or more and more adults, or more wife and husbands are holding off on creating children or raising families until they're more financially secure. This question has so many different layers to it that needs to be answered in a very deep and insightful way. And to be fair, the Democrats rarely are able to answer this question either. We need to find a way to alleviate these situations because too many people are having to go to work because people aren't making enough money to afford a thing by themselves. So by having both parents and working constantly, they can't afford to have kids. They can't afford to take the time off to raise children. And more importantly, it puts off having more and more kids to come out. Sublime is no longer at the top of the charts either. Yeah. Look, we are having a crisis in the fact that we are not producing enough children to replace the workforce those that are retiring. And by taking longer to get kids into the world, it's taking longer for them to grow up. And then some people eventually get aged out to where they can't have kids at all. Because eventually you get caught up in your career and dumb shit happens, and it's just a complicated thing. So we need clear, concise answers on this, and let's see what Donald Trump brings to the table, okay?
do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that, because look, child care is child care. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax.
So one, the consumer is going to end up paying the tariffs. So he's already wrong. Two, the reason why you impose tariffs is because it'll permit less people to buy things and protect private industry. So when he says it's not going to stop them from doing business, what the fuck is he talking about? That is by design the point of a tariff. So it would stop them from doing business because it would dramatically reduce the amount of sales that they're putting into the country. And it would equalize the price to be in conjunction with American-made goods because American workers need to be paid more. So one, he's already a fucking idiot. Two, I don't know how the fuck we got here and why it took him so long to say all of that shit. He still hasn't said anything. Three, how do you not understand what the point of a fucking tariff is? And four, why are you rambling so much? She asked you a concise question about what are you going to do about childcare. Now, Kamala Harris had on her platform to extend the child tax credit to give about another $6,000 to anyone with young kids. And $6,000 may not seem like the most money in the world, but that's definitely going to help something, better than nothing at all. And more importantly, like, if you want to say that the tariffs are going to make us so rich that we'll be able to afford that, why don't you just say that? We're going to be so rich from tariffs that we will be able to afford childcare. Why is that so fucking hard? This guy's the president of the United fucking States now. What the fuck? I wouldn't say that was a concise question. Well, the question, she gave a bunch of factuals before the question. The factuals were not necessarily to the question, but they were pointing out the importance of childcare. So the concise question was, what are you going to do for childcare specifically? That was the question. Everything leading up to that was just the factuals before that. The question was actually very concise. The information beforehand was just to inform listeners that how exorbitant the prices of childcare has gotten, and then there's ripple effects that can fall from that. It was a pretty concise question. There was just a lot of filler before that a lot of people just aren't aware of. Rump doesn't know how tariffs work.
But they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time.
Dude doesn't even know what a deficit is. This is crazy. A deficit doesn't necessarily mean a negative thing. It actually could be a positive thing, because that means there's active trading happening. Jesus Christ.
Coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on around.
Remember how that worked out with Elon Musk, where they literally did none of that, and then they created the big, beautiful bill where they spent more money? So where's all this money coming in? Isn't the prices of everyday goods going up? So none of it makes sense. He's still not answering the fucking question.
Our country, because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about.
Okay, so what he just said was the 20% cost of the average median family that is trying to protect their children. Those numbers are small. Yeah, because Donald Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's ever talking about. He has to hit his dialogue tree. So everything that you throw his way, he's going to bring to his dialogue tree. That's why every time you ask him a question about the war in Ukraine or anything like that, he'll always say, it's Biden's war! Like, you know what I mean? Like, it always starts there. Because he's got to hit his dialogue tree. I think Trump just had an agenda to focus on, make sure people the world knew he's serious about the tariffs. I agree. But you should be able to answer the questions that you're asked. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, he wanted to hit his dialogue tree. He was pushing tariffs. You know? And kudos to him. He's a master of that shit. Yeah, dude. He's pretty damn good at it.
About including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just told you about. We're going to be taking in.
What the plan is of what I just told you about. I have no idea what the plan is. I mean, I answered your question for you, but you were just wrong in your answer. Like, I'm just a dipshit that does music reactions on the internet, plays League of Legends for fun. Why is it that I can answer a question this lady threw out your way, and then I can even add on layers to that? You're supposed to be a fucking super genius, the art of the deal. This is the guy that says Biden was fucking completely useless because he had a bunch of misspeak, and here he is not able to answer a simple fucking question.
Trillions of dollars, and as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people, but we're going to take care.
As we cut U.S. aid and we allow people to start dying by preventable diseases in Africa. Good idea, buddy. Let's take care of the world. Dipshit.
Care of our country first. This is about America first. It's about
having soft power that positively affects the world is America first. You absolute moron. It gives us a way in without putting boots on the ground to assist other countries. And by having good, positive relationships with the world, it makes us safer. You know what I mean? Like, having exposure to other things de-radicalizes people typically. You know what I mean? Like, if you ever want to try and, like, de-radicalize a racist, you make them hang out with black people and make them realize, oh, black people aren't fucking monsters or bad people. They're just people. They're just people, man. But no, we cut off all of our fucking soft power. He doesn't even know the difference between mental asylum versus political asylum.
Make America great again. We have to do it because right now we're a failing nation. So we'll take care of it. Thank you.
A failing nation? You mean the fastest recovering nation after COVID? The fastest recovering G7 nation or G6? I don't remember. I think it's G7 nation that was the envy of the world due to how quickly we recovered after the pandemic. A nation that could actually start single-handedly helping lift up other nations through the soft power again. That nation, or a failing nation? In what way? Well, because we had 12% inflation at one point. Oh, we had a fucking global pandemic, you absolute troglodyte. What the fuck? In what way? Yeah, I mean, unless you look at like a handful, like we have the most obese. What's up? We have the most obese population. You know what I mean? Like that's you could call that a failing nation. In one particular area, the amount of the people that, according to him, always exactly. You also have, you could also, you know, throw out some fucking statistics about our fucking our infrastructure, how it's like rated D universally. About how like the people that graduate our schools are not equipped to have even basic conversations or decipher fact from fiction. I mean, you know, but I mean, I wouldn't call us a failing nation. Like there have been numerous times where we showed the ingenuity of the American way. I would say that the biggest part of our failing nation is when we cut ties to all of our allies, and now we have our direct neighbors like Canada and Mexico second guessing how close they want to be to America. I bet you Canada and Mexico are wishing that like America would break off and drift away slightly down the way so that like they wouldn't have to hear about how many people are immigrating to their I mean, I'm pretty sure a bunch of people just wish America would drift away right now because of the insane policies this man put forward. That's true.
Very good question. Thank you.
A very good question that he didn't give an answer to until the very end, and his answer was bad. This is the guy that says Biden was inept and couldn't like be a president. Meanwhile, he did the Inflation Reduction Act. He passed the CHIPS Act. He unified a split Congress. He almost passed the legislation bill that was written by Lankford, Senator for Lankford, that was spearheaded by Trump. One of our biggest problems is people thinking he means any of the things that fall out of his mouth. I agree. Donald Trump wants power. You know, it's crazy. Okay, well, let's close that one. I got one more for you guys, and this will be my end today. So, it is Friday, and I'm looking forward to. I still will be doing a Ren video. I'll be doing the chapter tomorrow, and then from what someone told me, that video at the end of it doesn't have the song. Republicans should be more upset about the Lankford border bill, 100%. The Lankford border bill would have stemmed a lot of the immigration things coming here, but it gave them a lot more money to hire judges. It would have given them the ability to cap the amount of asylum seekers at the border after about 5,000, I think it was per week, which would have like severely stunted the amount of people coming to our country, which I'm not 100% on, but yeah. I think that with the chapter video, I think that's coming on Saturday, right? Like I'm gonna watch it Saturday, do my reaction. I think is it chapter 8 that I'm on? I think it's chapter 8. Chapter 8 apparently doesn't have a song at the end of it, but it was for the release of his new song. So I'm gonna do chapter 8, and then I'm gonna do the song all in the same, or I might be two separate videos, but I'm gonna do it that way. And then I might go through and cut all of the individual songs for each one of those chapters that I haven't done reactions to, other than that were a part of that, and then probably try to upload those as their own individual videos, because a lot of people don't watch the chapters themselves, but they might like the song. So I'm going to try and do that, so that this way that if someone wanted to see a reaction to one of those songs, but they didn't want to watch the chapters video, I'm going to put those up as well. I got a lot of stuff that I got to cut and crop, and I'm going to work on it this weekend for a few hours. And then after, obviously, when I quit streaming tonight, I'm going to, start cutting and cropping videos. I have one that I got to go through that I just uploaded at the start of this one. There are 2 versions of Troubles, so I'll probably do both of them, to be honest with you. As long as none of them are at the dead at the live wax one, because the next Saturday I'm going to do that whole concert. I'm going to do the whole concert for the live at dead wax or whatever. And I just got my video back this morning from YouTube, so I can go and crop out the one that we had over here. Let me see what it was. I think it's Down on the Beat. We did that one on stream like 2 days ago, but then we got hit by like a content thing. So then we got stuck in processing for like 2 days. So I finally got that free. I'm gonna put that out there. Is it complete? Yeah, dude. Someone told me that one was fire, so I'm gonna do that. So I'm gonna, all that shit's coming. Like I said, every Saturday until all of Ren's videos are done, it's gonna be Ren Day. It's not gonna be a stream. I'm just gonna do the video, make sure I can give it all the attention it deserves, because I find that my reactions when I'm streaming are a little less insightful. Mainly because I'm also checking this chat and stuff, which is fun. I love doing it. But I think that because Ren is like the cornerstone of what helped grow this channel up to where it is today, that I think that I should spend a little more time and be a little more analytical with his videos. But anyway, those are the next 2 Saturdays. But let's get into this debate. I usually respect XQC sometimes. I mean, he's a fucking goblin of a man. But he's usually, I usually prefer some of his takes, Let's see what this is about. I have no idea what this is.
What did I say that set you off this time?
Okay, here's my issue. All right.
Here comes it.
Have you heard of Prisoner's Dilemma before?
Oh, I'm glad I watched that ahead of time.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna act like I'm well versed, right?
Yeah.
But it's like oh, fuck, I heard the
Basically-
exact example. It's like good. Yeah, it's like gotta do it. He's gonna do it. I gotta do it. It's like this gamified shit. No.
Yeah. So the issue is that over the past 10, 15 years in the United States, conservatives have been infinitely ramping up the violent rhetoric over and over and over again. But every time it happens, the casual centrist crowd, so the Joe Rogans or the
XQC is a Kick streamer. He was on Twitch for a long time. At one point, he was the most popular streamer in the world. He's mostly just does video games. Every once in a while, he'll dip his toes into politics. Mainly when his viewers request him to. I like him a lot sometimes, but it's hard to decipher his accent. And he does have kind of like goblin energy. Malfoy. But I don't know what he said, so we're going to hear what it says here. He's one of the few big streamers that isn't super at war with Destiny, because Destiny's also another one of these big streamers. That was who I was trying to think of. So, you know, let's see what he's got. I mean, I don't watch a lot of XQC. I've watched a few of his videos. He reminds me of like another Charlie, what's his name, Penguin Zio or whatever. I don't know what his last name is. The one who like totally smoked Sneeko in a conversation and showed him about the guns. That was fucking hilarious. But like I said, I am plugged into this shit, man. This is unfortunately the shit that I do when I'm not making Ren reactions or playing League of Legends. I just watch the internet fucking just go to war constantly, and it's done terrible things for my mental health. But by constantly watching all these lunatics, I've been able to like get a better command of language, and hopefully I've been able to get a few facts under my belt in my time. But who knows? Maybe I could just be a dipshit stuck in his own echo chamber of the sound of his own voice. Very possible.
Asmund Golds or people like you seem to think that they're not doing this at all, and all of the violence is only coming from the left.
Well, and I have never portrayed my audience ever like that. And I've never postured myself like that ever.
Okay. Do you agree that most of the violent rhetoric right now is coming from Donald Trump and the right?
As in what?
As in, when Donald Trump, somebody tried to shoot at him, Biden came out and made a speech, and Biden said, everybody needs to calm down. This isn't okay. We don't shoot our opponents.
Facts. I forgot about that, dude. Yeah, during the actual assassination attempt of Donald Trump, Biden came out and called for de-escalation. Kamala Harris came out and called for de-escalation. Major political fucking lefties came out and called for de-escalation. As they are now with the Charlie Kirk shooting. So, yeah, what the fuck? Forgot about that. I don't know how I forgot about that.
But when Donald Trump made a speech yesterday, he blamed the radical left Democrats, even though we have no idea who the fucking shooter even is.
Crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'll agree to that. Just to get into the conversation, I feel like
to get into the conversation. What do you fucking mean? It's cool that he bit a little bit of a bullet there, but like, hold on, you can't just. I'll agree to that to get into a conversation. What do you mean? No, hold on. We need to reconcile this difference right now. What the fuck do you mean? I'll agree to that to this conversation. Like sometimes I'll bite the bullet just so I can have the conversation about something, but like, no. What we just said was fact. The left has universally always called out the violence if it's happened to the right. But when the shoe is reversed, it's not the same. It's not the same at all. And to act like it's the same is insane. That's crazy. XQC is not really plugged into all this shit, so I doubt he would know any of this shit. I mean, maybe he just did some deep dives.
I think it's like putting these things like that or whatever. I'm not in the field of politics, whatever, of like finding out who's more at fault or not at fault or whatever. I don't really care about that. I think the whole thing is senseless and dog shit.
Okay, so to be honest, there is some truth to what he just said. I even said it in a video not too long ago. I'm going to use League of Legends as a metaphor here because it's the thing that unfortunately I have a shit ton of experience in, because I've played it for like since 2000, before Trump was even in running for president. Okay, let's just say that the first time. And as a manager, you learn this pretty quickly, to some degree. Eventually, you hit a point where it doesn't really matter where the problem starts. What matters is how you solve the problem. But there's a caveat there. If you are a manager, you eventually have to take notice to where the problems are originating from. The first thing that you have to do, first and foremost, is to solve the issue currently. Wait, no, he looks like Versy's target. Yeah, he does, dude. Hopefully he doesn't do the same things he did. You know what I mean? Didn't he like try to get a little intimate with his own sister? Damn, Danny was hot, by the way. Anyway, I'm sorry, I apologize. But so the first thing you have to do is to deal with the situation as it is currently. When the situation is afoot, you shouldn't spend your time pointing the fingers constantly. Pointing the fingers when there's a situation to be dealt with is not the way to go about doing things. Once the situation has been dealt with, then you have to start doing investigative things to find out why the situation came to. At least in management, I learned this pretty early on. You can't just always fix the problem and then leave it to repeat itself. Eventually, at some point, you have to dive in deeper than the surface level and see why these things are popping up. Full send. Like, you can't just let it keep perpetuating itself. So Destiny is correct to some degree that we do need to start pointing the finger and find out why this keeps happening. And it's not a bad thing to point that out. However, first and foremost, we need to solve the issue at hand. We need to de-escalate the situation, and once it's properly de-escalated and tensions aren't high, then we can start talking about where a majority of this shit is coming from. First and foremost, we need to like simmer the fuck down. So to some extent, XQC is correct, but then Destiny is also correct, because eventually, once the simmering down happens, you have to start finding out why the fuck the situation came to where it is now to begin with. And that's just unfortunately, just the truth. And when you've been someone that's been participating in it for as long as, you know, a lot of us have been, it's easy to remember where it started. But right now, we need to simmer the fuck down first. And then after that, we can start pointing the fingers and finding a solution to why, hey man, maybe the right needs to chill the fuck out a little bit. Maybe we need to spend a lot less time, you know, going after, but then the right always says it's not the right. Yeah, you're right. There has to be an eventual time where, how do I say this in a way that, like, I'm going to ground it out in an example. Now, this is not to speak at all, right, about things on the ground level in Gaza, okay? I'm not speaking about it. I'm not giving you the pros and cons. I'm not trying to defend Israel or Palestine right now. I'm just saying in generalities, right? So one of the problems that Israel and Gaza has is that we need to find a way to motivate both parties to come to the table for peace. And that's why, for me, it's always dangerous to just say genocide, genocide, genocide. Because as long as we keep perpetuating genocide, 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 there's almost no motivation for this Palestinian people to come to the table. Because if a genocide is happening and the whole rest of the world agrees, the rest of the world will do something about it. They have to. We can't let a genocide happen. You know what I mean? Like, we have to put boots on the ground eventually. So as long as we keep telling the Palestinian side that they are being genocided nonstop, and we tell them that they're a constant victim, why would they ever come to the table? Now, to say the same thing for Israel, we have to hit a point with Israel to where it's like, hey man, you're going to have to come to the table too. And in order for a peace to actually come to fruition, you're going to have to sacrifice things, such as the West Bank. The problem is both sides are incentivized to keep fighting. Israel can keep annexing the West Bank and keep taking more and more land from the Palestinian people, and they get to assert their control further and further and claim more and more of the historical sites they want. Palestine, the world shouldn't, but Palestine, as long as they keep hearing genocide, they will always think a savior is on the way. Instead of having a real nuanced conversation about the give and take for each side, we're just going to sit here and keep painting things in a broad brush and nothing's going to get done. I don't think either side has the ability to calm everyone down. It feels like it needs to come from the middle somehow. That makes sense too. Yeah. And it should be up to those. Well, so the people, the thought leaders of each movement need to be speaking out in defense of their side. So if the Democratic Party is calling out the violence, it would be nice if people on the right were doing the same thing. But yes, we need someone, the people in the center, to like equalize the differences. At the end of the day, Americans are Americans. I don't know, man. It's a rough one. But we need to find a way to incentivize conversation. But right now, there is no incentivization for that. If the left cannibalizes the right, the left gets more power. If the right cannibalizes the left, it gets more power. And the people caught in the crosshair are just part of the circumstances. They're the price to pay. And that's not the way that we need to be moving forward. And that goes across even for Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine. We need to find a way to incentivize these people to talk and to give up their means. Ukraine is a little different because if Russia stopped attacking today, the war would be over. But there's just so many nuances here that it's just, you got to have those conversations, man. And you got to find a way to like disenfranchise the fighting, which is why it's a bummer that, Harris lost the election, because we could have then used leverage in Israel-Palestine from funding to try and slow and calm down and hamper their effectiveness. But we can't even have that conversation because we just cloud everything with Israel has the right to defend itself, and then Israel's committing a genocide. Everything ends there. There's no deeper analysis that goes into it. No one is willing to have the conversations. It's just a cycle that's going to further perpetuate itself because no one really wants it to end. Even the content creators like Hassan Piker, who make a killing fucking talking about these issues, they don't really want it to end because it's how they make their money. It's how they build their audience. It's how they grow their constituents. It's how they there's no incentive to stop it. And that's a bummer. Because even when the biggest voices on the internet are there, first they have to teach people to have a conversation and use logic and reasoning. Exactly. And in America, that just doesn't happen anymore. Doesn't happen. Americans are incapable of that. And the younger generation is even more fucked. The amount of like slop content that comes out and like you watch any of it where they're like insulting another aggrieved party, and then they'll use like a shitty justification for their animosity towards them. You're like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah. That's what I'm at.
Isn't that like literally the most retarded opinion to have, though?
No, I forgot what you said, so let's go back a little bit.
In the field of politics, whatever, of like finding out who's more at fault or not at fault, or whatever, I don't really care about that. I didn't think the whole thing is.
Well, Ricardo, I don't really want to get too into it. I've already lost one subscriber over this, but what I will say is, until Hamas is dealt with, Israel does have some culpability to like defend its borders. Israel was attacked, you know what I mean? Like, there does have to be a reason, like October 7th happened. And you don't just stop the attack because a lot of people are dead. You stop the attack when the opponent you're fighting is dead. And the opponent they're fighting is Hamas. As long as Hamas can stay in power, the war will never end. And some of that comes up to the Palestinian people to try and pull them out. Israel needs to do more to empower the PLO. But until they do, and Hamas is in power, it's not going to stop. Hamas needs to be dealt with. It doesn't matter if you were pro-Palestine, pro-Pali. October 7th, it wasn't the start of, I know it wasn't. I know. If you want to go all the way back in history, Israel has a lot more in its corner than Palestine does. The Palestinian people have attacked Israel on 7 different accounts in actual war. Israel's come to the table numerous times to pursue peace. Bibi keeps them in power to control the height of the flame. I understand. That's why I'm saying that we need to empower the PLO. But if you were to look through the entire history of the conflict, Palestine has been the one launching the attacks. Israel's been the one stopping them, and Israel's the one that's come to the table. Israel's given up Gaza, I think, twice. I think back in 2007 they gave it up to the PLO, and then eventually Hamas got voted into power. Like if you want to go into history, it's not going to work out very well. And then the further you go back, the crazier it gets. It's a complicated issue. But at the end of the day, only one of these groups of people came to the table numerous times to pursue peace. Even all the way back to Arafat, even before then. Don't lose subs because of me. Like, look, man, I went through the history, dude. Like, you can even go read Destiny's notes on the topic. I watched his review streams. I watched him for like 3 months go over all this stuff. I saw him bring in Palestinian people. I saw him go to Palestine and Israel. I saw him debate Zionist. All of his notes are published. You can go read them. I haven't seen a single pro-Pally guy come to the table and be able to debunk Destiny. And I'm telling you, I watched the streams. I come home from work. I'd watch a 9-hour stream of him going over Israel-Palestine conflict. Like, Destiny could probably be one of the strongest pro-Palestinian soldiers if he wanted to. And more every day, I'm on board with calling it something worse than what it is currently, because the way that Trump is handling this and the fact that they are choosing to like force people out of the land and we're not sure if they're going to be able to come back, it's looking more and more like a genocide, homie. But fuck you, Arthur. It's crazy. Look, I'm not saying that Israel is the good guy here at all. I'm not saying that. I think that both Israel and Palestine have a lot to play and a lot to pay on their side. Both of them have a lot that they can do to improve the situation. But like, if you had to put a gun to my head and put me to quantify a number, I would say that 49% Palestine, 51% Israel. And those numbers can change based on how, things unfold. Those things are always subject to change based on the actions on the ground floor. And I'll be honest, I haven't looked into Israel-Palestine in about a month and a half. So, like, things could have already changed that would already adjust my initial understanding of the conflict. Very much so. But I think that we need to be careful in how we phrase these things, because if we disenfranchise the peace talks, all we're going to get is perpetual war.
Senseless and dog shit. That's what I'm at.
Isn't that like literally the most retarded opinion to have, though?
Excuse me.
I don't think
if somebody killed somebody else and they said it was in self-defense, isn't it kind of important to figure out what the fact of the matter is before you know if they had the right to kill somebody or not?
True.
I think in that we're like going away from like
not going away from anything. I'm just saying.
The main topic of what just happened.
I'm saying
there's no justification of murder. It's just not. There's no.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that if in a case where somebody kills somebody else, if somebody were to claim self-defense, it's important to know the fact of the matter, right? You wouldn't just say, "Oh, well, you should never kill anybody." If somebody killed somebody we'll say in the Rittenhouse circumstance or in some police shooting or whatever else, right? You kind of need to know the facts of the matter to have an opinion
in
on.
a scenario.
Yes. And that's why we got a lot of problems with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, because we had a lot of news people like the Young Turks come out and say a lot of rancid shit before the facts had been delivered. People to this day still believe that Kyle Rittenhouse killed a bunch of black dudes during a BLM riot when he only killed like 3 white dudes. One of them was like literally a pedophile. So, and he was attacked by them first. You can go into semantics over all the other shit, like should he have been there? Did he cross the state line? All of this shit's been debunked. He went to a trial. He was found innocent, but some people will still come out and say some of the most unhinged shit about that.
Like that.
The facts always matter.
or in some police shooting or whatever else, right? You kind of need to know the facts of the matter to have an opinion
In
on.
a scenario like that, yes, but
Okay.
I don't think that we're even approaching that. But go ahead.
You don't think you don't think we're at a state right now in the United States of America where Donald Trump is making threats to states to send in the National Guard, where he's already forcibly deployed the National Guard in states and then the Marines to California, when has the feds running around arresting people in masks, when we have alligator Alcatraz down in Florida, when we've invoked the Alien Enemies Act to deport Venezuelans with no due process, when we're showing videos of blowing up boats in the ocean and bragging about murdering 11 people who we think were drug dealers with no due process or any investigation at all, when we're talking about paying $10 million rewards to arrest foreign leaders in Venezuela, you don't think we're there yet? When we just named the Department of Defense the Department of War to show how epic it is, when we make jokes about invading Greenland or the Panama Canal,
Or Canada.
when we brag about successfully bombing places in Iran.
So if I agree with you on everything like that, right?
Sure.
It doesn't take away from anything that I've said or how I've conducted myself around the topic of what just happened. I think they're two separate topics.
Do you understand how infuriating it is when one side is saying this over and over and over again? We'll never back off a single point. We'll never
It's
apologize.
infuriating, but you have to be better. If
No.
you don't like what they're doing, you have to be better. Is what it
No.
is.
Okay.
Just be better.
If you and me both have a log that we're trying to set on fire, you're holding a match and I'm holding a match, would you just tell me to extinguish my match and the log won't catch fire? Does it work that way? You understand that doesn't do anything, right? It has to be both sides. It can't just be one side. If one side does it, then they just go extinct. That's not a winning strategy. There's nothing moral about that. If anything, it's
Understood.
immoral to do that, right?
But for me, it's more about the use of language and dialogue and all that.
Wait.
So one thing I'm going to say that I don't think a lot of people are going to like, and I want to be advocating for de-escalation. I do want that to be pushed out there. I think that is an important message that the world hears, even though most people won't see it on my channel. Human life is not everything. Like, in the past, old soldiers would kill themselves in Japan if they dishonored their lord. There are some things that are a higher call to order than your life. Now in America, we like to believe that our lives are super intrinsic and like we have the right to pursue happiness and all these things. But we already have a state. We already have a country. We have borders. We have an area of the world to call our own. This is why Palestine is willing to fight to the last man. They want a state. They want a home. And they're willing to give their lives for it. It's why Ukrainians are still fighting today against Russia. They could roll over and let Russia take over and they'd be alive. But that's not what they want. And they're willing to risk their life for the independence of their country. They want their sons and daughters to be raised. If life isn't everything, then what is it? If you're a parent, you already know the answer to that question. You would sacrifice your life in a moment's notice if it meant that your child got to live a better life tomorrow. We all intrinsically know that life isn't the end-all, be-all of the equation. We go to war for these reasons. We risk our lives for these reasons. Cops risk their lives every day in the line of duty to uphold justice for a paycheck. Life is not everything, and it can never be everything. Now, from a privileged perspective of having your own country and your own life and things that you want, of course we say that life is everything because we have nothing worth dying for other than maybe our children or if our homeland gets attacked. The point is still life, but it may not be our lives. Things are worth fighting for. Things are worth killing for. Now, we do so under an extreme degree of scrutiny. Okay, if we take someone's life, there has to be an extreme degree of scrutiny. But we believe in self-defense for a reason. These things are true. A person's life, as valuable as it is something that many people have sacrificed for the greater good. Some people have died to preserve knowledge. That's not a life. But sometimes preserving knowledge is something worth fighting for. There are things bigger than an individual at stake, especially in a movement such as the left versus the right. To let the left completely lay down and let themselves get entirely cannibalized to where they don't get to be around anymore is a bad thing. You're a capitalist, you want competition. You want two opposing forces against one another because they help in some small way to keep each other in check. If there's no one else there that can help rein in your more extreme thoughts, then you'll just get extreme. If you don't have to compete in the marketplace of ideas and you get to say whatever the fuck you want and everyone's just going to agree with you, that's how you become a yes man, and then those people create egotistical maniacs. You need push and pull factors at all times. And by having more than just one political power, you have that. You need to have that right. Full send. And some things are worth the combat. I'm not saying that we should steep into that in America or in any of these countries that we would call first world, but we just need to be careful. Because that's the same thing that people will say about why it's okay for Trump to pull away from helping Ukraine. They'll say something like, I want people to stop dying. No shit, Sherlock. We all want people to stop dying. No one wants people to die unless they're fucking not right in the head. But that doesn't mean that we should tell those people that can't fight for their freedom. Some things are worth fighting for, even at the risk of your own life.
Use of language and dialogue. Who is the most divisive political leader right now when it comes to language and dialogue?
So you want me to say Donald Trump? I'll say Donald Trump.
Okay. How many times has Asmongold or you said Donald Trump needs to stop?
Well, I say this all the time.
Donald Trump needs to stop. Not everybody and the left. Not everybody and the radical left. Donald Trump needs to stop.
Yo. What we know it doesn't. That's not true at all. Bro, I'm always critical of everybody's dialogue.
Donald
even the people
Trump.
that you think.
Get him! Oh man, I was hoping XQC would give me a little pushback so I could talk shit on Destiny a little bit so I don't seem like such a soy cuck. But bro, yes, he's asking you a clear, concise question. How many times have you called out the leader of the free fucking world who uses the most divisive rhetoric in the entire country and is being more divisive than every other fucking president combined in the last 60 fucking years? How many times have you called out him expressly?
If I went to during the Warsaw Ghetto Massacre, if I went in and I saw the Jews fighting the Nazis, I was like, okay, all of you guys need to chill. Wouldn't that be really fucking retarded? Wouldn't it be really stupid of me to say that?
Please don't throw some like historical or political references or whatever that I'm supposed to know. Like,
If I
bro, I'm
walk
not.
He's grounding out examples, you absolute ape. What the fuck, dude? He's showing a lack of consistency in your line of thinking. Like, these are good things to point out. What the absolute fuck?
Wouldn't that be really fucking retarded? Wouldn't it be really stupid of me to say that?
Please don't throw some like historical or political references or whatever that I'm supposed to know. Like,
If I
bro, I'm
walked
not
into
gonna
a
know,
house and there was some guy was fighting against 10 other dudes who were all trying to stab him to death, and this one guy had like a knife and he was trying to fight back, and I walked in and was like, hey, I think both.
He does love that word. And I've had to try to stop saying it because I've used that word quite a bit myself in life. And every once in a while I let it slip. I'm trying to be better. But yeah, Yes. I do apologize if that word triggers you. Because I mean, it doesn't trigger me, but I do try to move away from that word myself. Even though it is really fun to say. Aussies still use it a fair bit. I know you guys love the word cunt down there. Is it yeah, yeah, they use the word cunt. Right? They're the ones who use it. I fucking love that word, dude. It slips out occasionally. Yeah. I mean, it gets me too, man. I used to really say, I used to say the F word a lot. But I started, I've been trying to modulate that a little bit. But some of my earlier videos, I would stay away. Love that word too. Damn, Parker. Dean and Parker would go nuts. Yeah, they would, dude. Fuck. Scott say cunt a lot. I gotta figure out how to make it to where that'll show up in the chat. I don't understand why it doesn't. Even if it's not ladylike, it has its place. No, yeah, I like, dude. A majority of Americans these days are really starting to fall in love with the word cunt. And I blame that on the boys. Carl Urban, bro. Holy fuck. Is it Carl Urban or is it Keith Urban? No, Carl Urban. Keith Urban is the country dude.
Sides here need to stop. Wouldn't that be really dumb? If one was fighting against 10 other dudes who were all trying to stab him to death, and this one guy had like a knife and he was trying to fight back, and I walked in and was like, hey, I think both sides here need to stop. Wouldn't that be really dumb? If one side was constantly ratcheting it up over and over and over again, and one side was constantly throwing more and more oil onto the fight,
yeah, but this point it kind of loses value, whatever, right? When it's about doing the act, though, that's the difference where it's at, right?
Why? How?
Well, I'm just saying, in this instance, somebody actually does that. They do that, like they do the murder thing. That's no good.
Hold on, okay, so let's see if we can. Let's see if I can good faith interpret what XQC is saying. So XQC is kind of right here if this is what he's hinting at. So there is a difference between talking about getting violent and actually getting violent. So if you want your argumentation to be that it's okay to ratchet up the temperature, but it's not okay to actually get violent, sure, I guess you can go that route. But we we had a list. Hold on, let me move this over real quick so I can grab it. I used it in the last video. I'll probably use it again. And by probably, I mean I'm going to right now. When I click, I'm sorry, but both sides have ratcheted up for some time, but you can't act like one side is at fault. I agree with what you're saying. Oh shit, I didn't move that over, so I just went to Twitter. Ooh, that could have been dangerous. I could have showed boobies or something because Twitter is unhinged. Mehdi Hassan said, from a list of Trump supporters who killed or tried to kill Democrats, opponents of Trump in recent years, since the writer now claiming all the political violence. So here we can see that the man who targeted and killed Democratic state lawmakers Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home in Minnesota in June was a Trump supporter. The man charged with attempted assassination of Pennsylvania Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro in April was a Trump supporter. The man charged with the man convicted of orchestrating a series of shootings at the homes of 4 Democratic elected officials in New Mexico in 2022 was a Trump supporter. I'm sorry, but yeah, so the point is that Destiny's trying to make is that there is not a single Democrat in power right now that has been elected into a position of power that is trying to ratchet up the tension between all of them are calling out the violence that happened to Charlie Kirk. All of them, from Destiny himself to like Governor Newsom to fucking what's his name, Tim Walz, to fucking pretty much anyone that's within full on porn on Twitter has gone completely off the rails since Elon's purchase. Exactly. Don't get me wrong. It's where I find my femboys and shit. But I'll tell you this. It makes me scared to click Twitter. So like, yes, both political parties ratchet up tensions. I'll give you that. I mean, hell, I've said on Hinge shit. You know, hell, after Charlie Kirk's death, I went and read a transcript of a lot of things he said in the last couple years, and a part of me was like, fuck it, he might deserve it. Now, I don't believe that. But you know, in the moment, in a reactionary situation, you know what I mean? So like, yes, the left and right ratchet up tensions 100%. The difference here is that the leaders of the left are trying to de-escalate, and the leaders of the right, such as the President of the United States, are not. So like, to say that they're the same, it's just not true. Murder and shoplifting are both crimes. But anyway, but one is worth, exactly. So like, yes, right now the right has been ratcheting up tensions for a long time, and they haven't given a fuck, and it just keeps going and going and going. And then they use their justification for that, saying that the Democrats did it first, and they'll point to things like BLM. BLM wasn't just a Democrat thing. BLM was a majority of people. Like, I know Republicans that march for BLM. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with marching for BLM. I don't even like the fucking movement. That wasn't just Democrats. That happened around the globe, across multiple different countries, advocating for like not, destroying people based off of, their skin color. Anyone can get behind that. A majority of them marching for that wasn't just Democrats. Now, when the riots started, things changed. Most of those could have been sponsored by Antifa or opportunists, but by and large, that wasn't just Democrats, okay? More importantly, when that shit happened, people like Biden, people like Kamala Harris, people like Governor Newsom, hell, even people like Mitt Romney were calling for an end to the violence and the stuff. But they were also supporting the idea and the movement initially. And hell, the idea and movement is a good idea. But when Trump does it, he doesn't care. There is a contrast between these things, and you can see that ratcheting up more and more every time an incident happens. Yeah, but to pretend that one side is only shoplifted and the other is murdered is crazy. They're just as bad as each other. No, they're not just as bad as each other. Again, the political leaders are the ones that we are asking to hold accountable. The political leaders, the thought leaders, are the ones that need to simmer the fuck down. No one side is wrong, both are wrong. That's not true. There's a difference of wrongness on both sides. It's not 50-50. You can't say they're the same. You can say that they're both like bad, but like the degree of badness is different. And he's not saying that the left haven't done bad things. He's literally banned off of Twitter because he was calling out BLM and saying that eventually rednecks are going to start running these people over, and fuck it, but at this point, they can. You know what I mean? That's why he was banned off of Twitter. Destiny's no friend of the far left. You know what I mean? He's not saying that only one side is doing the violence. He's saying that one side, and the leader of that side, is further perpetuating it while the other side is trying to moderate it. You could call them both evil, but you can't call them the same degree of evil. Just as all things on a spectrum, you have to place them accurately where they are. Now, does that mean I'm going to defend anytime a leftist goes out and does something wild? Fuck no. When a leftist goes far and fucking crazy, we call it out. We excise them from the fucking party. They're not there. We don't claim this guy. This guy's unhinged. This guy's a monster. There's the difference. Like today I watched Matt Walsh advocate for raising political tensions. Today I watched Asmongold advocate for increasing political tensions. And then if you go on Twitter, like I said, I found like 42. It's not that what was happening when the left was in power. Well, no. So I will say when the left was in power, they did have a higher preponderancy for cancel culture. They did. We saw that with the Kavanaugh kids. The Kavanaugh kids, a kid went on a field trip wearing a MAGA hat. I think he was still in high school. I think he went to Washington, D.C., and then a grown 45-something-year-old Native American man got into a child's face and then gave him a bad time. And then the news reported on it as if the child was... I keep getting filtered. I have to find a way to turn that off. But then, like, we saw the news medias come out and say that that white little kid went up to a Native American and, like, got in his shit. We saw that happen. Like, I guarantee you, I was on your side initially on that, Claire. I've been against... Yeah, I saw that. That was bullshit. Yeah. I've been at war with the radical left for a long time. But there's still a stark contrast between the actions of these people. Like, and I'm able to see that. And, like, I was literally on, like, you know, I was a center left guy that was against... you know, like, I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. I don't like Hillary Clinton. I think Hillary Clinton was a devil. I still like Hillary Clinton less than I like, well, I don't know about now. Donald Trump did some really morally reprehensible things. But fuck, man, I do not like that woman at all. No, it's just not the same. The left did get wild. They did do dumb shit. I fully support that statement. Makes me think of that Filter song, Hey Man, Nice Shot. But yes, the left is still, like, and more importantly, even if you want to get, like, Rin with it, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to start talking, like, money games or money ties. Did anyone like her? I don't think a single soul liked Hillary Clinton, you know what I mean? I don't even think Bill Clinton liked Hillary Clinton. There's a reason why that motherfucker cheated. You know what I mean? Oh, there was more to the story. What was I going to say? Fuck, dude. My brain, dude. Fuck, dude. Years of smoking weed, dude.
Sure, but that's done, right?
Well, okay, Hillary was not technically the devil. No. Hillary Clinton just said some really stupid shit. Like, again, her opinions on video games were so just so fucking asinine that how the fuck did this person get into governance? You know what? I'll just show it to you so you guys don't think I'm crazy. If I can find it. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Hillary Clinton. Whoops. Oops, not the word I was looking for. I don't think Hillary Clinton would have been that good of a president. She probably would have been better than Trump, though. I'll give you that.
I'm here today as a parent and a senator, and along with my colleagues and so many of the advocates from around the country, we are determined to stop a situation in which video games with pornographic and violent content are being peddled to our children. Now, as you can see from the posters that we have displayed here, many games contain content that is deeply disturbing. It's almost routine in popular games for players to spray other people with Uzis, to drive over pedestrians, to kill police officers, to attack women, and in some cases, even to engage in cannibalism. Players commit gruesome acts like these using top-of-the-line graphics in stunningly realistic detail. But we have 40 years of research to tell us that violent media is bad for our children.
We have no research that shows that. They try to blame Columbine on Marilyn Manson. Jack Thompson tried to say video games make you violent. All of the evidence suggests otherwise, because these are actual effective outlets to get out some of that aggression. It's just full of shit.
According to the most comprehensive statistical analysis yet conducted, violent video games increase aggressive behavior as much as lead exposure decreases children's IQ scores. And
Come we have the ESRB. Parents need to get off their ass and do their job. Yeah. Like, video games that are violent are not made for children. Parents need to stop buying violent video games for children. It's that simple. We've already come up with an effective way to deal with this shit. It's at the fault of the parents that allow children to play this rancid shit. It has nothing to do with the video game itself. Video games are just another form of art. Not the worst thing being said at the time. I agree with you. But that's more than a justification for me not to vote for this dumb... I'm not going to say that word. Not doing it. What a fucking stupid take that was. You want me to trust her with nuclear weapons when she doesn't know how to fucking read a study? Apparently they ain't parents. Look. Rated M for mature. Exactly, dude. I wouldn't have voted for her. And I'll tell you what, she probably would have been a better president. I was one of those guys I criticized. Like, the people that didn't vote for Kamala Harris over a single issue like Israel-Palestine. But the difference is, my inaction didn't cause video games to get banned. Their inaction caused Trump to get in office, who wants to destroy Palestine and replace it as like the emerald in the Middle East. Like, at least I didn't suffer any negative consequences for not voting for, well, I did to some extent. I mean, Trump did get in office, but that wasn't my problem. You know what I mean? Now, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, Anita Sarkeesian did her damage, and then that's when the timeline split. Exactly. And then we saw Sweet Baby Inc. type stuff happen. We saw the video game industry cannibalize itself. We saw them push identity politics over creating quality games. And they paid the price. And now millions of people have lost their jobs over layoffs because of that shit. Congratulations. You destroyed the industry. Thank you. Not her, but people like pushing that idea. But yeah, dude, fuck that. Look, this is part of the social thing that I was against. I was not in favor of this young lady whatsoever. But even she called out violence where it mattered. And she, like, totally... Video games have a purpose and do teach skills, preferably quality. The people are not on them admittedly. But if you're an adult, that's your choice. Exactly. Exactly. But anyway, let's get back to this.
We want to stop future murders, right? So if we could only control one person's actions today to stop future murders, who's the one person that we would want to tell everybody to calm the fuck down the most?
Okay, so go mega hard on the dude that do the acts, and he's very vocal about it, instead of stirring the pot of like, no, they should be speaking about this, they should be speaking about that, they shouldn't be going around the pot. How about you be really harsh about people that do the murders?
No.
Okay, but what a stupid take. Like, you can't, yes, be harsh to those who do the murders, but that doesn't mean you don't be harsh to those that are like perpetuating the cycle that creates them. Like, when we talk about violence, you can't just talk about a surface level, the surface level thing. We got to talk about what's causing this to happen. You can't just call out the violence when it happens. We have to find a way to prevent the violence from happening from future situations. And the way we do that is by calling, we call out the bullshit that's starting to lead to that. You can't just say, because like, what is it? Like, in addiction, this is what we talk about a lot. So like in addiction, you'll say that like you're addicted to a thing, but like the problem isn't just your addiction. Your addiction is not the root cause. The root cause is something that you're running away from, a problem that you're using your addiction to overcome. So in order to solve this problem, you have to find the root problem over here. You can't just solve the addiction because you'll just replace it with another addiction. You have to get to the root problem to like stop it from perpetuating. So what XQC here is saying is absolutely a brain dead take. It's brain rot, definitionally. We don't view the world that way. We don't just, like, the reason why we write laws is so we don't just punish a guy when he does something bad. We write laws to stop people from doing things bad so we don't have to punish them later. Jesus.
the
fuck
weird,
that. No, what a waste of time. No, we don't elect the president of the United States for every single person in the United States to act completely free and independent of what every other person says. There are thought leaders, there are political leaders, there are leaders of movements.
It does look like he's about to sit up on a thing.
Completely free and independent of what every other person says. There are thought leaders, there are political leaders, there are leaders of movements in this country. Why would we assume that every single individual person needs to be controlled and like we would talk to the people that lead the country, wouldn't we?
Facts. You always have to go to the political leaders and find out what the fuck is going on first. Always call out the violent people that do violent things, but then we have to find out where that violence came from. We can't just, it's not just an individual thing. It's not just a one fucking issue thing. Like, we have to find out why the violence is coming out. We have to find a way to curtail that violence.
In that case, you don't care that Hassan says crazy shit, or you shouldn't get mad at me for making an edgy joke. Then apparently nothing we says.
Yes, what Trump says to the public isn't the root problem. It's a band-aid. It's part of the equation that would help us, but it's not going to fix anything. Well, that's not true 100%, my dear. To some degree, what Trump says is kind of the root of the problem, because he's the one leading the free world. He's the one passing laws that affect people's lives. He's the one that's doing these things in real time. But yes, we do need to further work on our education, but here we have a problem. Donald Trump has already destroyed our education department in America. He's cut funding to numerous education sectors, and he's making people actively dumber. You know what I mean?
We say matters. We should just go to the murderers themselves. Not to mention that's always retrospective, so we can only react to murders. We can't prevent any of them. Why is it so hard for you to just say?
Holy fuck, dude. I'm glad that he went down the same route that I did with this. What the fuck? Destiny, I swear to God, you're my spirit animal, buddy. Please never. Well, you might need to change sometimes.
Making an edgy joke, then apparently nothing we say matters.
And also on that same thing, if people like me or Destiny or even Tectone or Asmongold or XQC, you know, or any of these people that are like way more influential than myself, the reason why we have a problem with the things Hassan says isn't because Hassan is going to go out and stab somebody. You know, like, it's not like Hassan is going to go out there and be a serial killer, or he's going to grab a rifle and start sniping people. It's because his rhetoric is dangerous, and he's going to radicalize people to do dangerous things. And no one's holding him accountable for what he's saying. He's actively doxing people on his website. From what I've listened to, Trump doesn't seem to be able not to lie. It's a bit disturbing. Exactly, dude. We need to call out the thought leaders, okay? You can't just go after the individual that did a bad thing. And where did I put my new water pump? Yo, dude! Oh, no! Oh, I didn't hear about the education change that was initially announced, but out of the loop since I don't know what's happening with it. It'll take generations to fix this problem, which is why we get so mad. 50 years from now, people will still be wearing MAGA merch. Exactly. And then people are going to call out the violence of one individual, which is cool. That guy did bad shit. He should be called out. But we need to get to the root problem. Who's causing some of these issues? Who's causing people to be radicalized? Who's the one person calling the other side evil or demons or monsters? What happens when you other the other side? You know what I'm saying? Violence is a necessity at that point. And though we need to condemn it, we need to condemn the people perpetuating that violence. And even though it's not pure violence yet, because it's just words, if they're pushing people down violent paths, they're just as responsible of it. Like, again, with Ren, I've talked about this, and like Money Ties is, or not Money Ties, Money Games 3 is about this. We perpetuate the system that we're in. We need to show Donald Trump that it doesn't matter how fucking vile this guy gets, we are not going to fucking go through it. Beck, yeah, Limbaugh, Hannity, they've all been making outrageous claims for years. Donald Trump's initial claim to dominance in the political sphere outside of being a donor, the donor class, was saying that Barack Obama is not a legitimate president because he wasn't born in America. I don't know what to say, dude. Like, after that, what are we doing? You're trying to, like, when Donald Trump got in office, he tried to say that all of the EOs that Biden signed should be null and voided, and that he shouldn't be able to, pardon his son or the Biden family because he wanted to go after them. I didn't really like the Biden pardons of his family until after I saw how rancid Donald Trump really was going to be. My biggest hope was that Donald Trump was going to come in, ride the wave, and then let the Biden policies that were put into place save America, and then he was going to take credit for it, and then we'd have another Republican after that. That was my hope. Now, I don't know if we're going to have another election. There's a reason why I'm not in my country anymore. That and I, was asked to come out here, fell in love. All that mushy shit.
We should just go to the murderers themselves. Not to mention that's always retrospective, so we can only react to murders. We can't prevent any of them. Why is it so hard for you to just say, if Hillary Clinton or if Biden were president right now, would it be this hard for you to say, wow, Biden or Hillary really shouldn't say this shit and they should tell the left to calm the fuck down? Would you really have the same position?
Absolutely.
I don't believe you.
What? Bro,
I don't believe you because it's such an obvious that if you get, I don't care what you get called. I don't care what you get called. In any world, it would be so obvious to an impartial observer that Donald Trump, who has stoked the flames in real ways, like pardoning people that have committed crimes for him on his behalf, in implicit ways, like inviting people to do crimes, like when he invites people to the Capitol to overthrow the fucking government, and then in rhetorical ways, when he's constantly making jokes about putting Liz Cheney in front of a firing squad and Second Amendment jokes and everything else, right? Yeah. This guy should probably calm the fuck down.
I agree with all that, and I think that's dangerous language, and I am always vocal about dangerous language and loaded.
I'm not talking about dangerous language. I'm talking about a person who's doing it. Nothing you say matters if you're not willing to call out the person doing it.
Okay, then I think I'm a pretty good actor on that front. I think people will mostly agree with that.
So I can find a single example of you saying Donald Trump really needs to fuck off with this. He needs to stop. Donald Trump, not everybody.
1,000,000%. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
The fuck is that? I have something on the case and then you can go find one. I mean,
I've never heard it before. Maybe it has happened somewhere. I've never heard you say that in my entire life. I've certainly never heard
1,000,000%.
say it. Okay. If that is
Donald Trump, you act like I'm not critical of this guy. Like I'm associated it. Like most of what he says is a fucking brain dead. Most of the dialogues and lines of the song are like some sub-zero IQ shit.
No.
Most of it.
No, you're doing it right now, and you don't even realize you're doing it. It's not brain dead, and it's not sub-zero IQ. It's evil. It's driving people to violent action. It's encouraging violence. It's inviting violence. That's not just stupid. You're downplaying it right now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to retell the dialogue for this one specific argument. I use that as an example. I do that as a pattern of behavior. Don't retwist this as no. These are different. No. You ask me if I ever do this. I give you an example of how I do that. Don't revert back to the main topic and be like, oh, gotcha. What a stupid fucking thing you're doing right now. Like, what problem with your IQ? Did it fall off your fucking shoulders or what? Your brain's cooked. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're just backtracking for no reason.
Who's backtracking?
You backtracking for no reason.
I didn't backtrack.
Why?
Because you said that Trump was retarded, and I'm trying to tell you it's not that he's just stupid. It's that his language, his rhetoric is leading to violence, like in a very real and predictable and obvious way.
You can't change the timeline and say, name me a thing where you've done that, and then
I hate it when people get into these fucking sides of the argument. Bro, if you were giving an example of when you were being critical of Donald Trump and being violent, you didn't give that example right there. You said he was brain dead and gave zero IQ takes. And he called out that statement. You can't say I gave an example of a time that I called him violent when you just didn't do it. You just said I call him brain dead. Those are two different things. Someone who's brain dead is typically no threat to you. They don't know how to be a threat to you. He's asking you a clear and concise fucking question. When have you called out Donald Trump's divisive rhetoric surrounding these things? And now he's obfuscating and running away from the thing while also just insulting Destiny's intelligence. Now, Destiny's already used divisive language here. So it's not like you get any he gets no like sympathy points for what's XQC being unhinged right now. But he's dodging the answer. Like, this is one of the problems that happens in debate where people will be like, well, I hinted at it. Like, no, I didn't ask if you hinted at it. I asked you, did you say this?
You're doing this. Like, you can't just swap the fucking timeline on me and be go, gotcha. Like,
No.
I found the water pump. It was in a box just where I left it, but fuck it. That will be one thick pain in the ass changing it. It was changed 4 years ago. You have my sympathy, my guy. I am so sorry that you're having to go through that. But I also have immense respect for you. Even though I'm going to put the new belt on and call it a day. I mean, was the water pump working fine? Do you have to change it every time? I don't think you do. The water pump's working and you aren't having any issues with overheating. And then again, look, I'm not the best tech. There's a reason I got into management.
No, I just said, do you call out Trump? And you said, well, yeah, I think I call him out all the time. I say he's retarded or something. I was like, it's not that he's retarded. I'm not asking you to say he's stupid. I'm saying,
okay,
you have to call out that his rhetoric leads to violence.
Yeah, I call it the difference between dangerous language and stupid lines of dialogue and deliberately irresponsible. And yes, I use those words all the time. It's not some crazy new thing for me. Like, what?
Okay. Do you acknowledge that, like, right now the right is driving up right now? Like, they're all praying for some kind of like left counterattack. They want like the right to assassinate somebody, right? Including Donald Trump. Donald Trump is doing that.
I see all of them, and it's fucking weird.
Why weird? It's not weird. It's horrible.
Why is it weird? Call it out properly. If you're going to call out the violence from the guy shooting, we should call out the violent rhetoric coming after that. You have to know, by pushing violent rhetoric after an incident like this, especially before the facts of the matter have been established, you're going to create more problems. You're going to create pain points that aren't going to be good for anybody. Weird is not the word I would have used to describe that. I would call it dangerous, un-American, a threat to democracy. We need to find peaceful resolutions moving forward. We can't run defense by calling it weird.
Well, it's terrible. What do you say? Hassan is weird when he's fucking supporting terrorism? Like, why the weak language? It's not weird. It's horrible. It's abhorrent. It's irresponsible. It's insanity. It's calling for.
It's insidious.
Basically violence. I've seen like 20 different right-wingers on fucking Twitter today on their mainstream media and alternative media platforms all calling for violence.
Yeah, Tim Pool did it. Matt Walsh did it. Asmongold essentially did it because he called them justifiable targets. Like, this is not good. This is dangerous. This is evil.
Yeah. So I'm having a casual conversation with you and not using the exact word.
And don't you love the... Well, I didn't describe it the exact way you wanted me to. It's like, no, we want you to keep the fucking thing 100%. Be consistent with your criticism. Don't be light on a topic. I don't know what's so hard to understand about this. When Donald Trump does something bad, you call it out. When Donald Trump does something good, you call it out. Like, he can do good things. I've seen him do good things. Like, if this was the moment for Donald Trump to really step the fuck up and being the American president, to come out and say something beautiful, not just for Charlie Kirk and his family, but for Americans to get behind. And he didn't do that. Well, I feel like I'm just going to be confused for the rest of my life after today. After this, I think we're going to start playing some video games until the girlfriend gets here. If we
that
get
is
that
of that
far.
nature. You act like I'm doing this deliberately, and it's like, oh no, dude, I use the terminology correctly all the fucking time.
It's not that you're doing it deliberately, dipshit. The problem that you're going to have is that you have a massive audience, and then if you run any sort of defense for these people, as violence is ratcheting up, you take even more responsibility for it than just your audience. Again, we all have some responsibility for what happened because we all participate in the society that created the environment for it to happen. We all bear some form of responsibility. The difference of that responsibility depends on how much influence you have in the society that you're a part of. So like someone like me who's a nobody, my responsibility might be quite low, but I participate both in the media environment and the debates and the online stuff that perpetuate these things and that drive the political fucking tensions higher and higher. I am responsible to some degree. Now we can have a conversation of what degree of responsibility that is, but I take some form of responsibility for what happened to Charlie Kirk. People like XQC who have like 2 to 3 million subscribers, their level of responsibility is going to be drastically higher because they have far more pull within the environment they're a part of. It's not that complicated. You can enact real change. So when you say something that comes off as a defense of what might be happening, or their rhetoric, or anything, not necessarily a defense, but you downplay it, you're making the problem worse. You're exacerbating the situation in a way that isn't necessary. People need to understand what level of control they have in the environment they're in. It's not necessarily that they control their audience. No one controls anybody. And no one should ever think that they do. But like, if you have a major audience that come to you for their news and information, you can affect the way they view the world. If even temporarily, you can have a negative impact on people. The Citroen has this engine somehow. The interval of changing the belt and water pump is twice the interval of... I don't even know why I bought it. Well, I mean, sometimes you can buy it just on the off chance you need it. Can you always return the part and get your money back? Because, I mean, that's usually... I mean, I'll buy all the stuff that I might potentially need when I go to do a replacement. And then I try to do it quick enough that I can return the parts that aren't necessary. Now, I know that with an electronic component, is it an electric water pump or is it a mechanical water pump? I know it was dirt cheap. It cost me like 300 pounds. Well, I don't know if that's pounds. It looks like a different symbol. I don't know what that actually is. 300 something.
Time. And people show you examples. Buddy, it's actually inside out of everybody, right? That you think that me, I'm not like this. When I'm one of the most anti-violence person you probably know of.
Being anti-violence isn't a virtue when one side is doing it more than the other. What you're saying is just empty.
Also, a majority of people on this country or in this world are anti-violence. The car, I don't know why I bought the car. Oh, that'll do it. Rent, you can play it on here. It's from the TV news title. Hey. Posted a cool Ren thingy today. If you can play it on here, it's from a TV news show title, Interview at Fox 5 New York. Full clip if you want. How long is it? Because I don't plan on being on too much longer. But I mean, if it's short enough, I'll definitely dive into it today. I'm going to need to unwind some of the bullshit that we're talking about after this and before the game. Gotcha.
I
You're
don't
better
give
off
a
saying
shit.
nothing. You're hurting more than helping. When you come into a situation
that's-
where one side is being 90% of the violence and the other side is 10%, and you're like, I just want everybody to calm down. You're not helping. You're hurting at that point. You're feeding into the delusion that the right wing wants everybody to believe that it's like either both sides. They don't even say both sides. They just say it's always the left.
I disagree. I disagree. If you make it a point, to always call out whatever the side it is, whatever and to always sound business about the topic. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to fucking conduct yourself in that way without being a virtue cucklord. What about it? It's not some. How is that hard to understand?
You have to understand that when you say that, you're just supporting the person who's winning. It's a status quo reinforcement, if you don't realize it. If you go to Ukraine, Russia, and you're one of the people who's like, I just want the violence to stop. Who gets mad at that and who loves that? Russia loves that, and the Ukrainians get mad at that. What do you mean you just want the violence to stop? Fuck you, we've lost half our country. If you go to Israel, Palestine, you say, we just want the violence to stop. Who gets mad at that, right? The Palestinians say, we don't even do violence. That's all Israel. Fuck you guys. They're stealing our shit, right?
So how is your behavior a solution then? You're saying a lot of problems, not a solution.
The solution
how is your behavior a solution?
I can tell you, the solution is the right has to disavow their end. It's so obvious that when you look at what's going on, Donald Trump should be able to come out and say, hey.
Oh, okay. Ran at the fast. Okay, yeah, I'll watch it after this. I might even speed this up a little bit, even though it's Destiny, so I'm gonna have a very hard time keeping up. But I keep running my mouth way too much. It's been a theme this day. I think we've only made it through 4 videos.
Everybody, all of us, we're all being fucking insane. And everybody needs to calm the fuck down. Without saying Joe Biden, without saying the radical leftist Democrats, without even knowing who the fuck the shooter is, Donald Trump should very easily be able to say, everybody needs to calm the fuck down right now. He can't do that. They've never, not only do they not disavow what they do, he constantly forgives it. And the whole right constantly make excuses for it. They don't know anything that they do.
True.
Agreed. And does that fix the problem?
No.
No, but it balances out the dynamic where we can both come to the table and start having an honest conversation about how to fix the issue. The issue can't be fixed when you think one side is the demons and you're the good guys. Good guys don't have to make peace with demons. They need to kill them. They need to free the people from the demon control. These are we need to be able to come to the table. And how do we do that? By disenfranchising the violence, by pulling people away from that edge. And the only way that we can do that is by the leader of the political movement on the right stating that clearly. I do not want fucking more violence. Chill the fuck out. This is the time to find unity and not find a reason to fucking hate one another. Because you can always find a reason to justify hating another person. It's not very hard to look through reasons why you may not like a motherfucker, especially when they're on the other side of the political paradigm. Just not, no. In order to bring this down to an end, the left can't be the only ones trying to de-escalate the situation. And it can't always be that way. We need to bring it back to a point where we can have an honest conversation about the issues at hand and find a way to decompress that shit.
But it's better for both sides to be violent than to just sit there and endure the violence, because that just leads to a total eradication of your side.
So do you make it a point for you? Let's say, because if you're going to hold people to a standard, you have to hold yourself to the same standard, right? Mm-hmm. Do you make to denounce people that use bad language, the fucking leftist radical fucking dog shit call for violence? Do you make it a point for you to call these people out there when they do this shit? Is that what you stand on? Do you actually do that?
Generally, yeah. Less so now, though. Not when the Republicans are doing it. I think it's immoral to sit there and hand wring on the left. Now my statement is, I don't think anybody on the left should say shit about it until Donald Trump does.
So for everybody, it's no, they have to do it like that. But for you, it's now it's this, but now it's that. So how don't they get that shield and that grace or that charitability, right? But that you're giving yourself. Why don't they get that?
They've had that charitability for 5 years. What are you talking about? They've had the charitability for 3 election cycles, and they've done nothing with it. Even today, they will not call out their side ever. They deny it even happens. They think that Jan 6 was a Fedsurrection. The Minnesota lawmaker that just got killed, like a month ago or 2 months ago, they said that person was killed by a radical leftist. It wasn't. It was conservative. Both the guys that tried to kill Trump were probably conservative. At least one of them was.
Don't do this thing.
You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. At least admit it. At least admit it. You say good. Call it what you want. Call it what you want. But if you're watching me or Hassan or you or Aiden, yeah, do it, dude. That's great. I know it's epic for you. It's epic. It's epic. I hope that you repeat the video of one of us getting our fucking heads blown off, and you sit here and you do the same both sides shit. It's such it's the most cucked fucking position in the world. You're such a fucking loser. Holy shit.
So you're gonna say probably Republican. But you get mad at somebody when somebody says, well, probably a trans.
There has to be a fucking threshold. Like, how long have we let these people just do whatever the fuck they want? Like, we literally have Nazism on the rise in our country right now. We are seeing a spike in racism towards African Americans, people that are naturally born in this country, that were brought here against their will through means of slavery. We're seeing people use culture justifications to hate black people. What are we doing? How long do they get to ratchet up the temperature? How long do they get to call the Democrats evil before we start doing something? You don't understand how this is dangerous? How long do we have to capitulate to these people constantly before eventually someone says, fuck that, I'm done. I'm not going to give... We know this intrinsically. If you are in a one-sided friendship, relationship, if you're in a one-sided work environment to where you can never get your raise and you never get anything after countless promises, eventually you look for another fucking job. If you're with a lover and all they ever do is take from you and never give anything back to the relationship, you break the fuck up. If you are constantly on the back foot, always having to be the responsible adult in the room and always calling to go, when they go low, we go high, when all of that shit continuously happens for fucking ever, where's the cutoff line? Where is it when we can finally come out and say, it's your turn to be rational? It's your turn to try to de-escalate violence. At what point do we fucking stop cannibalizing ourselves so that we get to participate in the media environment that for some reason Republicans continue to create? Why is it that they have such a dominant fucking control over the media environment? Like, just look at trans issues. Trans people make up less than 1% of the population here in America, or there in America. Okay? You can go your entire life and never see a trans person ever. Realistically, you probably won't ever see one, especially if you live in the South or if you live in environments where they're not there. Like, I don't know if they want to do that, though. That's the yes, but we need that to be present. We need that to be seen. If they don't want to, like, actually go into peaceful resolutions, that needs to be clear for the world to see. This way, we can defend ourselves accordingly. Ran on Fox 5 New York 4 fashion. Oh yeah, we're getting there. We got to just get through this crap. But like, if you've hit your threshold and you start wanting to hold them accountable, what Destiny's saying is that after fucking 3 election cycles, like at some point, we need to stop giving them the grace that we've been giving them and hold them accountable for what they're doing. You don't let a bad kid be bad forever. Eventually you discipline them, or else they just grow up to be assholes. And they grow up to be fucking like, you know, what's that kid? Joffrey from Game of Thrones. You have to discipline people. It's a tit for tat system. You can't just let them keep taking nonstop.
Shooter, what's the difference? You're making a pattern to do this
Lil
shit
bro,
language.
I know that you and Train like to victimize yourself all the time. Do you know what I'm perm banned for from Twitch on? Hold on. What do you think? What do you think I'm perm banned from Twitch for? X, you're really going to use this on me?
Attack my argument. Attack my argument.
Your argument is that I wouldn't call out trans people for being crazy? Remind me what I'm perma banned from Twitch from again.
No. I said that is not what I said. I said you're doing this. Probably a guy of this side, whatever, right?
We're having, by the way, that's what I call it in the beginning of the conversation, that you don't want to address the facts.
Fucking rhetoric if people were saying, yo, probably a trans shooter bullied like they always do. Like,
I'm not aware of,
shield
I'm not
and a
aware,
pass.
it's not a shield and a pass. I'm not aware of there being like radical trans violent groups of people. If there were, I'd probably tell them to not do that. I'm not aware of this huge movement of like trans radicalist violent people. I'm sorry, do these people exist somewhere and I've missed them? I feel like I fought with every fucking trans group on the fucking internet. Am I just missing these people?
Did you misunderstand what I said? What I said is people use these rhetorics all the time, but for you it's okay to say, oh, probably a Republican. I think there's a pattern of behavior. It is a shit to do that. Wanna know why? Because you would probably get mad, as respectfully so, right? If people said, oh, probably another trans shooter, right? You would call them out if they said shit like that, right?
No.
But
X.
Oh, okay.
X, it's cause and effect. People are not randomly doing acts of violence against the left for random reasons. The guy that showed up at the Pelosi household said that he got radicalized first watching Gamergate videos and then started rattling off a bunch of right-wing QAnon conspiracy theories. The people that showed up at Jan 6 were there because Donald Trump called them to be there to protest the outcome of the election because he said it was fucking rigged. The guy that just got convicted today said that he thought that he needed to make an assassination plot to shoot up 4 Democratic lawmakers because he lost his election in New Mexico. He said it's because he thought the election was rigged. These are all Republican talking points. It's not random. You're acting like any random shooter is just a random guy that does random things for random reasons. It's not the case. It's very predictable where a lot of it is coming.
And statistics bear that out too, eh? Like, the likelihood of random violence coming your way is incredibly low. Like, violence, random violence. So remember during the Ginny and Screech song, where I didn't realize Ginny and Screech were related? And I ultimately said, I think in the next video, that I feel like it dampens some of the storytelling of it by having them be Violet's children. It didn't necessarily ruin the song by any means. It's still a powerful, moving, gut-wrenching song that shows, you know, it has a whole different motif and theme after that. But the reason why it was so hard-hitting for me initially was because I thought it was random violence that he was trying to put a pin on. Because random violence is probably one of the worst forms of violence. Like, say what you will, but violence can be calculated if, for example, you can see a through line from point A to point B on how they got there. The more you fuck with someone, the more you ruin someone's day, the more you treat them like shit, you know, whatever, the more radicalized they can become over time. And then eventually, their animosity or hatred or whatever it is for you can grow to a point, to a breaking point, where violence could be a potentiality. Like, it's possible that violence can happen. Now, random violence is much different. Random violence is cold. It's not calculated. It's random. Like, it's just something where a guy you don't know walks in and shoots you in the face. You don't know why he did it. You don't know what his motivations were. Maybe he didn't like the way you looked. Maybe, you know, it'd be a whole myriad of reasons of why he did it. And you will never be privy to it. Is that really on? What the fuck? No, okay. It's tripping me the fuck out right there. Which goes way beyond just his music. Exactly. Ren is famous now. Ren is going to be something very big in history. He's just getting started with it. I truly believe if his health lets him do it, what he wants to do, which goes way beyond just his music. Yes. And could you imagine if, like, Ren made it to, like, prime minister or whatever in his country? That'd be fucking weird, right? Kind of gangster, too. Like, I used to react to that guy way back when that young whippersnapper.
Coming from. The guy that mailed out is not the case. It's very predictable where a lot of it is coming from. The guy that mailed out pipe bombs to 12 different Democratic people, George Soros, the Clintons, the Obamas, in 2018, was a QAnon or Donald Trump fan.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're making it a side thing. So you're saying that this is not a thing that the left constantly praise and preaches this like, oh, this act of violence, but it gives me a W?
No, he's showing a pattern, you fucking dipshit. Like, we can't sit here and just cannibalize the left right now for one shitty person when the right has been complacent in those same actions. He's showing a string of patterns. I don't know why this is so hard for you to comprehend. I understand what XQC is saying. His teacher said he couldn't be trusted with a bucket. That'd be so dope, though, if he made it to, like, some high office, dude. That'd be so gangster. To shove that in his teacher's face. But like I said, there's some form of like, XQC is not entirely wrong with what he's saying. He's just not 100% there yet. Like, what Destiny is doing, honestly, is somewhat dangerous. If you were to take away, but I think so more than politics, he will do things within the medical industry as he already is. Well, yeah, but you got to remember, you got to be careful. Bill Gates is kind of a cool guy, right? I think he's helped fight against a particular disease. Was it malaria? Or there's like one disease that Bill Gates really wants to eradicate. And he's like donated a shit ton of money to do that. However, even some of the people that he's donated the money to have said that some of his donations have actually been a detriment because he's so fixated on one thing that it means that like all the funding that he's adding is cutting off funding from other stuff because he just wants this one thing fixed. And by doing so, he's actually caused some bit of harm in the process. One would hope that if Ren really gets into the medical industry, that he doesn't just fixate on ME, you know, and he fixates on a whole slew of issues. Though ME is very bad, and it does, we do need to work on that one particular issue, a fuck ton. Hopefully, if he does do that stuff, he doesn't get so caught onto one issue that it negatively impacts the others. Like not Bill Clinton, but Bill Gates did. And now Bill Gates still did tremendous great things, but some people can get so fixated in one direction that they miss the stuff in the periphery. Just eventually, you know, but you know, even if that's the case, he's still probably going to help thousands, if not millions, of lives. So I mean, it still works out. Just one would hope that he doesn't fall into the same trap.
Fuck it, we're gonna catch it up. Fucking Luigi fucking is my hero type shit. You don't think this is a narrative that's constantly being portrayed all the time, and that's fine?
I don't think the Luigi stuff was good, but there aren't lawmakers on the list. You think that the...
And I don't think it will, but yeah, that's just me. True. Yeah. Again, XQC is kind of missing the point to some degree here.
Left is Hassan Piker, who's an actual terrorist fuck. No Democratic lawmakers are celebrating this. You're comparing the Republican Congress and the Republican president to 11 follower accounts on Twitter called "Give Me My Hormone 6969."
Nope.
Yep.
In this particular case, in this particular type of problem, inaction is just as bad as.
But it's not inaction. They're calling it out, dude. X, what the fuck?
Action. It is just as, because you're cashing in the W. When it's your side gets a kill count, plus 1 kill, but it's your side that got that. Oh, I don't know what that is. It's probably a misfire. The bullet landed on his head. Oh, guys, it's probably an accident.
You know what?
Some people maybe celebrating and misfired his gun. Oh my God, moving on. Right?
Okay, sanity check.
What a ridiculous argument. Come on, X.
Celebrating it and misfired his gun. Oh my God, moving on. Right?
Okay, sanity check. Sanity check. How many? Hold on. How many people did Donald Trump pardon for the J6 thing? It was all of them, right? How many people did Biden pardon for the BLM riots?
Brother, you're doing this presidency cocklordery. Because Donald Trump won in Kamala.
Because real life isn't just the Twitter
accounts you see. Why are you always reverting back to what Donald Trump is doing?
Oh my God.
Bro, it's one elderly fucking, like...
He's not just one elderly person. He's leading the fucking free world, and he has a cult of personality around him. What the fuck am I watching? Let's not forget that Aiden Ross and XQC also met Donald Trump during his fucking... Happy Dad bullshit, and he signed the man's. He was wearing a T-shirt with the man. This motherfucker.
Cucked. It's actually so cucked. Is it a requirement? Bro. What is the visa you're on? Is it the fucking sperm swallow visa that you have to suck off at least 10 conservatives in order to be down here in the United States? What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, I hold the president. I hold the president of the United States. The president of the United States is more important with what he says than random fucking Twitter accounts. How is that really hard to understand?
Oh my God, Jesus Christ. So, if you were to put a placeholder, let's say fuck it. Kamala is in the president. She won. Make history different.
If Kamala was the fucking president, she would have called out the violence immediately. As every other president in U.S. history has. When Abraham Lincoln won the Civil War, he pardoned the South. You know why he did that? To forgive and de-escalate. Because America needed to move past the trauma of what just happened. Every president has universally called to de-escalate so that we don't have violence in this fucking country. Yes, the president has a very high fucking standard here. And when the president comes out and says it's the radical left, no, he doesn't even say radical. He no longer even gives a qualifier. He says the Democrats are evil. This is not okay.
And she called.
Oh, this pale dude is he's a video game streamer that occasionally tips his toe into politics, enough so that he got to meet one such as Donald Trump with Aiden Ross, another person who's banned on Twitch. Ugh.
Calls out the violence all the time. This shit suddenly stops and what the growing culture
yes, it would
of
probably
violence?
lower a lot. Yes. Why do you think that all of the massive protests of the? Did you know that? Here's a fun stat: 7 of the largest protests in U.S. history, 7 out of the last 10 of them, happened under Donald Trump's presidencies. Do you think it's random? Do you think that just happened to be by chance? This is a guy.
I didn't fucking know that. Oh, what country is he from? I don't know. Probably Sweden or some shit.
Saying he could stop the invasion in Ukraine and he can't stop mass protests and riots in the United States? Tell me that's random before you say the next dumb thing. Just say at least, no, that was probably all random. That was just random. There was nothing Trump could have done about that.
What was random?
The fact that all the violent rioting, all of the fucking shit that's happening in our country, that so much of it is happening under Donald Trump. Do you think that's random? Do you think that Trump and Biden were just as inflammatory as each other?
No. Come on. At least I'm glad that, like, throughout all of the videos that I've watched today, I kind of called some of this stuff out before Destiny got to it, because this way people won't tell me like, oh, Destiny's the one telling you how to think, because I got there on my own. But yeah, dude, there's a stark contrast between Biden and fucking Trump. It's clear as day.
Wait, I'm so confused. What is
Nikki, no! It's okay, dude. Scrap you. It's hot out today. Well, at least it is here. I'm sweating, my lady.
Is it statistically more violent things happening under Trump? What's happening?
I'm saying that of the last 10 huge protests, largest protests in U.S. history, 7 of them happened under Trump's presidency over the last 3 terms, and we're only 1 year into this one. Not even.
For 6 months.
I think using a data sample of that size is genuinely irresponsible. I think it's irresponsible.
Okay, how would you measure it? How do you want to measure it? Politicians killed? Plots thwarted? Attempted political assassinations? Which one do you want to use? Tell me which one you want to use.
What you're saying is that
go ahead.
the right is speaking words I don't like and having narratives I don't like, but the left is the one carrying out actions of terrorism. So the right is wrong. But if they just spoke better, it would all stop.
Hold on. Okay. So if you truly believe that the left is the one causing the problem, why are the left the ones causing the problem? Let's just like go down this rationally through your own argument. Why is the left attacking people like Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump? Is the left doing it because they're intrinsically evil? Or are they doing it because they feel that their rights are being treaded on? I can't tell you how many times I've been in gun debates where Republicans have told me that you aren't taking my guns under any circumstance other than from my cold, dead hands. I've heard Republicans talk a great deal about killing anyone that steps on their property. They come for their guns. They usually fly a flag that says, "Don't tread on me." What does that mean? Oh, I know. I can tell you. Don't tread on me means don't fuck around with my rights. I know them, and I will defend them. So if that's the case, why is it some outlandish thing that when the left attacks them, you can't like start deciphering that? If the rhetoric on the right isn't as extreme as it is, would the left have a reason to attack? I'm just using X's logic here. He thinks that the left are the ones perpetuating a majority of the violence, despite the fact that facts don't bear that out. But let's say they did. Okay, why are they attacking? Haven't trans people been fired? Is it okay? It's okay. I did start the cooking process for the homemade wet dog food. God damn. 12 hours? Holy shit. Well, okay, let's say that the left is doing these things in mass. Well, why? Probably because we've seen actual trans people have their rights revoked, kicked out of the military. We're seeing actual stuff coming out to try to like stop trans things from even being allowed to transition. We're seeing a lot of people try to attack a lot of the institutions that protect them. We saw thousands of people lose their job. We see now millions of people dying globally because of the shutdown of U.S. aid, and we're also seeing people deported. We're seeing loved ones separated from their families. I don't know about you. If anyone came after one of my family members, I'm putting a bullet in them. It's that simple. I'm not going to even have a fucking second of remorse. I don't give a fuck about what some technicality is. No one's going to come after someone I love under any circumstance. The whole point of my existence is to defend my family and the things that I love. So if someone comes after someone I care about, hands down, I believe in self-defense, and I don't believe that the government has the right to override that. I believe that is an intrinsic right allowed to humans, no matter what. And I don't give a fuck if my family member's in the wrong. I'm not gonna let any harm befall someone I care about. Now that doesn't mean I'm not gonna let them meet justice if like they have to go to jail for something they've done, but if you come after someone I love with some form of actual physical violence, or you're trying to kill them, bro, I'm gonna open fire before I ask a fucking question. Full send, full stop, don't give a fuck, 10 toes down. So like, if someone's infringing on someone's rights, and for the last, 30, 40 years, Republicans have run on don't tread on me, and you won't come after my rights, and if you do, I'll try and kill you? Okay, let's follow that through. Why would the left be being violent? Oh, it's probably because they feel like their rights are being stripped away. If the left is actually truly doing these horrendous and terrible things, why? It would be understandable if they did, but they didn't. Exactly. To some extent. I'm not saying that the left should be okay with that. I'm just trying to follow the through line and use right-wing talking points or right-wing logic to justify the actions. The actions shouldn't be justified. They're bad. Right now, though we are seeing some terrible shit happen, some people might be feeling that way. But if we were to simmer down the rhetoric, that would curb a lot of the violence. Because right now, we have a lot of rhetoric, and a lot of people feel like their lives are being put on the line. We have some people within Congress putting forth legislation to try and make banning illegal gay marriage. They want to try and ban gay marriage. I know a lot of gay guys that aren't going to be cool with that. A lot of gay women that aren't going to be cool with that. Things will get violent. I'm telling you that this line of thinking is dangerous. Full stop. We need to de-escalate as much as possible.
If they just spoke better, it would all stop.
All stop is the wrong word, but it would drastically reduce. Even if it stopped at 10 to 15%, that's an improvement. The goal is to make improvements in people's lives. I don't. How is this hard for people, man?
Brother, it's like you moved to California again, and you're eating the utopia pill. Like you have it all the way up your asshole. It's so stupid. It's brain dead. It's uneducated.
You have not yet said a fucking logical, coherent thing since you started talking. If you were to actually talk about who's being brain dead right now, X, it's you. You're literally saying just go after the people that perpetuate violence. Or no, the ones that act on violence, but you're not saying anything about the ones that are perpetuating the violence. We're talking about poor solutions. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to make it through this debate, guys. There's no way.
And it's crazy. You're portraying it as like it's the truth. It's insane. You've lost your mind.
So nothing any of our leadership says, none of that matters. It doesn't influence any behavior whatsoever, you don't think? It doesn't play into it at all, despite the fact that all the people that commit these crimes say they did it because of QAnon, because of Donald Trump, because of the election fraud, because of the guy that just shut up the CDC, because of the COVID vax lies. None of that mattered. Even though the people committing the crimes are telling you why they're doing it, they're actually all wrong. But XTC, you're right. It's just random.
Damn!
can I be honest with you? I feel like it's how would you say, result based. It's just it's very result based thinking.
So then why are you telling anybody to not say anything at all? Why did Charlie Kirk just get killed then? Let's assume it was a left-wing shooter. That was just a random act of violence then? Why say anything at all? Why bother telling people to adjust their rhetoric at all if none of it actually matters?
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Like if Hassan should be able to say whatever he wants, I should be able to make whatever jokes I want. Why should any of it matter online then? If what the president of the United States says doesn't influence people's actions, then why should anybody give a fuck about the violent rhetoric they use anywhere?
Why do we hold certain fucking people accountable if none of it matters? If we're gonna sit here and pearl clutch over jokes that Destiny makes, or get offended by the things that Hassan is saying, or any of these things, why do we have these problems? Intrinsically, we know because they can lead to dangerous outcomes. But if we're not going to hold that same accountability to the fucking leader of the free world, how the fuck are we supposed to be, like, any of this supposed to matter? You know what I mean? Like, this is bullshit.
Well, I'm trying to unpack that real quick. Oh yeah, I mean that makes sense. That has validity. I absolutely agree that all the things should absolutely change. I was always on your camp on that it's all incredibly dangerous. All of it is absolute dog shit.
Okay.
But you have to make an effort to denounce and condemn the one that actually fires the gun.
True.
That is the problem.
That's not the problem, though. You think it's a problem, but it's not. Every large media outlet and lawmaker on the left has unequivocally called it out as bad.
Facts.
Every person on the right is calling for fucking war and vengeance.
Oh my, that's the utopia pill.
Oh my god, it's not a utopia pill. I just watched a video of Matt Walsh doing it. Asmongold did it. The Hodge twins did it. Fucking Nick Fuentes did it. Sam Hyde did it. Fucking, we shouldn't even use them as examples. They're extreme as fuck. I think Ben Shapiro is the only one that kind of said, we need to stop this shit. But then at the very end he says, but if you want to keep fucking around and find out, fuck you, or something like that. But like, a lot of the people on the right, including the fucking president, are calling for escalation. And some of them are double and tripling down a few days later. Numerous people in Congress, numerous people in Senate, numerous leaders of the thought movement are doing these things. Like, this is fucking insane, dude.
I feel like this is like...
What's the utopia pill? What's the utopia pill? What do you mean by that?
It's the leftist dumb fuck colored glasses. The left is calling this out. No, they have not. Bro, the way that they portray these things that happen...
Click this and show your stream. Click this and show your stream, and then you can find counterexamples. I got nothing else to do tonight. Go ahead. Click this, show your stream, and let's just walk through both pictures. And then you can do all the counterexamples you want, okay?
Yeah, I'm looking at your picture. What about it?
Left. Click the left one.
Okay.
On the top left, we've got former President Barack Obama. We've got former President Joe Biden. We've got huge international mainstream media figure Mehdi Hassan. Bottom left, alternative left-wing media figure Cenk Uygur. We've got hopeful presidential candidate, current Senator Bernie Sanders. We've got Mamdani from New York City. We've got California Governor Gavin Newsom. We've got David Hogg, who's a DNC chair. We've got a representative, Pramila Jayapal, I can't pronounce her name. Huge center-left media figure Brian Tyler Cohen. Center-left media figure David Pakman, some of the largest people on the left wing on YouTube. We've got Crystal Ball. We've got Brian Krasenstein, huge fucking, Twitter lord, Hutch, fellow Twitch streamer for you. Okay, go to the next fucking picture. What do we have from these people? These are some of the biggest right-wing accounts. You think that this is comparable? You think that both sides are doing the same thing?
I know Liv at TikTok said some extreme unhinged shit, and she's actively doxing people right now that have said mean things about Charlie Kirk. That's real. Excuse me, by the way.
I can send you videos of people on the Daily Wire. We can go through Matt Walsh's response, where he says the time for playing nice is over. We can go through Ben Shapiro's response.
What you did unironically, you sat there at your computer and you linked me this shit that compares Barack Obama to the libs of TikTok.
David Hogg is in the DNC chair.
Have had enough with your stupid dog
Who is
shit.
the video? Who is
Kirk!
hey? Who is the
Kirk!
guy?
I can't do it.
Who
I
is
can't
the
do it. I
guy?
can't do it.
Who is the guy in the top middle? Who is the Ron? Who is that guy? What's that video of? Who is that? Did he walk away? We can wait. Well, I can just play this for his chat next, actually. This is retweeted from the Daily Wire account, which is the largest right-wing alternative media outlet in the United States.
XQC just rage quit after being shown that he's a bitch ass. Okay, cool.
And it is a statement, part of a statement from Matt Walsh, who's one of the largest right-wing alternative media figures in the United States.
Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and
Yeah.
start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it.
Yeah, I'm back.
You're killing
Sorry, I had
us
to go deep on some money.
in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering
Well, what
for
is
and
he doing?
celebrating and encouraging.
Oh,
and
we're just
committing.
listening. We're listening to the statement that was made by the largest alternative media right-wing platform right now on the internet. Hold on, it's like 30 more seconds. One sec.
Political
Wait.
violence for years. Antifa,
Is it end
BLM.
wokeness?
What?
Is it end wokeness? Or is it libs of TikTok?
It's Matt
Which one is
Walsh
it?
from the Daily Wire.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well-funded, highly orchestrated, widespread movements based in and fueled by violence. You made a hero out of Luigi Mangione. And you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back against.
The amount of red flags when you call people evil and then you pursue justice, that's dangerous. The Nazis thought they were justified in what they were doing to the Jews and the Gypsies. Numerous acts of terrible violence around the world have been done under the guise of justice. And if this piece of shit gonna be like, nah, dude, we just need to call out the shooter. One, Matt Walsh is saying these things when we don't know the identity of the shooter yet. We don't even know the manifesto. We have nothing yet. We don't know why he did it. He's assuming these things. Now, if you had to put a gun to my head and ask me whether or not realistically the guy was on the left or the right, I'd probably say you 60% odds he's on the right. I mean left. Yeah, they have more of an incentive to shoot that man. But there's still people that are against Donald Trump and Kirk on the right. If they don't think he went far enough.
Evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail.
The righteous to prevail. That's really dangerous. This guy works for the Daily Wire, one of the largest alternative media people on the planet. Like, this man gets more views than probably like CNN, CBS, and all these other fucking news networks combined. This is very, very bad. In fact, I would hopefully Ben Shapiro would turn around and terminate his contract over this. Trump shooter, not lefty. Luigi's not a lefty. Where are the examples of lefties doing these acts? True. There are none. In fact, all of the majority of, like, every major Democrat, every former president, all these people are calling it out and trying to de-escalate, okay?
For the sake of our country and for our families and our children.
Oh!
And for Charlie.
Think of the kids. You got to kill all the Democrats because you need to protect the kids. We're going full circle with the baby. Let's go.
For the sake of our country and for our families and our children. And for Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think he means when he says that? The time for talking is over.
What it means is I'm going to use this opportunity when the temperature is hot to get what I actually want in all this, and to fight back and get retaliation and revenge, and I'm a pussy, and I disagree with that all that. I disagree. That's what all I
Okay.
hear is this bullshit.
You're disagreeing with that's the largest right-wing alternative media outlet.
Well, I don't give a fuck what he says. I don't give a fuck what anybody on the right or the left says. I'm
That's
never
fine.
trying to be.
But I'm saying-
I think everybody's deliberately stupid. Everybody's deliberately.
Everybody. Find me a left-wing account doing this. That is like a reputable figure on the left, like a large left-wing media account, like a media person, not just like random Twitter people. Yeah.
So the reason why I said earlier, you're wearing these utopic glasses, or whatever, and you're always having these labels for others, but not you. It's this: give me a big account, left, state representative, official, massive, huge, and famous. But you, right? When you make an argument, it's libs of TikTok and wokeness, dumb fuck, Christopher.
Dip shit. He was criticizing Donald Trump first. He's also criticizing Matt Walsh, the largest part of the largest alternative media sphere that have more viewers than mainstream media. He's not just going after libs of TikTok, though he will, because libs of TikTok is actively doxing people right now and has done for a very long time. Hey, there's cops right outside my window. Maybe I shouldn't stream this live with my window open. Winter needs to hurry up and get here, dude. God damn it.
For Ruffalo, what is the some random Twitter cuck? How come?
Hold on.
Why
First
is
of
the
all,
standard so high?
first of all,
for the left, look for the right. It's whatever. We'll use whatever we
First of
find
all,
on Twitter.
number one.
Huh?
First of all, number one. Okay, I didn't make this compilation. I was more leaning on the first image than the second image. But number two, even at that second image you have, that guy in the top right there, Elon Musk, is the owner of the platform and the richest man in the world, and was in the fucking White House. I noticed you didn't read his name. That bottom right person, Laura Loomer, people don't know if it's lip injections or the fact that she's had her mouth on Trump's cock for so long that makes those lips so fucking big, but this bitch is in the White House every other fucking month giving guidance to the President of the United States, and she's currently on a doxing spree right now on Twitter for people that she is accusing of supporting violence. I can give you more. We just listened to Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire. I can read you out tweets from fucking Stephen Miller, who is the fucking deputy chief of staff in the White House office, who's literally fucking Hitler 2.0. Our hearts are shattered. America's lost one of its greatest champions. All of us now must dedicate ourselves to defeating the evil that stole Charlie from this world. What do you think he means by that? There's a much longer tweet from his figure if you want. I've got a tweet from Nancy Mace, not a tweet, a video of her, who's a sitting congressperson. If you want, we can listen to what she says. I can play you that one next if you want. You can soy the fuck out over the fact that this guy included a lot of some of the largest Twitter accounts that are constantly interacted with by large right-wing figures. But we can find lawmakers and yeah, go ahead. Repeat the same retarded shit you just said in the face of everything I just told you. Go ahead, say it again. Pretend that I just gave you random Twitter accounts when I just rattled off 5 massive. Oh, okay, go ahead.
I agreed that everybody that's doing this shit.
Not everybody. Oh, there it is. Everybody. True.
Okay. I forgot with you.
Can you admit there were some Jews? There were some Jews in the Holocaust that probably deserved it, right?
I'll
admit that. There probably were some piece of shit. There were probably some Jews. Say it. Just say it. Let me hear it. There were probably some Jews in the Holocaust that should have been fucking murdered. Okay, there were probably some. Statistically speaking, there has to have been.
Look at my POV.
There has to have been at least like 5 or 10.
I'm looking at the screen.
I know at least a couple Jews.
I'm looking at the screen with right-wing Andy. When I say everybody. And I'm looking at the screen. What I meant. Sorry, I need to use my words here with you today because today, Jan, you're very fragile. The right-wing Andes, the big political figures on the right, are deliberately using dangerous language in a retaliatory manner to get payback for the act against one of their own. It's absolutely abysmal. It's awful. It's satanic. Boom. That's it.
Cool.
That's the story.
Okay.
I agree 100%.
Cool. Oh, that's good.
All
We
these
agree.
people are wrong. They're so wrong. It's disgusting.
Sure, that's fine.
Fuck all of them.
Every single event in the past decade has looked like this, with every single person on the left constantly saying this isn't good, no violence, we can't do this, and every single person on the right saying, actually, that wasn't even us. We didn't do that. That was a Fedsurrection. That was Fauci and the COVID vaccine. That guy was crazy, and we disavowed him. We don't even know that. And there's Paul Pelosi's gay lover, and we don't know who mailed those pipe bombs. And the guy who shot him was maybe a secret liberal.
Okay.
So when it's one side doing it over and over and over again, and you come in and you say both sides need to calm down, and then the left says both sides need to calm down, and the right says we're going to war, baby.
Not my argument. My argument is that.
To be fair, you don't even have an argument, X. I'm sorry.
People have gamified their language. People have gamified their influence, and they're finding ways at which it is effective so their shit actually happens the way they want it to happen. And the reality is that this is what the right does, and I agree. What the left does, I think, is also satanic and abysmal, is the downplaying of violence, the ignoring acts of violence, downplaying arson and firebombing as protests is fucking looting and blowing cars up as being illegal demonstration.
Which fucking member of the ruling class or the leaders of the movements defended these things? Other than maybe like a handful of the far left, like Omar fucking whatever her name was when she's part of the Social Justice 4. Which members of the left that were in the leading leading positions were saying these things? None.
Demonstration. That's also the problem. They're both.
It's not.
It's awful. But you don't declare that.
No, the difference, X.
I'm gonna make a joke on Twitter to get some likes about this.
I already asked you the difference, X. The difference is that for Biden to get elected, Biden had to say that the rioting that happened over the BLM riots was bad, and he said that. And when Biden
He said it multiple times.
came into office, you know what he didn't do? He didn't pardon every single BLM rioter. When Trump came into office, he pardoned every single Jan 6er, even the people who were convicted of seditious treason.
Yep.
Do you see the? Do you understand the difference there?
So
there is a stark difference, and ignoring that difference is dangerous.
What I'm saying is that one villain stands on business and the other one doesn't, and that's somehow.
Why is Biden a villain? How Biden de-escalated so many things. How in what world is he a villain? Like, the fucking left or right-wing media sphere has poisoned so many fucking brains. Bro, I was against the radical left too, man. How is it that I'm not fucking losing my shit? How is it that I can still see the difference? Like, what's wrong with these people?
How a way to make one better than the other. It's both awful.
No, one side is inviting violence and the other side is trying to tone it down.
Facts.
And it's constantly that dynamic. It is always Trump stoking the flames. It is always Trump telling people to be more violent. It is always Trump denying that anything even happened. Oh, they were good people on both sides. Oh, I don't know anything about...
Hold on. I'll make a good argument. I want you to try to break this down and give him an argument the validity that it deserves, okay? I've always said this.
However, we can say that even though that, like, our side, the left already advocates by saying that the violence is bad. So, like, they're not already mutually the same thing. But the violence on the left when the left goes too far is bad. And we can say that we can bite that bullet. There's nothing wrong with that. Violence is violence, violence is bad. We should call it out. But then we have to change the conversation about why the violence is happening, like we said earlier. And that's where the right just won't ever do that. And that's why the right is always going to be lesser than until they step the fuck up and start policing their own side.
I don't know this very often, but I think about it a lot. This is like exactly how a Counter-Strike lobby is when there's a cheater. It is the exact same thing. If you are playing in a game and you're queuing with a cheater, right? And everybody else is cheating, right? And you don't denounce it, you don't say, oh, fuck this guy, you don't report him, you don't kick him, you don't ban him. You just, guys, oh, he's on my side, he's killing everybody and I'm winning the game. I don't even know. Maybe he's cheating, I don't know. I just like playing with him, haha.
I mean, that's not a bad analogy. So like I'm going to use League of Legends because I'm not a Counter-Strike player. I have morals, no, I'm joking. But like, let's say that if you wanted to get serious with it, when you're in a League of Legends match and you're playing ranked or something, and you know, because the games that matter, every once in a while you're going to get a game where you get a free win, where someone on the enemy team AFKs or is intentionally feeding or something like that. No disrespect, but the other side seems to be more childlike and capable of understanding complex ideas. I mean, I agree with that too. If you have someone on the enemy team that's making your game super easy, there are two ways. There are two ways to look at it. One of them, you can thank them for the free LP, because eventually at one point you're going to have someone on your team that does the same thing, that essentially ruins your game and gives them a free win. The other thing you can do is be upset that the integrity of the match is being destroyed. And that's where I kind of sit. I don't like to get a free win in League of Legends just because I want my LP. I want to earn my rank, and I want to earn my place. Now, statistically speaking, the free wins you get are very small. They're never really going to give you a rank outside of your ranking, but the integrity of the game is going to be at risk. So what he's saying here is if there's a cheater, and you keep playing with that cheater, and he keeps giving you a bunch of shit, you know, free LP, free gains, free wins, you're kind of being part of the problem. And I agree. But the difference is that XQC is not going to latch on to, because he's too fucking brain dead, is that if you mean with the right and the far right, then yes, both sides. Hoo-hoo. If you were to like truly believe in XQ side, that's what the left already does. The left already calls out the violence. Now, the leaders of the left, obviously, if you had asked me if like a bunch of people on the left were unhinged, yeah, man, Hassan has like 2 million subscribers or some shit. He has like 40 to 50,000 viewers. A majority of those people are fucking unhinged. Majority of those people are illiberal people. And it's the reason why people like Destiny, Hutch, myself, even though I'm a much smaller creator, are very mean to Hassan, because Hassan is spreading the same MAGA type bullshit that MAGA does. And it's dangerous. And if we get blue MAGA and red MAGA fighting with one another, we will definitely have a civil fucking war. That is our attempt to police our side and cool down the temperature. We're doing internal critiques on the left all the time. How often do you see that on the right?
And you know, over and over again, you are constantly green lighting the act, and you're reinforcing the thought that this is okay to do. And
Who
we'll
is
do
green?
that.
There are not large
The
figures
left
on the left.
does that all the time.
X, give me
They
an example.
cash in the
Who?
W.
You cannot hold bad ideas are like weeds. They need to be pulled out or they will take over. Yes. Yeah. You cannot hold the entire... I joined Gamergate pretty early on. Okay? I was huge into Gamergate because I was against the corruption in the gaming sphere. I didn't like the fact that corporations were paying people to give reviews, giving them like free boat trips to give them a positive review in IGN. Because there was a time when people trusted like IGN or GameSpot or whatever these fucking things were. We used to give a fuck about these things because they used to like inform us of what to spend our money on. Game prices were pretty high when we were younger. $60, though it doesn't seem like a lot now. Back when people were making $7 an hour, that was a lot of fucking money. We'd have to work half a day to afford a fucking video game. A lot of us were very cautious with our money. So I joined the Gamergate movement. I was on page with that. When the Gamergate movement got a little radicalized, I didn't like it as much. When the people leading the Gamergate, the big voices in that sphere, started getting radical, I bolted the fuck out of there. Because the problem is, when the movement starts getting taken over by radical shit, it changes. So, one, you can't hold the entire movement accountable for a few bad actors within the ground floor when they are nobodies in the movement. There are no gatekeepers to stop people from claiming that they're part of a thing. You have to look at the leaders of the movement. Because if the leaders aren't willing to call out the radicals that do enter their movement and start doing radical shit, that means they condone it and not do that. The fact that you can't find prolific fucking left-wing voices calling to ramp up the violence, but you can on the right, is the problem. And the fact that he just can't do this without thinking it's party line bullshit is different. It's wrong. There's nothing wrong with calling out the hypocrisy. That's the point of it, man.
Who
'Cause
on the
cheaters
left?
are on
Who
their-
on the left is greenlighting this behavior? There are not large figures on the left doing this.
The
It's crazy people
who
on Twitter and
don't
Hassan.
denounce act of violence.
Saying the left aren't as bad ignores the attempt on leaning less bad. It's just an excuse. Not at all. Again, all of the people on the left that are active members of our leadership apparatus called out the assassination attempt. It is different than those on the right that are the leaders of that apparatus that aren't. And acting like it's the same is not true. There is a difference between those actions.
Violence.
Who does?
Bro,
What I'm telling you is, if you look at the leadership on the left, if you look at the media, if you look at the lawmakers, if you look at the presidents, the left doesn't do this. The right does.
oh. You again?
Give me one example.
Completely.
Just one example. One example.
It is the what
One
wait,
example.
Like what? Gavin Newsom, whoever the fuck mayor of whatever city. Bro, it's like this event isn't some let me guess. Oh, this is a good one. Let me guess. It's not some arson or acts of violence. This is people demonstrating their.
How do you keep going back to BLM? Biden, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, all these people called out the violence when it happened. All of them. How do you keep going back to this without fucking reconciling the fact that the people that did the violence were condemned, where they were charged with fucking crimes and they went to jail? And yes, the shooter against Donald Trump was a registered Republican. And there's a reason why Donald Trump hasn't pursued releasing more information about it. Because if he was a Democrat, do you think Donald Trump would be holding on to that information? He'd be pumping that out in real time so that he can justify more sanctions and actions against Democratic people. Like, you just have to follow the motivation.
Their right to freedom and what
Gavin Newsom, absolutely. You're such a ghoulish fuck. Gavin Newsom absolutely never said that. Find me the fucking tweet where he said that he encouraged violence in LA. Gavin told the feds to fuck off because they had it handled. And he told people that he wouldn't accept violent rioting, and they arrested motherfuckers that were violent rioting.
Oh, yeah, okay, so the ICE things, yes. Gavin Newsom did tell violence was not going to happen. He did put cops on the ground. He did start arresting people when they got violent. Gavin Newsom definitely did that. Things got way worse when Donald Trump unconstitutionally sent the National Guard there without the request of the governor. So, yes, again, XQC is just wrong on the facts here. Gavin Newsom called out the violence. He tried to handle the situation before it escalated. Donald Trump wanted escalation. Yet again, another example of the left doing things within the parameters and the right breaking both not only the rules, but also constitutional fucking law and going against state rights, which is their entire point. They defend state rights all the time, and that's why they want to kick abortion back to the states.
Where are you talking about the shit that just happened in the last few months when the president of the United States deployed the National Guard illegally, by the way, against the will of the sitting governor, by the way, with 600 additional Marine reinforcements, by the way, when California themselves and LA said they had it handled? You're taking a situation where the president was unhinged, was out of pocket, was against the law, and was acting as a fucking dictator, and you're spinning this as though Gavin Newsom did something wrong? Do you understand how absolutely fucking brain broken you are, right? Like, even worse than the normal Quebecois who happens to be in the U.S., like, sitting here. Do you understand how I need you to admit? No, you're not.
Okay, he is now sitting the National Guard from Memphis next. Glorious, isn't it? You know what I mean? Now, it just dawned on me that maybe XQC is going to be a little light on Trump so he doesn't get deported. Just saying.
Setting up business is the most fucking retarded shit I've ever heard you say in my entire life. It's so fucking retarded. Find me the tweet. Find me where Gavin was saying it was okay for the rioting to happen. I'll wait. I got nothing to do. Go. Do it. Or someone in your chat can find it. I want to see it.
What are you talking about? I wasn't even speaking about that either. You went on a tangent for no reason.
Well, you didn't specify, dipshit.
The wording, the portrayal, avoiding the actual issue, not saying.
Avoiding what issue?
Oh my fucking god.
Gavin directly disavowed the rioting. He said it was bad. He said they were going to arrest people for doing it. What are you talking about?
we're going to arrest people that do this, guys. We don't like this over here, guys.
Yeah, he said that. They did it. He said that and they did it.
Getting cooked, dude. I'm sorry. X, you just got to stop, man. You're just wrong.
You acknowledge it at the same time. Donald Trump was illegally sending the
I'm
military to California.
I'm not going to convince you. I'm not going to convince you.
Yeah, because it's the facts. I know. On the facts, the facts suck. Facts are annoying.
No,
but this is,
I'm never going to convince you.
The next
I'm
guy
not
that you see
you.
dying, please don't fucking pretend that you give a fuck. Okay, play the clip a few times, get some fucking laughs, go and fucking virgin. Don't pretend you actually give a fuck about any of this shit. Because you guys are the problem. It is your fault. It is your fault. People like you and Asmongold are the worst.
I am the most consistent anti-violence you'll ever.
Anti-violence doesn't mean anything. Almost everybody is anti-violence. The reason why, okay, do you know how you stop someone from being anti-violence? Pretty simple. Intrinsically, we know self-defense is a real thing. We know that we should defend ourselves. Most people that do self-defense aren't being violent. They're defending themselves. Okay? So what happens when you take a group of people, Americans, who are anti-violent, and you start to change the language on how you describe the situation? Pretty simple. It's pretty simple, really. You start calling them demons. You call them evil. You call them monsters. You paint them in a terrible light so that you can otherize them. So then you can then say it's self-defense to defend yourself. There's a reason why Charlie Kirk says that they're trying to kill us. Not Charlie Kirk, I apologize. Matt Walsh. Because then it makes it about self-defense. Anti-violence people can be about self-defense. Because we have an intrinsic desire to keep ourselves alive. We have a responsibility to do so. Some of us are parents. Some of us are lovers. Us being around to further grow our economy is good. Especially those of us that are in the workforce that are creating things with our hands. We're building things. You can even come up with an economic reason for self-defense. So let's say you're anti-violence. There's a Black Mirror episode about that. See, I didn't even know that. You can be anti-violence and still do violent things. All you have to do is be convinced that violence is the option. The way you can convince someone that violence is an option is through a lens of self-defense. And it's what the Republicans have done for years. That's why they otherize immigrants. It's why they, spew so much hateful rhetoric. It's why they always bring up Laken Riley. It's why even back when Tucker Carlson was on Fox News after Bill O'Reilly was let go, he would always talk about those that are invading our country. Glenn Beck has done it for fucking years. There's even a point when Glenn Beck came out, when he was having a conversation, I believe, with someone on the left, where he openly admitted that he stoked the flames and he was wrong for doing so, and then fell right back into it when there was monetary gain to do so. Fucking A.
Yes, I agree.
I am so
consistently
consistent.
fucking
It's
retarded.
Crazy.
Consistently retarded.
It's crazy. Yo, Destiny, you understand it? Like, this is my view of the world, okay? Doing the right thing, more often than not, the vast majority of the time, is taking L's. Because being actually better than whoever you're trying to denounce as the bad person means that you take an L, and you don't change your behavior. Oh, you're going to do
Can you give me one example? Give me one example. Can you give me one example in human history of that happening? Give me one example. Give me one example. Give me one example of that happening. When the Brits were taxing Americans without representation, did they just sit and take it? In the Civil War, when shots were fired at Fort Sumter and the South seceded from the United States, did they just take it?
So what
when Germany was steamrolling all of Europe, did
accelerationism equals win?
Who's talking about accelerationism? No, I'm asking you, give me one example where somebody sat and took L after L after L, and they magically went at the end. You know where that happens? It happens in anime and Marvel movies. Show me in the real world where this happens.
In what sense?
Where somebody takes L after L after L, and they just sit there and lose over and over again, but they somehow magically win at the end.
Yeah, we typically just call those people losers.
Or it's not a fucking anime. Where does this happen?
I would say, just a full transparency, the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King let themselves get sprayed with fire hoses, attacked by dogs, and they chose not to be violent. You can just look to Gandhi as well. I mean, there are examples of being gracious in defeat, or being gracious in like not violent, or rising above the situation, but those are very rare, and there has to be an environment for it. Oh, someone said Gandhi.
What you're advocating for is extinction on one side, and you're pretending there's some morality in it because you're not affected. That's all you're doing at the end of the day. You people like you and Asmongold, you're not affected.
That is rich. That is rich. That is rich. That is incredible.
It's not really rich because you are not on the left. So, like, if all Democrats get eradicated tomorrow, it's not going to affect you in the slightest. In fact, you might have an easier go about it because there's going to be less people to call you on your bullshit. There's an incentive for you to continue to spread that. Dipshit.
Maybe I should say that, by the way. While you're saying it's not affected, it's a classic. It's a classic.
A classic how?
Why? It's just a classic. It's a classic because the left always gets free W's all the time, out of not denouncing and skirting around.
Everyone on the left is denouncing. The systems that are in place intrinsically benefit those on the right. The Electoral College is the reason why we even have Republican parties. Like, a majority of the states that are red are so fucking poor, they require people on the fucking left to subsidize their dog shit states. They're run so goddamn poor that they literally have to rely on New York and fucking Los Angeles to front a majority of the goddamn bills. What do you mean? What intrinsic W's do the fucking Democrats ever get other than having better messaging, and that's why they typically win the popular vote? I want the Electoral College out. Yeah, me too. But I understand why it's there. Two major cities shouldn't be able to dictate every election. So we need to have some kind of like leverage to help those that are on the minority, which are Republicans, by the way. So like, we had one president since Reagan, that was on the right, that won the popular vote. And a lot of people are already regretting their vote for Donald Trump. Like, come on, man. What intrinsic W's do liberals get? Do Democrats get? Democrats are the only party right now that have to constantly fend out the radical side while also trying to like earn favor in the middle. It's crazy, dude.
Bad words. This is not an epidemic, guys. This is a cultural phenomenon.
Wait, show me where Gavin. Watch this. Show me where Gavin says that this is. What is he? What do you want him to say here that he didn't say? This is in regards to the riots a few months ago.
Like it.
I sent you on Twitter or on Discord.
If you incite violence or destroy our communities, you're going to be held to account. That kind of criminal behavior will not be tolerated. Full stop. Already more than 200.
Guys, let me translate this to English so people that don't understand what he's saying. Guys, if you are guys, by the way, let me tell you, I'm on a 27 win streak in CS. If you cheat in my games, we will come after you. We will get you. We will ban you. By the way, I'm on a 73 win streak right now with this guy on my team. We will come after and we will get you. You will not cheat in our lobby.
Okay, so now he's shifting the argument. He's saying, okay, obviously Gavin Newsom is coming after them, but it's performative and he doesn't mean it. What he really means is that we're going to crucify all of you. He's inferring whatever the fuck he wants based off of his own opinion about the left. None of this is based off of, I don't know, I think popular vote should win. So, you know, if we did not have that, maybe it would make everyone act differently. So like Ye said, it's not just two states or whatever would elect people. Well, I mean, Texas is starting to give us a run for our money. I don't know, you're right. Like, the popular vote should be the thing that determines the presidency. But the way that our states are set up and the way that our populations are, it's just a little unfair to do that. Because then that means people will just campaign in New York, Texas, and, you know, California. Which now it's not much different because now they just campaign in electoral swing states. I mean, it's a complex issue that you really have to dive into. what XQC is doing here is just really dangerous. He's literally speaking as if he knows what Gavin Newsom really means. And do you not... That's dangerous. That's really dangerous. That doesn't help anybody.
Please, you will not, and we will report you every time. By the way, guys, I'm currently rank 1 with the doing away with the cheater. We're gonna get you. It's fucking weird. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Blah 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 blah. Just talking, ignoring the act. It's bro. It's cuck shit. It's cuck shit. The man is not enough business.
Texas is non-voting state. The problem with popular vote is that you elect a populist, someone who promises cake today. Yep, exactly. And I am not a populism guy, because anyone can tell you anything, and they can use that as a means to get into power, kind of like Trump did, and flip the script once in there. Trump told you he's going to take care of things, he's going to lower prices, he's going to help everyday working people. Whoa, hit the wall.
He does not stand on business.
He does stand on business. They arrested people. But if you want to use a cheating example, like you see, fine, let's use a cheating example. What happens in a game where you've got some people that cheat and some people that don't? What happens? There's one of two things can happen. You've played games, I played games. You know the answer. There's only one of two ways that situation can turn out. If there are people in games that cheat and people in games that don't cheat. Tell me what are the two ways that this can end up?
People get fed up and now everybody's cheating.
Yes, that's one way. Yeah. So the game is overrun by cheaters. You see this happen especially with free-to-play stuff, right? Or two, what happens? The cheaters all get banned, right? There is no world where you go into those games and you tell the rest, guys, just stop cheating. Guys, just stop cheating and they'll go away. Guys, just stop cheating. That never happens. Because what would it lead to? It would lead to extinction. And that's what happens in every single one of those. For a while, it happened with PUBG, it happened with CSGO, it happened with every free-to-play game in the world where it just got overrun by cheaters. And unless somebody comes in and bans them, then they take over and they just run shit.
I think if you make it a point to always shame people and always recurve the narrative, say, don't do this shit. It is my understanding that you're doing the right thing and you are the better person. Is what it is. What about it? This is what I think. You're doing the right thing. And I don't do this. Oh, dude, I'm gonna fucking. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna dox the people that are cheating. No, I think that's bullshit. I think it's all dog shit. I think people can just do better, man. It's that simple.
Really? Yeah, so what's one game where the cheating just disappeared without people getting, you say doxed, how about sued? Right? Didn't that happen to big cheat makers where they literally got fucking sued by Blizzard? I think for at least one of them. Or where people get banned. They get kicked out, deported. What game fixed the cheating problem magically? Ever?
Valorant.
Really? Valorant? Don't they literally have a fucking...
Valorant had to also install an anti-cheat in your kernel. So, like... Yeah, and this is why I like Destiny, man. He's pretty good on the fly. This motherfucker just used his example and shoved it up his own ass in a way that was beautiful, baby.
RAM injection program that Riot uses to...
They mine Bitcoin on my PC and I let them. I am a cuck of Bitcoin.
So obviously that example doesn't work then.
The Chinese spyware is in my ass as we speak, digging a hole, and I love it.
Okay,
what
so
about...
See? I can point to this too. I got Valorant right here. I also got League of Legends right here. That kernel is open right here. Vanguard, Riot Vanguard. Right now, the fucking government of whatever the fuck that is has got full control inside the Cheekists.
That example doesn't work then. There's somebody else that's enforcing that. We have nobody enforcing that in the United States. One side is just cheating right now with impunity, and you're pretending that it's going to magically go away. Why? They keep winning games. Trump won the last election. Cheating. They're just going to keep winning.
Oh, so now again. He's cheating. He's cheating. Right? Is that what you're saying? Is that where you're going with this?
Well, this is...
they're cheating. No,
This is your analogy. You said Governor Newsom was cheating. What was your evidence to suggest that?
I think it's rigged. I think saying that anything is rigged is like, unless there's proof that it's rigged. I mean, let's be honest. It's just, you're just saying things. Like, what about?
Sure. Here's proof that it was rigged. The fact that he pardoned every single person that showed up at the Capitol to insurrect the government that he ordered to be there.
My job is cybersecurity. Exactly, dude. I use this for gaming and YouTube. And I don't make enough money on YouTube for it to be scary yet.
Told people to come there. That would be one example of rigging. I can give you like 20 more if you want.
Boy. Example of rigging how?
Donald Trump told everybody that the 2020 election was rigged. 80% plus of conservatives today still think the 2020 election was rigged. They showed up at the Capitol to protest the election and then eventually to riot in the White House.
I don't know why he's not including the electors plot, because that's something you can directly... Like, the problem with linking... Like, I agree that Donald Trump led an insurrection on January 6th. But I think the most damning evidence for that is the electors plot beforehand, where William Barr even resigned and, like, half of his DOJ tried to walk the fuck out for the shit that he was doing in the Department of Justice. You should probably use that while you lead into this, but that's just my opinion, D.
And eventually to kick out the lawmakers so that they could prevent the peaceful transfer of power. Every single person involved with that, when Donald Trump was elected again, was pardoned. He said it's okay, it's cool. People that would
that's wild to me. Yes, that all that is a bit, that's abysmal. It's a failure of everything that every state that is said on. Yeah, it's an absolute disaster.
Okay, is there a single equivalent action that anybody on the left has done?
Why, you mean like when Biden pardoned his the crack smoker?
He pardoned his son, one person, who was being wrongfully persecuted for lying on a fucking gun form because he was a felon or something, but he was big lies. 2020 was stolen. January 6th was just a protest. Trump hasn't received massive bribes from foreign governments, including Putin and the Saudis. Then he just received like a $400 million plane.
Why did Biden pardon his son?
I don't know. You tell me.
Do you know
I thought he said he wouldn't do it.
Do you know what two crimes he was convicted for?
Oh, no, okay.
Hunter Biden was convicted for lying on a federal tax.
So now you do it. Now you're doing charitability.
Oh, you don't like the facts. You don't like the facts.
Now you're doing
I'm not being charitable. I'm not being charitable. I was just telling you a factual record of what was going on. But you don't like the facts because they bother. Yeah, they bother you. Oh, you want to tell?
No, I'm not one of those guys.
Okay. Hunter Biden was convicted for two things. One, he was convicted for tax evasion in 2019 on taxes that he'd already paid back, that him and the IRS had already settled on. They were fully paid back. One. And then two, he was convicted for lying on a 4473 because he smoked crack at the same time that he bought his gun. This was after the Republicans had investigated him for 4 years, claiming that he was conspiring in Burisma in Ukraine to do illegal international business.
And they found no evidence, despite looking through it for 4 years. Congress said they had multiple opportunities to try and push it through, and they just couldn't. They could not find anything due to corruption. They got Hunter Biden on a fucking gun form because he was smoking crack at the same time. And the other one was something that was already working out with the IRS.
Okay. Joe Biden pardoned him.
So he had paid his taxes. Is that how it actually went down?
Yes.
Is that an accurate, like documented thing?
Because Wikipedia if you don't believe me, or Google it. Yes, they were all paid back already.
Well,
yes.
I just feel like this is. It sounds a little bit like a fairy tale.
It's probably because the right-wing apparatus. Biden did also pardon Fauci. Trump was liable to go after him for embarrassing him during COVID. Fauci didn't break any laws, but Biden knew Trump would yes, 100%. Fuck, I forgot what I was about to say.
You don't believe me, or Google it.
The reason why X here does not know the fucking facts about that is because he only is participating in the fucking media sphere, and the media sphere is almost predominantly controlled by the left. And he threw away the gun. Exactly, dude. This is the perfect example. This encapsulates everything that's going on. The right controls the entire media sphere, and I don't know how they've gained that power. I don't know how they have the ability to fucking control the narrative. Don't get me wrong. Oh my God, facts. He's calling a fairy tale. And these guys have real political power, by the way. This guy could probably convince half of his audience to vote for Donald Trump. Maybe even more just by showing up there with Aiden Ross.
Yes, they were all paid back already.
Well,
yes.
I just feel like this is. It sounds a little bit like a fairy tale. It could not be.
Wow. Oh, that's crazy how all the Republican shit is so fucking horrible and bad, but it's literally on the open. If any of you fucking retards would take 2 seconds to read about it, but yes,
well, I'm not
they
Republican.
were paid back.
I'm not Republican.
They were paid. You are in practice. Yeah, of course you are. What do you mean? Obviously, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. I identity politics master. I get it again.
It's not identity politics. It's just like a guy walks out of a room with cum leaking out of his asshole in his mouth and says, "I'm not gay." It doesn't really mean much. As long as you still get fucked in the ass and you take dick in your mouth, right? You carry all the Trump talking points and you do everything that they want you to do. It doesn't matter what the fuck you call yourself.
Okay.
At the end of the day, right? A Trump dick suck is a Trump dick suck.
Then you're a radical left. Then you're a radical left because you're a fucking short gnome with fucking blue hair doing cuck shit.
A radical. I'm the radical left.
Well,
who
I mean,
fights with, who fights with.
That's how I see it. That's how I see it.
Sure.
That's how I see it.
If you
so
want
to,
you and I are standing in front of an assassin right now, and we have to figure out who's criticized who more. Have I criticized the far left more, or have you criticized Donald Trump more? Who's getting shot in that circumstance? Are you fucking serious? I'm literally Hassan's like waking nightmare, and you're telling me that I'm a radical leftist? Like, you would remember who you're talking to?
Okay, well, Hassan is a post radical, where it's a new meta that I made. It's post radical. It's accepted terrorism. Yeah, I think that's.
No, yeah, I'm not cool with it either. You're just using an example to appeal to his audience because his audience is probably someone that would talk that way. But yeah, no, I don't like the whole using gay as an insult there.
being a terrorist sympathetic person, that's fucking awful. That's post radical. That's what I say.
Sure. So I think I've easily exceeded my threshold for ever being called a far leftist. I think I've got my creds critiquing the far left. So I don't know how you could possibly say I'm critiquing the far left, but you refuse to call out Donald Trump and the right for constantly evading.
I go on the right all the time. That's crazy.
Saying both sides and saying everyone does it is not the same.
I call out the right all the time.
If
Buddy,
you had to guess,
that is it.
If you had to guess for percentage of time, I'm just curious. If you had to guess percentage-wise, this is how much percentage time I criticize Donald Trump and the people in Congress versus how much time I criticize everything on the left. What do you think the split is there?
Post-factual, exactly.
I don't
know. Do you think it's like 50-50? Do you think it's like 40-60? Do you think it's like... My guess is it's like 95-5, maybe. 5 is generous. I don't think I've ever heard you call out Trump before in my entire life.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, like I said, I mean, maybe it's more of a thing where like an I fell off argument type thing, but that's so false. It's crazy.
Okay?
That is being so. It generally is just being unfair and uncharitable. It is what it is.
Okay, for people in XQC's chat, does he call out Trump and I just miss it? Maybe I do. It could be. Either way, I admit it because maybe my chat just doesn't show me those clips. It's possible.
Mm-hmm.
You did do the advertisement with Aiden Frost. That's true, but
I did not. I mean, I was doing audio checks, but it's all good.
Really?
I was
saw pictures and everything of you with him and all that. Okay, we got some yeses, nos. Yes,
but which one? Which one has been posted? Which one have I posted on my own behalf? Where have I showed that? Oh yeah, like this is something. I want it. I'm doing this, dude. That's not how it happened.
Trust me, man. I've wanted to click off this video like 8 times. I just don't want to be a dick that doesn't finish the original content. So even though these videos will probably never be seen by like the people that are in it, I just never want to hear the whole, oh, you didn't watch the whole context. And I have PTSD from hearing Hassan Piker say that fucking every goddamn time anyone fucking criticizes his ass.
That is the standard. Which if somebody, let's say, had a job to be part of the thing, no, dude, you cannot be against the left. You have a job that is in the realm of the left. You are paid by the left. You are funded. You are an agent. Like, dudes, come on, bro. It's like some really like. I think it's just like you're thinking, but it's whatever.
Wait,
I think
what?
It's weak sauce. I think it's weak sauce. It's weak sauce.
Hold on. I don't understand what you were saying. Could you rephrase it?
Yeah, I mean, if this is a smoking gun, like, oh, dude, you on that stream, like that's who you associate with.
No, I'm not saying that's the smoking gun. I don't even care that much about that. I'm just saying that in the grand totality of things, the strategy on the right is always the far right will never take responsibility for anything. Will always throw bombs at the far left. Useful people you and Asmongold, well, he's probably far right now, but you guys will just say, oh, it's both sides. And then people on the left will have to sit there and say, oh, guys, maybe it's both sides. And that's it. Over and over and over and over again. For the last 10 years, that's what we've done.
You know what's sad? You would actually be very impressed by the amount of people that try to get streams and get stuff done with the left, with Kamal and with their to help their campaign for free voluntarily, right? You would be actually impressed and how unreceptive they are and how stupid they are and how it is their fault of the elections because they have branding problems. They're dog shit. Bro, the only one piece of media they did with somebody that talks to the youth a little bit is the
Paid by the left. As far as I know, the genuine left tend to be poor as fuck. Greed for money is not a priority for people to get rich. Agreed. Yeah, that's... And who's being paid on the left? Like, other than, like, the recent thing around BTC and Chorus, where he created a pact to, like, actually pay small content creators that are liberals. What are we talking about here? Like, if we want to talk about people that are getting paid to espouse people, like, ideas, you can just look to the right. Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin, fucking Matt Christensen all got paid to push Russian propaganda, and all of them are right-leaning and have right-leaning opinions, and almost all of these people have been calling for violence since the shooting happened. What are we talking about here? Like the boogeymen of the George Soros's type or whatever. Meanwhile, Elon Musk actually paid people to vote for Donald Trump. Like, all of the richest men in this country support Donald Trump right now. What are we talking about? The right has the deepest pockets in the industry. What? Okay.
The guy that fucked the girl that was suing for 20 mil for free and fucking bagged this dumb fuck. Fucking Shannon Sharpie. Guys, I'm not gonna...
Right. Payne, look at the Koch brothers, the Costa Institute, the money from oil. it's fucking, it's crazy, dude.
Do a streamer or whatever. I'm not gonna do this massive event where we get a lot of publicity. I'm gonna do the Shannon Sharpie podcast. That'll get them going. What a waste of fucking time. The left has fallen, and it's time for you to fucking lock in on the fact that these people are almost losing deliberately. It is wild. Bro.
What the fuck does this have to do with anything in what you're talking about? What are we doing right now? I should have clicked off this video, man. We're almost done. Holy
Shannon
fuck.
Sharpie podcast. The only piece of media that's angled towards the youth thing. We lost the youth vote. Oh, these fucking red-pilled right-wing or corrupting the youth, whatever. What have you been doing? What have they been doing? They alienated everybody like a bunch of fucking cucklords. Jesus Christ.
What? I have no... How did this end up with you shitting on the left? I don't even know what we're talking about right now. What?
True. And that is true. And that is true. What I'm saying is that if given the opportunity, I would have not been on the background of a fucking Trump stream. I would have been at the...
By the way, you being into politics, have you looked at the right-wing think tanks? Like the Cato Institute? I could tell you some stories. I don't know much about that, to be honest. And then you got me terrified. Oh my god, I don't know if I can handle any more fucking evil shit from the right.
The forefront of a Kamala stream, right? But these people are fucking brain dead. Don't hold it against me. That they have zero IQ. That they don't know how to conduct a fucking political campaign to make their candidate win the fucking election. They're fucking...
Okay, even if that's all true, dipshit, what's the negative consequence of that? They lost the election. Okay? Did people die? Like, what are we talking about right now? If Kamala Harris, who only had like 4 or 5 months to run a campaign, didn't run the best fucking campaign, she paid for that in real time. She lost. Okay? What does this have to do with violent rhetoric from the fucking right or the left? What a dipshit fucking segue into something that has nothing to do with anything.
Stupid.
Yeah, I agree. They have issues, yeah, for sure. But part of the issue, the thing that I'm fighting on right now, is the media environment. The reason why they're so brain broken is because they see people like you laugh when people like Trump say the most abhorrent, disgusting, fucked up shit in the universe. And
exactly, dude. When you say both sides and then you end up only supporting one side, it's not both sides. You're just using them as an attack lane so that you can shit on them so you don't have to absorb any of the responsibility of what your side is doing. Like I said, both sides were bad, and it's like, okay, then why are you single-handedly supporting one side when it comes down to vote? you think both sides are bad, what are the differences of the side that you're voting for that makes you vote for them? And why?
And then you guys lose your fucking mind when Hillary Clinton says, like, basket of deplorables. And it makes the media environment really fucking confusing. When they see a mass shooting happen, and everyone on the right is calling for fucking war, and then the president is deploying the National Guard and the military to states, and people are like, wow, president of peace, LOL, Department of War, that's so epic, XD, XD. And then you look at Biden and you're like, oh my God, the Democrats are so violent all the time.
The Cato Institute are behind research making human climate change look uncertain. Oh, I have decades of experience having to follow the money, and so much came from the Koch brothers. Jesus Christ. That's probably the same shit that Jordan Peterson stumbled into when his brain got melted in real time. Jesus.
Hi, because look at this account on Twitter. Yeah, it's a really confusing and a difficult media environment to navigate. When any fair-minded person, when any apolitical person would look at what's going on in the U.S. right now and go like, wow, it's not really that surprising that it's super violent. Your president, Donald Trump, is probably the most divisive figure in probably all of, in at least the last century of U.S. history, right? He's the least popular president right now. The second least popular was him in term 1. And you're turning around and it's like, oh, both sides.
Utah governor urges national unity. So they are saying, well, I hope he's doing that, though. Okay. Yes, national unity is a good thing.
Both sides. He has no responsibility for anything that happens. Like, you just sat here and told me that the president of the United States' own rhetoric doesn't matter and influence its citizens. Like, what the fuck? Well, you spend half your time here railing against me making edgy tweets or Hassan saying bad shit. Why does it matter?
I think words are whatever. I think words are whatever.
What do you mean?
Okay, so then no one should ever take your opinion ever again when you're sitting here talking shit about Hassan. What's the point of calling out Hassan's actions on stream when you don't believe that words matter? Anyone pointing out that Trump has more than doubled his wealth since the election? His meme coin, yes, bought foreign investors. The corruption and money is blatant. Yeah, dude, his fucking meme coin is like the amount of people that complain about Nancy Pelosi's net worth when she's like worth $1 million or $2 million. And then Donald Trump became a billionaire or twice over and doubled that shit because of that meme coin. Fucking, I don't want to hear it anymore. It's bullshit. They only care about it until their side does it. I've called out Nancy Pelosi for fucking years. I even give someone like Bernie Sanders a hard time for being a millionaire now because of his book sales. He shouldn't have that much money since he's advocating for socialism or a lighter version of socialism. But like, I'd still vote for him. You know what I mean? Like, I can call out when my side does a thing. It doesn't bother me at all. Like, if Destiny says something stupid or makes a bad argument, I'll call it out, man. I don't give a shit. Like, people can do the wrong things sometimes. Like, we're not perfect. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to say the wrong thing. You're going to hurt someone's feelings. It doesn't matter. You should call it out when it's bad. And then you should forgive people if they seem genuine about wanting to improve the situation. Like, these are real things, and they're tangible. We should care about them.
Words or whatever. What do you think people fucking go to war over? Do you think everybody goes to war because somebody killed their own personal family or friend? What do you mean? Words or whatever. People start wars over ideologies and words and religions and thoughts and ideas.
I mean, when you say, oh guys, don't do this. I mean, I'm just saying it falls on deaf ears. It is what it is. Like,
why do you you don't think these people are influential at all? That when the killers go out and kill and they say I did it because.
Not an American here, but I would have voted for Bernie in a heartbeat. He has the right heart. And you also know that he's not doing it for money. Bernie Sanders is probably like one of the poorest people, I think, in Congress or the Senate or whatever. I think Congress. I think he's been in Congress the whole time. He's been a congressman for a long time, I believe. Yeah, no, he's a senator. Fuck, dude, I'm getting this wrong. Anyway, like, he's had the same views for like 40 fucking years. Like, you know he's not doing it for payments. A majority of his donations come at $5 when he was running for president the 2 times he ran. Well, the last 2 times he ran. Like, his donations come in at minuscule amounts, but it comes in by such a large margin of people that, like, it does like, if 1 million people donate to you and you make $1 million, that's a pretty big thing. Bernie has a proven track record going back decades. Exactly, dude. Exactly, dude.
Because this guy said it? That doesn't matter? What do you need to prove to connect the thoughts?
So the rhetorics, when it's from the right, it's clear coded. It's probably this whatever.
He was arrested at a protest when he had an afro. That's my boy, dude. Even fucking XQC's chat is openly admitting that he's being cooked in real time. Yeah, he does look like he's kind of like he's seeing his chat turn on him. He's like, "Fuck."
Was on the left. It could have been that. Whatever, dude. I think you're just not being consistent with this.
When the left does it, I call them out on it. All the cop shit and all the unarmed black people shit, I said that was bad. What do you mean? I called them out on it. And Biden and Kamala had to disavow it as well. When they ran for office, they had to say, you just saw a tweet of Gavin Newsom saying this violence is not acceptable. You can't do it. You'll be arrested. Show me one tweet of Donald Trump talking about the right like that. You will never be able to find it. You won't.
Then tell people to stop shooting people on the streets, stop gun violence. Oh my God, it's real bonus.
When did they go home?
Say stop doing drugs.
On January 6th. On January 6th, when did they go home? On January 6th, when did they go home? When did they go home?
Please, I beg it. We need Trump to say.
Okay, good idea, Destiny. So XQC just got cooked in a way different way. X is saying that he doesn't think that if the president were to tone down the the violence, that it would stop. Isn't it funny that like after Donald Trump told the Patriots to go home on January 6th, that they stopped violence, they stopped rioting, and they went home? Almost as if he has political power. Kind of defeats his entire argument. Huh. Funny that.
You're saying some retarded shit. Nobody does drugs because a political person told them to do drugs, you fucking retard. Nobody, the politicians told them to do drugs.
Saved. Homeless are saved. World-changing news are coming in. Fentanyl has disappeared from physical realm. All of it has turned to dust.
You guys need to go to more public events. At the very least, if you're going to sit here and talk about it, you should go. You need to go be at risk just like anybody else. Don't say shit unless you're willing to go stand outside and see who the fuck is going to show up at your event. Because it is insane to me that retarded fucking roach lords like you and Aspical will sit in your fucking house and stoke the flame so hard and then point out random left-wing accounts where the president of the United States is literally saying unhinged shit every single fucking day, and you sit here and laugh at it like you're an actual fucking toddler watching a Jack in the Box. That's crazy. That is insane to me.
The language you're using is crazy, but now I think it's awful. I think
so brave. Wow, so brave. It's so brave.
Trump also said the day Pence may deserve getting hung. Thankfully, he was convicted. Convinced to publicly say go home instead. Exactly.
Well, I mean,
call me out. Good job. Nice. The guy who's, by the way, banned from your streaming platform, Twitch, for calling out the left wing, by the way. You're so brave. Meanwhile, Trump will never, ever call out the right. Because he doesn't need to. Because fleshlights like you will always be there to take another fucking load for him. You will never call him out. And I bet you haven't. I'd be curious if some of you trying to link me after. Of you calling out Trump without immediately after going, and the left does it too. And the far left too. And the Democrats too. Show me one time with you calling out Trump on his own. One time. I bet you haven't done it in the past year. I bet it hasn't happened.
Bro, when people link you to clips and when you see it, I don't want an apology publicly. I want an apology from you to me that you try to fucking actually pin this shit on me like that. I think it's odd. I think it's odd behavior.
Okay, well, we'll see. Hopefully, the past year, one time. Okay, I love everybody. Good luck gambling.
All right. Thank you, man. See ya.
Did I hear that? Yeah, you did.
I just want to play video games. I hate politics.
Oh shit.
How did that get to words don't mean anything at the end, even when they come from the president of the United States?
Oh, D, I'm sorry, buddy. I don't think there's hope, man. If you can't explain it to these dipshits, we're fucking cooked. It's not like my fat ass can do it better than you, bro. So let's see here. We said we wanted to take a quick look at... Looks like you need a break, man. I'm about to end it, but there was one positive thing we wanted to end on today. Because we've been talking a lot of stuff, and I've been trying to, like, de-escalate shit, but I don't think it's ever going to work because I'm a nobody. But let's step back into Ren Fox 5. Is it this one?
Well, it's a New York Fashion Week event that's putting Lyme disease in the spotlight. Back for its third edition, Project Lab Coat is making an impact on the runway, merging fashion and art with a global message.
United by Lyme disease, celebrity survivors, medical professionals are going to strut their stuff this weekend in a historic collaboration. Here to tell us all about it is two of the runway models taking part who are personally connected to Lyme disease.
I have not done Ren Love music series yet.
Global Lyme Alliance Executive Board member Kenzie Vath is here. Hi, Kenzie. Nice to see you again. And UK recording artist Ren. Nice to see you.
He's wearing a shirt. I'm not used to that. Take it off, buddy. Let me see the abs. I'm joking. We don't need to get all lick thirsty on Ren right now. Let's do this.
Nice to be here. All right, but we got to get this out of the way because you have been singing about all your issues with whatever you're dealing with. Very honest, very raw, but now you're gonna walk the runway for this. So what's going on?
Side quest, man.
Side quest. Let's go, dude. He's at max level and now he's doing the side quest. Let's go.
Best man. I feel like it's really well. These guys approached me. Normally I wouldn't do stuff like this, but they approached me and I thought it was a real important cause to get behind because it's something that massively impacted my life for years. I mean, I didn't think I'd live to be this.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your history with Lyme disease.
I got ill when I was 19 and I didn't know what was going on with me. It's a very rare disease over in the UK. It's a lot more common over here in the States. But so when I went to the doctor and I was like, I'm feeling terrible. I'm feeling all these symptoms. I'm feeling the flu, fatigue, all this stuff. They're like, oh, probably just got a virus.
I'm so glad that I got through the chapters before this came out.
Rest, it'll go away. Go home, a month later, it gets a lot worse. I go back and I'm like, it's just getting worse. They misdiagnosed me with bipolar, put me on a bunch of mental health meds, which obviously I just started declining still because my health was, it was going down, so I could keep going.
Yeah, it's over.
It's not the right med, so I went through years and years of being through the system, just getting worse and worse on a lot of mood stabilizers that I didn't need. It wasn't until 6 years later that I got an official diagnosis through a lot of my own kind of going online spaces. My story's not this common.
No. I was going to say, Kenzie, this is not an uncommon thing that people either get misdiagnosed.
Animal Flow is the song at the end of episode 1 of Girlfriend on Prime. Ah.
Or Kenzie, this is not an uncommon thing that people either get misdiagnosed or the diagnosis gets missed one way or another.
Exactly. Unfortunately, it's too common that it gets misdiagnosed and then goes chronic. So Ren is, lines it up perfectly for that.
So how did this event come about?
You said it's a little quiet? It's a recording from someone that's not... Here, I'll see if I can turn this up. Maybe it'll get a little louder.
This is the third year of doing it. And why lab coats?
Yeah, so Project Runway, Runway 7 is doing Project Lab Coat, and it is all about supporting Lyme disease this year. So the lab coats represent really the Lyme community and the resilience of that community, which is an amazing, beautiful thing to bring to the iconic New York Fashion Week.
And I see you brought some lab coats.
We do.
They're very stylish.
Yeah, we have some lab coats that are custom designed.
All right, can we buy these, or is it just for show?
It's just for show. I believe they might. I think the models like Ren will be able to take his home and keep it as a memory from his.
We wear that on my Saturday night.
Yeah, New York Fashion Week debut.
It happens tomorrow night, by the way, 7 o'clock at Sony Hall.
Yes.
You I don't know your fashion sense. Is this your style?
No comment.
Oh, so the guy's just recording his TV. Well, that's probably why it's not as loud. Heard him laugh there. Rocket buddy. Would look so stylish. Dude, Ren's style would be wearing the lab coat, shirtless with his fucking pants nearly pulled down. Just enough V-lines so you guys can see the arrow.
I've seen Ren's videos. They're very raw. Anyway, how are you feeling?
these days I'm doing a lot better, and you know, I feel blessed to be in a position where I was able to alchemize a lot of my struggle into music, because I come from a very poor background and stuff, and through that, it gave me an opportunity to be in this position where I can talk on behalf of other people and stuff like that, and that's really important for me.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah.
And Kenzie, you also had your share, right?
I did. I've been, battling Lyme for 20 years.
God
and
damn.
It was really important that I stepped up with Global Lyme Alliance to get into the advocacy work. I just really believe, same as Ren, helping people is really what fills my cup these days. When you deal with a chronic illness where it's
I think
so
they're delayed about
misunderstood,
20 seconds.
The only way to really get it out there is raise awareness and funding
And what
for
do
research.
people need to be aware of then?
They need to be doing tick checks. They need to be aware of being outdoors, especially the little ones. I have 3 kids at home and 1 on the way. And
You look great, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm very aware of, checking my kids when they're out and about in the, grass or anywhere. And it's so misunderstood that they think Lyme is just an East Coast issue. This is a global issue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from the UK, super rare.
Which I love that, we're really highlighting that. Because even
Oh,
in the US, as
yeah.
you mentioned, it's more common. It's not as common as we'd like it to.
So, I mean, like, if Ren even got this in the UK, it's even possible to get it pretty much anywhere where ticks might be. Like, and Lyme disease is a spooky thing, man. Ren ain't kidding about poor backgrounds. His village is the kind of place you would drive through before you knew you arrived. Yes. So crazy that he made it through all of that, dude. Crazy. Like, what a fucking hero, man. What a fucking legend. And now he gets to be a voice of reason on these particular topics and help people through these things, And he's also, like, helping people through ME and using his music to heal the world and, like, lift up other people. It's kind of awesome, man. And then even, like, people like me, like a shithead that just does reactions on the internet, he found a way to make it easy for me to make content with his music. Like, I did one reaction, or my second reaction to Electric Callboy, and my channel is like in red tape at the moment. Hopefully the thing clears, but I'm a little spooked. Plus all the times that, what's the word I'm looking for? Plus, like, every time I do a Chinchilla song, I have to immediately go through there's like 3 levels of disputes that I can do. It's the fact that he swore he would use his platform to help others when he was illest. And he's honoring that through integrity. Yes! He's staying true to his beliefs. Fucking fly, dude. So hot in here, dude. There's no AC. I gotta get used to it. Get out of here. It's about to get colder. We're almost there. And then it'll get too cold. But like, there are like 3 or 4 levels of disputes when you do your music, your reactions. Wins are super simple to get through, even if you don't even use his like quick sheet. I don't even use it anymore. I don't even have it saved anymore because I don't have to. I can put it in a thing for Ren's music, and then usually within a day or 2, it's cleared and it's out of escrow. Now, then when I do Chinchillas, there's another level. So, like, if you can do the 30-day one, send it in, and then it gets kicked back. And then if it gets kicked back, you have to escalate the dispute. And by doing that, you have to fill out more personal information. And by doing so, if you're filling out a like, let's say I just uploaded one of Chinchilla's music videos, or if the people on the other side deny my claim, there's always a chance that my entire channel can get axed. And then there's another level above that, which is a 7-day claim. And that one is pretty dangerous because if that one backfires, you can get actually technically in legal trouble because, it's going to put it as a review for YouTube to check out. And then YouTube will delete your channel if you're doing false claims. So, unfortunately, there's like 3 or 4 levels of it. And then there's also copyright strikes that you can only get 3 of that are straight up, like, if you get 3 of them within like 2 years, your channel gets deleted. You lose everything. And the problem is sometimes these things can come in waves. So if Ren were to ever sign with something that would allow him to do that, channels like me and like Uncle Ray or anyone who's like a Ren reaction channel for their music can get totally fucking their balls kicked in. So it's dangerous, but luckily Ren, for the most part, even allows people like me, just nobodies on the internet, to react to his content and you know, make even like I make about 50 cents to 30 cents a video if the video gets about 1,000 views, which isn't a lot of money, but I mean it's money. You would in might be legal trouble if you are in the wrong. What you're doing is legal under fair use. You can take it all the way to court and win, but costs are the issue. Well, yeah, and like, but there are people that aren't really doing fair use with Ren's music. I would argue the people that just sit there to a 6-minute song, and then they get a 7-minute video or a 9-minute video where they spend 2 minutes, you know, talking about, hey man, you want to come check out my video, or you want to check out my other this, you want to check out this. And then they watch the Ren video, they go like a minute without pausing, and then when they pause, they're like, so deep, so thoughtful, and then they hit play again, and then they get a little through into it, and then they hit play again, or pause again, they're like, wow, really powerful. And the video ends, and there's nothing there. I would say that's not fair use. And then if Ren really wanted to be an asshole, he really could go after him, but he just likes the exposure, man. The more people that watch his shit, the better it goes. If he can gain new fans, he's smart. Like, he's doing marketing 101. And he won't, I'm pretty sure he would never do that. I never hear of Lime here in Australia, not to say that it's not here, but just that I've never heard of it anywhere. Oh yeah, those aren't reactions, not what you're doing. Exactly. But you just Googled it and results said Lyme disease caused by, not even trying to say that, it's considered to be acquired in Australia as the Pacific ticks that carry the are not found there. And don't worry, those channels dry up their views quickly. Yeah. Yeah, well, they do not recognize Lyme in UK, or did not at the time Red made the chapters anyway. Crazy that we have other deadly things. Yeah, I mean, the same thing that Kia said when I got here. Like, she's like, let's go outside. I was like, nah, bro, I'm gonna get Lyme disease. You know, she's like, oh, you don't have to worry about it. But the problem is, like, I guarantee you, all you need is a mutation for something to happen. And then, like, now maybe Lyme disease is out there. You know, it just hasn't been found yet. Not to say that it can't be, and maybe, like, statistically, it's practically impossible. Ren is an anomaly, to be 100% honest.
Okay, so if people want to support, can they see this show?
Yes, they can. They can go online to purchase and buy tickets for Project Lab Coat for tomorrow. So yeah, they can definitely come and support.
Because you got quite, not only Ren headlining, but you got a lot of other interesting people.
Christopher Maloney's going to be part of it.
Can't hide from live.
Be there. We're super excited to have him on stage. Researchers, advocates, patients will all be there on stage.
And it's tomorrow night, Sony Hall, 7 o'clock. Go online, get your tickets right now.
Right.
Thank you for bringing
and
this.
We'll see you at the Global Lyme Alliance Gala.
Oh, that's right.
Yes,
in
October, which, you know, the station Fox 5 is very involved with. Our boss, Lou Leone, and his wife, Wendy, really kind of encouraged us to get involved with this. And I'm glad we did, because there's so many people who are still getting misdiagnosed.
Unfortunately. And thank you, Rosanna, for being an honorary chairwoman.
Thank you.
For our
Yeah,
gala.
thank you. All this awareness is so important, so we appreciate you having
Ren, thank you.
Yeah,
Are you
Ren,
gonna be
get it,
singing
baby.
during the runway tomorrow?
I'm not planning to, but I can't shut up anyway. So
Maybe Hummer too. Maybe he'll do Native New Yorker next time. He'll come back and do it. Thank you so much, Ren and Kate.
My pleasure.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. Ren should sing. Ren should get out there and just blast something, dude. I wonder if we were seeing a glimpse of his next clothing drop here in the next interview. The shape of the top of the blast drop, but it's a different style. Man, Ren brings it. It's so good news to see Ren going to be out here. He's advocating. He's doing the things that he says he wanted to do. He's bringing awareness to diseases that actually negatively impact lives. He's living through the things that he preaches, which is what we need more of. Today's been a crazy day. I only made it to like 4 videos, and some of them were very long, drawn out, and some of them were gross. Here's hoping that we can tone down the divisive rhetoric, and we can all be a little more like Ren. Enjoy the simpler things in life. Because we need to. If we could take stock of our lives and realize that there are beautiful things around us all the time, maybe we can find comfort in the things that we used to care about. Anyway, It is way too late. I'm supposed to get off at 3:30. I want to try and grab a shower, see if I can get cleaned up, hopefully before my girlfriend gets home, or she might already be here. But I'm going to head out. I will be doing a Ren video tomorrow, and then I'll do the 2 songs. I'll do the original and then the acoustic version, and a follow-up video that will also be uploaded tomorrow. I'm going to go through and clip things today and upload them later on. For those of you that are not liking the political content, I do apologize. We'll still continue the music reacts. I just want to try and get through a few of these copyright things before I don't want to get too many at one time and then 12 years of my content are gone. I know a lot of my older videos are really bad, but they mean a lot to me. And hopefully on my dying day, I'll have something that people can look upon fondly. And hopefully that's some of this stuff is there. Because this might be my only living legacy. You know what I mean? But anyway, I love you guys so much. Parasocially love you too. Fuck it. Let's go all the way with it. And I'll see you guys in the next video. I'll see you guys very soon. Best of luck. Be safe out there. And try to keep the peace in your life, man. I need to hold on to it as much as possible. And if you hear radical shit, man, just run away. So I wouldn't even engage until you feel safe. Anyway, see you guys in the next video. Peace the fuck out. Oh, I guess I'm getting so loud. People keep looking in the window when I do that shit. All right. Also, as always, the